Hello, hello. How you guys doing? Oh my god, my board. I can never get it to work. Oh my goodness. Hello everyone. How are you all doing? How's it hanging? Oh my gosh. Yeah, thanks Mike. We're working on it. Hi Cash Cal, how's it going? Hello. How are you guys doing? Holy hell. Give me 1 sec to fix this. It's a little, oh my goodness, it's a little wonky. Does it need to be more this way? Oh, I totally miscalculated what way it was supposed to go. That was on me. That's entirely my bad. How are we? Oh fuck. This is not what I wanted. My headphones also won't, hold on. I don't need to listen to my own chill stuff. Who needs it? Let me do a little bit of this. I was going to and the whiteboard's a lot less populated today. There's a reason for that. I was going to just do another variety stream, but I was like, fuck it, I can't keep calling it a variety stream and then just not doing anything. And so we're gonna try and make it D&D themed, to make it a little D&D 101. If that doesn't work, who cares? It's fine. Oh my goodness. Here we are. Dice is here. How's it going, Dice? Hello. Don't mind me. We're getting set up. We're all good. I'm a professional content creator. That's what this is. Hello. Goodness. How are you all doing? Dice, I was just in a chat with you, so I kind of know how you're doing, but how is everyone else doing? Mike and Cash Cal and whatnot. It's probably going to be a slower stream today. Vibes are a little weird, and I can't exactly say why. Hi, Flint. Don't mind me. What the fuck is going on here? Nothing yet. I'm trying to get this board set up. Like I said, I need to have like some blocking or something. Something that just says like, Diana, dumbass, put it right here. Like some tape on my floor or some such. Anyway, hi. Hello. Hey, Flint. Are you... Buddy, I haven't even sat down. My posture hasn't had a second to get fucked up. Alright, we're here. Hi. So, today, I was gonna try and actually do a D&D 101 stream. I don't know if I'm actually gonna have enough questions to make that doable. I can try. If anyone has questions, I'm happy to answer them. If not, I do kind of want to go in and at least attempt that thing I said I was gonna do like fucking forever ago, where I was going to like do some world building or convert SCPs and things like that into D&D encounters. Granted, again, I'm not fantastic at it, but I could do some things. I could take some notes, give you guys some inspo. Really, it is just an inspo stream, and also it is me avoiding doing my own D&D prep. So anything to help that happen, I guess, or not happen. You know the vibe. Let's see. Kashgal says it's been a day. Oh, like a busy day, or like it's literally been a day since we last talked, so there's nothing to talk about. Also turn up the music a little bit because I realize it's quiet. In any case, oh, yes, the board. It's a lot emptier. What I'm doing is I'm keeping space for people who subscribe. And I was also lazy and didn't want to rewrite like everything from last time. So if you are new here, since like last week, I started doing this thing where I just write people's names down on the subscriber board whenever someone subscribes. I 100% stole this from Endeavorance. He said it was okay too though, so we're good. First one to subscribe today, that was Mike Titan, so I'm going to toss your name. Mike, do you have a preference? Dude, by the way, this logo took me forever. Was that a stencil? No, I like eyeballed it a little bit and it works. Like if you look at it closely, this is not the D&D logo at all, in the slightest. It's just kind of like, like there's some spikes that should not be there and things like that. Nico says you should draw more. That's wild. I'm really not good at drawing, you guys. Also, Dank over on TikTok says, how are elementals in D&D represented? I do love elementals as a concept. So there are like basic elementals and there are weirds and things like that. So one of my favorites is the water weird, for example. And let me see if I can, here we are. So there's a bunch of elementals, right? And they kind of vary in, oh my god, all the ads, fucking Firefox, in like how they are represented as far as strength goes. So if we look at like the elemental stat block, it really just does break down into 4 major types. There's like air, water, fire, and earth, right? But then the combinations of those types also cause different things. And it kind of goes back to like the elemental planes. So like you can get like steam elementals or mud mephits for, you know, earth and water combined together and things like that. So you can get a lot of different things, but like at the very base level, I'm pretty sure mephits are like the smallest, like teensiest little guys, right? And these are the motherfuckers that you run into a lot in Baldur's Gate 3, which I saw someone ask if I've played that. I have. It's good. It's a solid game, honestly. But these mephits are like basically like overgrown mosquitoes. Functionally, they're just like really teensy little elemental guys, and there are a bunch of different elements of those. So those are kind of like the bottom tier of the like elemental, I don't know, hierarchy. So you have, I believe, ice, smoke, sand, I want to say, or dust. I'm pretty sure it's dust. There's a bunch of them. And at the very top, you have like actual proper elementals. So then you go into like I believe the genies and the Ifriti and those sorts of guys are like top tier. But if you're thinking about like non-sentient, just like pure on just globs of certain elements all thrown together, these guys are pretty high up there. So like here's the earth one, for example. And these are summonable creatures, I believe. There's certain objects or items that you can use to summon them. I also really like, if you guys have never looked at fucking ads, if you've never looked at like the progression of the fucking like art in this game and how it's gone from like first edition to like second and third and whatnot, like this guy, what the fuck is this? Like this is just some dude. It's just a man who's like, it's like, this is the fucking, what's that guy from, oh my god, the Peanut series? This is like the personification of fucking Pigpen's dust that's just crawling up out of the ground. Like I would be fucking terrified to go, it has fingers. Ugh. So 2E, we don't like looking at the art for that one, but like it gets progressively cooler and it's really cool to see. Like, I don't know, I like it. Also, Cheap Shot 14 and Brazzle Frazzle, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Aaron House says 5th edition or AD&D? I play 5th edition. And then Super Spy says, how many D&D campaigns are you involved in currently? Currently 2. So I run one that is a modified Curse of Strahd that has been made into a West Marches campaign, and I can talk about West Marches campaigns here in a sec. But the other one that I'm actually like a player in is a also West Marches, but it's like homebrew and stuff, and it's a lot less like one thing kind of like intertwining people across the board and all that. Someone says Pigpen's dust, solid reference. Also, if you guys are hanging out on TikTok, I highly recommend coming over to Twitch. Twitch has a lot more going on, and I tend to pay attention to Twitch a lot more as well. Let's see. Kashgal says, medical stuff going on and a little anxious about everything. Oh, I'm so sorry. Damn. Medical stuff is the worst because even if you don't entirely know what's going, like it's expensive to find out what's going on with you, you know, and it sucks. I don't know. I went through something similar. Arcade Rose is here. We could also start learning Obsidian. Oh man, you guys do not want to see me fucking struggling through Obsidian. But yeah. Nico says you should draw more. That's wild. Digger is here. Hello. Mike Titan says I didn't technically sub. It was just an alert for my 2 months. I'm still gonna put you on the board though. Deb, hi. Hello. Mike, I'm gonna put you here as a celebration. Tight. Oh my god, I can't spell. It's been a day, you guys. I have so much stuff to get done and I never got any of it done. It's one of those days. Titan 18. There you are, as a happy 2-month sub-anniversary. Dank over on TikTok says, is there a boss form of elementals for a high-level campaign? Yeah, so anytime you get into like sentient elementals, that tends to be, and I feel like elementals could be played with a lot more than they actually are in D&D. First of all, let me get back down to a normal size. But I'm pretty sure like the genies are the big guys. I could be wrong though. There might not actually be anything higher than the proper elementals. But these guys have limited intelligence, I'm pretty sure. Like they still speak a language and all that. I guess it like depends on your definition of elemental. Like elemental related creatures, there's a bunch of them. So the Ifriti are like a certain type. They're genies, and so they're people. They're not really like elementals themselves, but they're people who are like, you know, related to the elemental planes. They're elemental type, but they're still like humanoid. So yeah, these guys are like powerful as shit, and you can play as a subclass, as a sub-race of these little fellas, known as the, oh my god, what are they called? How am I blanking on the name? Wow, what are the half genies called in D&D? I know this. Am I dumb? What is? I don't know. It's been a day. Give me a break. But anyway, yeah, that's one example. Great question so far. Flint says, I love Tuesday chaos streams. It's gonna get real chaotic here in a sec if I can't form sentences properly. Fen is also here. Hey, Fen. Zizette, welcome in. Thank you for following. Hello, hello. Mike says, did you get your vegetables yesterday? I did. I had them as a little wrap to munch on this morning as well. And Random says, I got a brand new washer and dryer installed. Wait. Then washed all my comforters, blankets, and sheets, and my room smells like super clean laundry, and I love it. Dude, it's absurd. Dev says, Diana, check your Discord DMs and please install it because I'm dying. Wait, what? Why? Oh, are you about to send me something that's going to drastically improve my life again? The frequency with which Endeavorance makes me a better streamer is upsetting. Oh, man. You want me to get an ad blocker? All right, fine. Valid. Everyone thank Endeavorance for the inevitable upgrade to this stream. All right, what was I doing? Fences are just little boys. Yeah, they're little shits is the thing. So Mephits, right? Let me fucking tell you a Mephit about these motherfuckers. So they're cute. They're tiny. In theory, you can control them if you have certain spells and whatnot, and you can summon them, but they're just like annoying. They have like 2 hit points. And they're like swarm creatures. It's like the only way that they're actually useful. Let me see if it's gonna be under elementals or if it's gonna be under Mephits. I think it's gonna be under elementals. Mimics, yeah. Oh no, it's under Mephits. So there's smoke, steam, magma, and mud. And then dust and ice. And they are teensy. They have an armor class of like 11 or 12, depending on the one that you have. They have spell casting, but they can cast like, just like the teensiest little elemental spells. So like the magma one can cast like heat, metal, the fucking like smoke one can cast dancing lights for whatever fucking reason, and then they all do that thing where they explode. So like when a steam mephit dies, every creature within 5 feet has to succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 4 on average. It's actually 1d8 fire damage, right? And like, I don't know, it's just annoying. You can't stand near them and they know that. It's like they exist explicitly for the purpose of just like, I don't know, just dying. Because I feel like they would do more. They would be more useful as a creature to fucking just like explode instead of actually doing their normal attacks. I don't know. And it says that they're supposed to be like little tricksters, so I guess the entire point isn't necessarily to be good at combat. They make like good little familiars and whatnot, but like, my god, when you have to go up against them over and over again in Baldur's Gate, it can get annoying real quick. Alrighty. Mike 10 says, try Terry the Terran. Also, Dawson's here. Hey, Dawson. Alec wants me to check my posture already. Dawson says, has someone fed Diana yet? I don't think... Oh, shit. Yeah, wait. Someone did, and it's actually something new. Okay, so there's a Cafe Yum near my house. And I put this on the thing, God, every time someone sends me food, I get flustered. Does anyone know who that was, by the way? I feel like I should probably have some idea. Let's see. What was I saying? They have a Cafe Yum near my place, and I've actually never had it. It's not anywhere near me, not like within walking distance or anything, but yeah, that's a thing. So that'll be, yeah, a Yum Bowl. That's what it is. Here we go, tangent about food. I've been here 2 seconds. I don't have the count anymore because I knew it'd be useless to have. But yeah. Let's see. Frazzle is here. Said, howdy, love your TikToks, good stuff. Hey, welcome in. Thanks for making the hop over. But But yeah, Nico says we're the favorites TikTok. That is true. I will not be quiet. Like, I will fully admit the fact that I prefer people on Twitch more. And I think the people on TikTok know that, just given the fact that I tend to ignore the chat for a little bit. Jordan B says, currently in a Strahd campaign. What character would you create? Oh, for a Strahd campaign? Okay, I don't like to metagame. But if I were to metagame, I would go for like a Dampier of some sort just to see exactly how that plays out. And then that way, if I ever decide to retire the character, right, and my DM is, you know, cool and follows my advice, they would let me have the character like turn to the evil side or something like that. So that'd be, I don't know, I think that'd be fun. Corey says, why not view on both? I can, as long as I don't have, Dev says, furiously taking notes about Diana's thoughts on making an ideal Strahd character. Listen, Dev, stop listening. Actually, don't listen. So Corey says, why not view on both? I can, as long as I don't open any other windows, just for the sake of like, holy shit. Ah, J-Nuts, thank you so much. Okay, so this was a planned thing. So the lovely J-Nuts, who is also the person who is sending me the stream deck, by the way, which I have yet to pick up because I haven't run to my P.O. box, that is for the chair. Tef says, LMAO, funny weed number. Yeah, so this is, you guys already donated like I believe it was 115 after the PayPal cut towards the gamer chair, the little gamer girl Streamlabs chair. And so And J-Nuts, the lovely person who donated the stream deck as well, said that, a long time ago, they were like, hey, if we meet 200 subs in a certain amount of time, like, I will buy the rest of the chair for you. And we ended up meeting that goal yesterday, I think. Was it yesterday? Might have been Wednesday as well. But J-Nuts, yeah, no more squeaky chair. That bothered me so much, dude. Holy hell. It is, the chair that I need, though, the size and whatnot, is on pre-order, so it's gonna be a hot sec before it shows up, and then also an even hotter sec before I can get it up to my apartment and whatnot. I'm getting, like, one of the Streamlabs chairs, right? Should be the only chair I need for the rest of my life, but holy fuck is it heavy. Yeah, I'm gonna hope they bring it up to my apartment for me, because I do not want to have to, I would have to take it apart. And this is the problem, ever since I became single, basically, one of the little things that I cannot do for myself is carry heavy shit. And so carrying stuff up to like my apartment is just, I end up just opening the box in the middle of the parking lot of my apartment and then taking things out piece by piece and then carrying them up piece by piece. So I don't know. That was a whole thing. But the chair's on its way. And also JNuts24, I'm gonna add you to the board in big old letters. In big old blue letters, so it contrasts from the red that I have in my horrible D&D logo drawing. JNuts. Now it looks like you've just kind of like sponsored the stream or some sort, which you kind of have, honestly. Thank you so much. Honestly, fucking amazing. I'm stoked for that to be here so they can get rid of this thing. Which, by the way, I don't know if I pointed this out last stream, but it's like peeling on the back. Not so much on the front, but there's like, oh my gosh. Yeah, there's like, it's like one of the, it's got little bits of leather and whatnot coming apart. I don't know. It's a well overdue upgrade, basically is what I'm saying. Fen says, if we ever get a Discord, we should have a West Marches campaign set in the Rose Garden, a massive continent-sized garden that was previously undiscovered and no one knows why it's there. That's giving Feywild. I love it. Or we could do you one better and set it in the Rose Garden of Portland, Oregon, which is just a stadium. We just play sports. That works great for a D&D campaign. Let's see. Nat R. Martinez is over on TikTok. Hi, Nat. How's it going? And then Sinful Sin says, for a one-on-one stream, we should talk about terminology. I could. So, I mean, it kind of depends. So a lot of my audience already knows a fuck ton about D&D, so this is kind of a way to have new people come in and ask questions. Like, I've had people in my DMs a lot asking, like, hey, how do I get started playing D&D? Or like, oh, I have this really specific question about this thing. And I don't get to those for like a week after people send them to me, if I'm being honest, because I get a lot of DMs, guys. I can't answer them on a regular basis. Like, Twitch is the only place that I don't get absolutely flooded with whispers yet, and I'm sure that'll be a thing at some point, but like, up until, you know, until that happens, I answer most of my DMs once a week, and even then, not well. Like, I used to have this policy, right, where I'd answer all of my DMs at least once, and I still do that unless it's like very obviously a scam, or even if it's like just someone not even really commenting anything or saying anything important. They'll just like reply to one of my photos in my DMs and be like, looking good or whatever, or they'll just be like, hey. And if they just say hey, then it's like, I know where this is going. You're gonna waste your time. You're gonna waste my time. Holy hell, I could go on about my fucking DMs. Anyway, what was I saying? Dev says gotta get back to editing and such. All right, have fun, Dev. Anyway, a lot of people are in my DMs asking about how to play D&D or specifics about D&D, and this is a better place to answer that, because then we can learn as a class. But it also doesn't have to be one-on-one questions. If you guys have complex questions that are like, hey, I have this problem with one of my players, like there's this super specific scenario happening, or like, how do I run this encounter? Like, how do I flavor this encounter? Oh my god, questions about flavor are the best. If you guys need help like deciding how to like rev up the atmosphere or the nature of an encounter, or if you're like, Diana, I really want to do an encounter with this creature, but I don't know how to make it work into this type of campaign, let me know. I will help you build that, absolutely. But before I do that, I do need to catch up on chat. Elven Master 3 is here. They say, what up, Diana the Rose? I was actually here on time. Hey, nice! I was barely here on time, I think, so you're doing better than me. But yeah, Arcatros says there are a bunch of other elementals that are anywhere from CR16 to CR21. Oh, wild. I haven't looked at the new creatures very much recently. The Genasi, thank you. God, fucking half an hour later. Thank you so much. Goose is here. Goose says, are we actually looking at D&D stuff today? Shocker. Listen, yeah. For a time. Koos over on TikTok says, by the way, I've just seen one of your videos. I thought it was really funny. I didn't even know you were into D&D. That happens a lot. I need to make it more obvious that I'm a nerd at first glance or something. Genjazam is here. They say, are we dirging or just chatting today? Probably just dirging. Probably just chatting. I might switch to dirge later. I don't know, just for funsies. If I do, it'd be after like 3 hours of normal stream, so maybe at like 5, 6, 8 o'clock, potentially. But I do also have a fuck ton of things to do. I need to set up an LLC, you guys. Turns out being a content creator, you actually have to do like businessy things. I gotta get a logo at some point. There's a lot going on. But yeah. Goose says your lighting looks different again. It's getting worked on. I got rid of the one big light and I have 2 smaller lights. And it's not fantastic at an angle or anything yet, because I don't have the things I need to like put them on my walls properly. And it would also look better if I had like the proper DSLR camera setup, which I don't yet. J Black 150, welcome in. Hello. Yeah, but I do like this a lot better, because then I can do this and get like, I can change it up a little bit. And yeah, I don't know. I like it. I think it's fun. If anything, it's for the joke at this point. But yeah, Goose says I need to see the Google Doc that has everything in it. I may be able to show off the stuff I did for gods and kind of give you guys the template that I use for cities and whatnot. Perhaps in a little bit. User 89, I'm not reading all those numbers, said, I got a plan for a combat with a bunch of animated newspapers in a printing building. Any ideas? Oh yeah, so it depends on who's running the, who's running the newspapers and why they're in there. But in general, you can make it so that the animated newspapers act as swarms of creatures, so you can literally just steal the stat block for a swarm of anything, basically, and then replace whatever damage type they do with slashing damage to imitate paper cuts and whatnot. Now, the loot that comes from that would be interesting. You would have to, like, if you have a wizard in the group, it might be cool for them to, like, poke through the pile of papers, and if they roll really high on a check, they might be able to discover a couple of sheets of paper that are, like, the special paper you need to copy down wizard spells in, or something like that. Blue Singing C, hello! Welcome in, thanks for being a follower. Yeah, so that's one thing. You can also make it so that as they go deeper into the area, it becomes, they encounter maybe like a golem made up of all the different newspapers, or the newspapers have been bound into books or archives or encyclopedias or something that then stack up into a humanoid form. So that's another one. You can basically just reflavor any sort of golem or any sort of animated, like any sort of construct basically into being made out of paper and books instead of like whatever they're normally made out of, and then change the damage type to slashing is what I would do. Again, I mostly do flavor stuff, not so much for balancing, so unfortunately I can't give you an exact stat block, but I do really like that idea. You can also Yeah, Mike says the books were made from paper from haunted trees and the ghosts inhabit the building. I would also make it an elemental thing, so maybe like a incredibly devout follower of Sylvanas, right, who hates the fact that trees are being cut down for the sake of newspapers because they consider it wasteful. Ruthless Scable, welcome in. Same with the universes. Hello. Hi, thanks for following. Also, if you guys are hanging out on TikTok, again, highly recommend switching over to Twitch. It helps me out a lot more, actually. But yeah, you could make it so that a devout follower of Sylvanas has raised these dead, trees, or they see it as dead trees, as constructs and are using them to fight back from within a city. Because I believe some, crazy, Sylvanas followers are just so devoutly against the concept of cities that they might be down for that. Let's see. A lot of people are talking about methods and how they're anti or pro methods. Goose says, my brother used them along with a flesh beholder. Made the fight incredibly challenging. Oof. Firefee is here. Hello, Firefee. And Nerd Crew is here. There's a lot of people showing up. Hello. Firefee says, are we on the food tangent again? Not yet. I mean, we were there for a second, but we haven't gotten to Googling food, so we're good so far. Griffison, hello. Hi. Welcome to the party. Random says, I got it. This time an entire meal of appetizers sounds delicious. Enjoy it, friend. Aw, that's... I don't know if an entire meal of appetizers. Is that on the way? I don't know. Mike Titan says, I play a pretty cleric in Curse of Strahd, so that way Strahd picks me. There's a lot to unpack there. Let's see. D-Ditch, hello. Yulong Gaming, hi, welcome in. Yulong Gaming says, hi, I'm very new to DMing and I'm very excited about it, but I don't know enough about the lore or have enough books. I've been running a game in my own world, but I have no idea what things to prepare to make a good session. Any help is appreciated. Oh yeah, so I honestly highly recommend setting games in your own worlds because that way you don't have to worry about memorizing an entire other world's lore, right? Like if you build the lore yourself, if you build the world history, then you have that much of a higher chance of actually remembering it. So that's what I do, but I still take published modules and I reskin them and then plant them in a homebrew world. So I have a homebrew world called Celestion. Instead of being set in the Forgotten Realms the same way normal 5e is, Celestion is just like an entire set of 3 or 4 different continents. There's different countries in it, and I haven't fleshed them all out very strongly. There's no specific country lore for all 12 of the countries in there or anything like that, but instead there's very vague outlines of some lore that has to do with each of the countries. And then the actual stories that people go through are published modules. So down here I've got a fucking bunch of them. Phandelver and Below is a pretty new one that I recommend for newbies, but there's Curse of Strahd if you want to go really story heavy with it. If you are set on doing a whole on homebrew encounter by yourself, you don't really have to worry about lore for that either. I would say just focus it around 1 or 2 big creatures, or even take the framework of an existing story, and this is something that I want to do. Also, Peach, hello! Hi, thanks for being a follower. User says, is this Twitch the same as the TikTok? It is. Yeah, Diana the Rose would be the place to go. Also, Rhodey says, where to play D&D online for the first time. If you go to my bio in TikTok, and I think the first link on my link tree actually is for Start Playing. And that is the place to go if you want to play online. There's a small fee to pay the DM who runs it, but you can play pretty much any game, any campaign that you want. There are people running it for, yeah, there are people running everything, basically. But yeah, so I would take the framework of a story. Yulong says one of my players is the type of player who owns every single book and will absolutely recognize anything I try to throw at them. Okay, so here's what you do in that case, right? Take the framework of a story, so maybe not Curse of Strahd, but a simpler one. So for instance, Lost Mines of Phandelver. It starts off with people defending a cart I think it's investigating the site of a goblin attack that's on a road, right? I would just change up the nature of that encounter and change out the basic framework of it. So instead of having a cart, you are a ship. Instead of a road, maybe it's a canal. Maybe instead of goblins, you have just kobolds or some other creature that, especially if you can pull one over on your friend by having it be a creature that's newer, so a creature that's the same CR level, the same difficulty level as the goblins, but instead pull it from a newer book. Monsters of the Multiverse is a really good one. You can go into a more recent module and then just look up, I believe in the back they usually have an index that shows all the creatures by, so they have indexes for stat blocks by creature type and stat blocks by challenge rating. So you're literally just going to go to these stat blocks by challenge rating sections and then just swap out for a different creature type of the same difficulty level, and then
yeah, that way it'll be like vaguely recognizable. You know, change out the MacGuffin, change out the people involved, the names of the people, the races that they are, things like that, and then that'll be your brand new story, or supposedly brand new, but without actually doing any real work. J Stump, hello. Same with V Blacks. Hi, welcome in. Someone also wanted me to do a posture check. Yeah, I can do that. Kind of just, it's basically me just sitting up slightly taller. Yulong says, thanks so much. Yeah, of course. I mean, that's like very generic advice. But like, it's the best way to go without beating yourself to death over the idea of creating an entirely brand new story. Or if you do want to create a brand new story, you could do it slightly easier by copying some popular media and just hoping that they don't recognize the course of the story. I would choose something from a long time ago if you go that route. Goose wants me to hire Jay. I can do that. Chaz says, what's the best spell in Baldur's Gate 3? I think Spirit Guardians tends to be the one. They nerfed the hell out of, oh god, what's it called? Divine Intervention, which makes sense. You can only use it like once per campaign, I think. But it's like guaranteed to work, right? Yeah. Okay, let's see. Goose says, oh, a new goal. Get a bigger whiteboard that can hold everything you need, like gifts, goals, ideas, topic of discussion, etc. I could get a bigger whiteboard. I could also write smaller. I have full control over that as well. I have bad genes. Hello, welcome in. Dawson says posture checks are really just Diana think tall thoughts, listen. I mean, yeah. The problem with thinking tall thoughts is that every time I do it, I have to adjust my camera. Here you go, chat. You get some little head pats for a little bit. Okay, I need to catch up on the Twitch chat for a little bit. Dawson says Diana needs like 6 whiteboards to rotate them out so she doesn't need to erase it for each stream. That wouldn't be a bad idea, but I still think it would be more work in the end. Wyatt says, how large can a D&D session get? Are you talking about like people-wise or like length-wise? I've played several sessions of D&D that tend to go longer than like 4 hours. Ideally, I would play for 4 hours as a DM. I usually tend to have that much like, I guess, time in me. Oh, people-wise? It depends. So here's the thing. Typically, D&D games are created around the idea of you having between 4 and 5 characters in your party. If you have less than that, you can kind of make up for it by doing a DMPC, but you have to do it in a very specific way. Like you have to make sure the DMPC doesn't have spoilers about the campaign. You have to be really good about not metagaming. You have to be like really careful to make sure that they aren't dominating basically any encounter and that they're really just there as a support. So you can do that if you have less. If you have more, I would say break it into separate sessions. So I wouldn't necessarily run like 12 people at a time, but if you have a West Marches style campaign, you can make it so that, and for those who aren't aware, West Marches style campaigns are a relatively new concept. Basically the way it works is you have a big old map and it is undiscovered. It is wild territory, and in the center there is a town, a little like bastion of civilization. Clebra's here! Hey Clebra! Hi, welcome. I wish I could change the prefix for those emotes. But yes, welcome in. Clebra, let me get you on the brand new board. I don't know if you've seen this yet, have you? You were here yesterday, you saw it. Clebra, 693, thank you for subbing with Prime. Much appreciated. Welcome back for the 2nd month in a row. But yeah, like I think I've had maybe 7 people coming into my sessions at once. So the way it works, West Marches, right? You have a center, like, town, basically. Oh, Dylan, hello. Dylan says, just made it over from TikTok, was asking about the newspaper stuff. Oh, welcome in. Thanks for making the hop over. That does honestly help a lot. Don't ask, I don't know. Has just followed as well. Thank you. And the West Marches style campaign is what I'm running for Curse of Strahd, right? So you have a big old empty map and one town in the center. Oh, Dylan also subbed with Prime. Thank you. Dylan McD02. Let me get you on the board, but let me get a different color so we can mix it up a little bit and make it kind of fun. Except not black because that'll get confusing. Purple? Purple sounds good. Seems like a purple type of dude. Dylan McD. I'm going to toss you down here. Dylan McD. Is it 05? 02. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for being a sub. The sound on your alerts for stream has been turned off for probably a month now. Oh, interesting. I don't know how to fix that. That is purely an issue with stream elements. I can look into it afterwards, though. Thanks for letting me know. What was I saying? Yeah, so you have a town, and the town acts as like a place for your guild to exist. So it's kind of like a guild style of campaign. Everyone who's in your party could be, 5 people like a normal campaign, or it could be up to like 20 or 30 or 100 people. Whoever shows up for each given session goes out from that guild hall and adventures for a day and then comes back by the end of the session. So it's basically a chain of radiant quests, of really small little quests. Could be a little fetch quest, could be like, hey, please go out and clear out this werewolf den and then come back. It has to be really self-contained. Functionally, every quest has to be a one-shot, so you can go out, you can do the quest, you can come back, you can collect the reward, and have it all done within like maybe the 3 or 4 hours that you would run a single session in. So that way you aren't left on any cliffhangers, and, if the next week you have the same session at, 4 o'clock on Friday or whatever, you can have whoever shows up that week show up and then play another self-contained one-shot type quest, right? Dara says, I've seen West Marches run with multiple DMs. It's preferred that you do multiple DMs, but they kind of have to share info. And that's the problem with the West March's campaign, is that you can't really have one, like, overarching quest, right? Because if a single quest runs across multiple weeks worth of work to do, you kind of have to like deal with the fact that some people aren't going to have all the info. Oh, hey, Quan Solo just gifted a sub. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Okay, let me get you on the board as well. I'm going to use Brown because that's what's closest. Alec wants me to check my posture. Fuck you, Alec. I'm sitting up straight. We're fine. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Quan Solo. And we are already on like 4 out of 10 for our goal for today. But yeah, so you can't really have one overarching story because it's very difficult to like have that be a thing with so many people who may or may not be there for every segment of the story. But it is a lot easier. Like someone just said in chat, that sounds like a good solution to my problem. I only have to prepare a one-shot every week instead of a full campaign. Yeah, people forget that full campaigns don't necessarily have to be part of D&D. Like you can 100% just like show up, play a little bit, and then leave and come back whenever everyone has time and can be in the same place at the same time for once. Because scheduling, as we all know, is the real bad guy when it comes to D&D. Also, Odie1 Canody, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Michael Nick Mahon over on TikTok says, taking notes. Just started a club at the middle school I teach at. Oh, that's so good. I love it when there are like D&D clubs, because as a middle schooler who was like a fucking nerd growing up, there is no way I don't know, I couldn't have explored myself fully at doing sports and things like that, or whatever other extracurriculars like were more geared towards extroverts and things like that. So that's awesome. I love it when people provide those opportunities in early education. Jolly Green Max, hello. Welcome in. Wyatt says, I need to find a chill group of D&D players in Arizona. Yeah, the biggest problem nowadays is like finding people and getting them to stick around so you can play. But that's what Start Playing is doing really well. Startplaying.games. It's a really cool little site. I can show you guys. Heart and Soul, welcome in. As usual, this is not like an ad, but I really fucking love this site. Okay, so if you guys are ever like, oh my god, I can't find people to play D&D with, or any sort of game, this is the place to be. It's called startplaying.games. It's not .com, just take note of that. But what you can do is you can find games to play, including, and very, extremely commonly, D&D, but also literally everything else. Basically every game. Kids on Bikes is on here, as well as Kids on Brooms, Call of Cthulhu, the Power Rangers RPG, every edition of D&D, a bunch of other games or homebrew games, anything powered by the apocalypse is on here. And you can see that there's like a bunch of different people who are running these games. Depending on, and the tags basically tell you what it is, how many seats are filled, who the DM is, because DMs are also reviewed. So if I wanted to play, this quick little D&D campaign, I can go down and see the person's qualifications, because this is like a lot of people's full-time jobs and things like that. Ark is here. Hey, Ark! How's it going? I can't read that right now because I just saw it out of the corner of my eye. But basically you can play online, and you'll notice there's like a small fee attached. Usually that is to pay the DM for their time. And again, like playing, a game a week for $10 is less than like going out for 2 beers. Curse of Strahd Revamped is really cool. So yeah, anything you can think of. If you want to play a specific game too, if you're like, man, I really want to play Dungeon of the Mad Mage, someone will run that for you. Someone who is trained to run it for you will run it for you. And honestly, the little fee, not only is it wildly worth it per session, but it just kind of helps make sure that people have like this buy-in cost that makes them a little more motivated to actually show up for their fucking sessions, so you don't really have, you know, ghosting as much. Red Rising says hello over on TikTok. Hi. Oh my gosh, okay. We also have Harper House Rules, who gifted out a community sub as well, and I totally missed it. Thank you so much, Harper. And then Chef Brian is here. Hi, thanks for following. Harper House Rules, I'm gonna get you over, oh my gosh. Can you still see? Yeah, Harper House Rules. We'll toss you over here. Wonderful. I don't know why. I can never write and like read at the same time. Oh my gosh, Chef Brian has also subscribed with Prime. Hi, thank you so much. Rahima says, hey, I need some advice. Yeah, feel free to drop your question in chat. I will get to it as much as I can. PJR Amaglia. PJ Ramaglia? I'm so bad with names. Holy hell. But welcome in. Thank you so much for the sub. Okay, let me toss you up down here. Actually, PJRAMAGLI. GLA. Oh my god. GLIA. There we go. Solid. You can kind of see the end of it there. I can also lift that up if needed. We're also really fucking close to a hype train. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let me skip past a bunch of stuff. Nico says, Miss Rose, how do I get better at roleplay? I really enjoy D&D, but I don't know how to explain the ideas I have in my head. So are you talking about like full on like the visual of describing like how do you want to do this and things like that? Asoma is here. Hey, how's it going? Hi. It's just my last name, silent G like lasagna. Ramalia? Oh, interesting. Yeah, so if you're just describing, and this is the hardest part of D&D, right? It is describing what's in your head and like actually getting it out there so other people understand what you're saying. What I like to do is I usually, and I would do this with my eyes closed, back when I was still practicing in my head and things like that. But like if I could play D&D blindfolded, I feel like that would help my descriptions a lot. But first of all, I take a shot before every session at least, and I don't, you know, I don't know how yeah, that I can't really like recommend that, but I I usually also will like close my eyes and just be like, okay, how would a narrator of a book describe it? Because, you know, obviously you don't have pictures in a lot of novels and things like that, so it's like, okay, well, how would a narrator describe this scene happening, and you know, what language would they use and things like that, and then also like how would it actually look in a movie if it was a cinematic view. How would the camera, like what would the camera focus on? What would the person who's in the scene itself focus on? What details come through to someone that actually lends to the atmosphere, things like that. So if I were to describe someone, oh my gosh, I don't know, someone give me a scene and I can try and describe it. Manamai? Hi, welcome in. Hello. Let's see. Rahima says, what's the best YouTube channel for D&D? Oh god, there's a ton. Cinderblock Sally is a YouTuber. He also mostly does live streams though. He's actually over on like hanging out on Twitch right now. So that's a thing. PJ Ramalia says, oh, I also came across your Twitch via Instagram Reel or TikTok. Can't remember which. Been waiting for your next stream. Oh, well, welcome in. Thanks for being here. Thanks for waiting for the next stream. Let's see, Oblivion, a long time ago, said, how do you set up an undead kingdom, specifically the biomes within and their creatures? Oh, so undead creatures, here's the thing. If you think about it in terms of, like, niche, and again, this is the zoology major in me talking, but if you think about it in terms of what the undead need and how they would carve the environment to their needs, they don't need any sort of food. They don't need sustenance, right? They don't need to have gardens, so any sort of farms that they had taken over would be dilapidated, or they would just be like, you know, torn apart or patrolled by animals who are also skeletons or also undead, who are kind of just like living out. They don't have the intelligence to be proper, you know, in part of the kingdom's society of undead, but they could still like kind of go through the same motions that they went through in life. You can also think about the fact that if you're talking about skeletons, they don't need to worry about things like piercing damage as much, so you could make it so that part of their defenses for their kingdom is getting and raising like these giant walls of just straight up thorns that they could wander through pretty much without getting hurt, because it's just bones, you don't have to worry about it. With regards to like it kind of just what Tasselhoff said, it depends on intelligent undead. It depends on like if they're good or evil. Depends on the relationships they have with the surrounding kingdom. But it kind of like it's all just what do they need and how are they getting it. They obviously need access to more bones and more undead due to attrition. You know, corpses do decay over time, and this comes up a lot in like really complex zombie books and novels and situations where a lot of people are like, well, if the zombie apocalypse happens, we'll just wait it out because they gotta decay at some point. So what would the undead do to stave off decay? You know, things like that. Jonathan's here. He says, are we talking shit in here? We are not, but I will start. I'll start. That fucking Jonathan guy, right, guys? Also, Serini, hello, welcome in. Frazzle says, I'm trying to plan out an encounter for my level 7 pirate campaign. My main monster is a homebrewed Hydra that has a randomized breath weapon, and I'm trying to find a good ad to use. I'm thinking a Nothic, but I'm not 100% on it. Any suggestions? A good ad to use? Are you thinking of like a big bad guy who's like controlling the monster? I don't recommend a Nothic, or unless you reskin it to be like maybe some sort of court wizard of an underground type or an underwater type kingdom or some such thing, but without more context, it's a bit hard to answer that one. Yulong says, I have a question about content creation as well. How'd you get into this, and what equipment did you have before you even did your first stream? Oh my god. I got into content creation because I'm a TikToker. Most of my following's on there. I have 170, I think it's 5,000 followers now. And I didn't really take off until I started talking about D&D. But I've gone viral for like, oh my god, a bunch of different things. It's like 9 or 10 videos at this point. So I'm kind of an internet personality in general, which is kind of what I'm trying to leverage here. Writer's Block, welcome in. Great name. Thanks for following. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I've always had a webcam that I use for Discord and whatnot, so I just popped that up there. And then for the rest of the overlay, I went through and bought a bunch of things on Etsy and kind of like cobbled them together into the overlay that we have now. So that's kind of like, that's its own thing. As far as like content creation in general, I still just use my phone for TikToks and Instagram posts and things like that. And one of you lovely folks did send me a camera though, so eventually I will be upgrading just as soon as I can get a camera mount. So as soon as we get the garland taken care of, which I do actually have to change the stream elements dono goal to something that's not the chair, because that was all chair stuff. Thanks to the lovely J-Nuts, we have achieved the chair goal, but we have not quite yet achieved the dono goal. Oh my gosh, Aria Fox, hello, welcome in. So the goal for that is still 25, and I believe we were $20 there, so we're $5 away. Last I checked. I will say though, I'm not a full-time content creator, so definitely no need to donate. It's not my livelihood or anything like that. It is just going back towards stream. The rose garland in particular would be something that I just toss over the whiteboard to make it look all pretty, so that's just something that people wanted. Oh wait, I wanted to set that goal progress to 20 with 5 left, is what we were talking about. Okay, but yeah. Let's see, Dawson says we should get you a badge that just says I'm a slut for D&D. I'm for like recognizability and all that. Kashka says you also have to set up a Discord at some point. It'll be a cold day in hell when I start a Discord, you guys, because like I don't know what you guys would like what role does a Discord have? I think the most it would do is maybe I would set up a bot that's like, hey guys, I'm going live, and that would be like an announcement thing, but I don't know. You guys should in theory get announcements on Twitch already. If you don't, slam that bell or whatever the fuck it looks like on Twitch and get notified next time I go live or whatever. Untissen, hello, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Goose says, you need to start wearing wireframe glasses all the time. That screams nerd. Oh, so this we're talking about so that way I can be recognizable as a nerd. I don't know. I think the fact that I'm attractive tends to outdo whatever the fuck I end up. I mean, I do want to wear more subtle D&D merch and things like that. Or merch for my friends who are known D&D content creators. So that way it's like more, I don't know, where the people who get it sort of thing. But yeah, Max Sound is here. Hi, hello. Johnny Boy says a paper mache monster would also be good for the newspaper encounter. That would be pretty sick, actually. Origami creatures would be cool. Yeah, Shadow Wolf is here. Hi, Shadow. Oh my gosh. Also, we have a gifted sub. Oh my goodness. To Alec. Ah, fuck that guy. Arya Fox says, hey, my husband Cowboy follows you on TikTok and he says hi. Hi, hello, friend's husband. Oh my god, okay, wait, we got a couple. Oh my goodness. Wait, Pedro Ramalia is giving a fuck ton of subs. First of all, I have you on the board already, so I can't. Oh my gosh, gifting subs to the bots, to the Stream Elements bot as well. Thank you. Okay, wait. I absolutely have to catch up on chat. Pete? Oh, solid. Pete works way better. Remind me in like 2 seconds when I get back down to this part of chat, because I gotta do some catching up. Let's see. I answered the question from Yulong. We were talking about Strahd being a handsome boy. I actually gender bent Strahd for my campaign. Taz also said, why is the stream called Broken Stuff? Was Diana on a rage earlier? So my lights were broken earlier. And I fully anticipate that they will fall off again at some point during the course of this stream. Probably soon. The tape I use to keep things up is not fantastic. But yeah. Let's see. Goose says, Diana, world lore. Celestian, I need more. My lore is, oh my god, I got so much of it, you guys. I tend to not share the lore that I actually have, but we're talking about like the framework of it so you guys can take it and build your own lore. So for instance, when I build countries, right, there's only a couple things that I actually build. I put the genetic makeup, the race makeup of the country down somewhere. I put down the shapes of their coins, because every country has their own coins and things like that. Oh my gosh, the Who 117 subbed with Prime. Thank you so much, the Who. Let me get you on the board. We're not going to ask about what happened to the Who's number 1 through 116. Welcome in. But yeah, I can kind of go over that when I have a sec and don't need to answer as many questions, because I do want to get to your guys' questions first. Let's see. Reskinning is DM's bread and butter. Absolutely it is. Okay. Mike Titan says, I recommend starting small with homebrew, making a pantheon and then a starting village. Yeah, honestly, most of the time your players won't even leave the starting village or starting city. They'll go into like some random wilderness. In the wilderness, you don't really have to build. You just have to throw a couple random maps out there and you'll be fine. Let's see. Tass says, can the canal be eerie? Oh my goodness. And Alcito is still here. Firefee is like, where is he? He's here. He's vibing. For those who are new here, Alcito is the mascot of the stream. My lovely viewers have donated to let him kind of hang out and vibe. Let me do that. Yeah. So you can kind of watch. Alcito's here. Let's see. Rita Scable says, I have DM'd a game and changed out a few things for shadow creatures. Designed a big bad as the soul of the Clockwork King. Oh, that's so cool. Also, dude, if you just come up with a badass title for something, oh my god. Just like the rest just falls into place. The rest just follows. I like it a lot. I don't know. It's an easy way to world build. It's just taking inspo from a random name generator and calling it good or some such thing. Simi is here. Hey, Simi. Okay, I'm gonna skip past all this stuff about having 12 people in your party for obvious reasons. Also, Almaloon 101, hello, thank you for the follow. Mike Titan says, if you aren't a seasoned DM or don't have at least 50% of the group who are vets, I'd recommend not trying more than 5 or 6. Yeah, so it gets hectic. For the campaigns where the West Marches style games where more than 5 or 6 people show up, I don't do combat. I try and kind of like move it around to maybe not be combat, maybe exploration a little bit, or something like that, you know, negotiation, some sort of social thing. Harper House Rules is here. Hey, Harper. Let's see. Mike Titan says I've done 8 and it was too much. Yeah, it's a lot. Combat takes forever. People start to like get bored when it's not their turn. I play with D&D content creators, right? Other D&D influencers, and so it tends to be pretty chill. I don't know if I would do it with like newbies though. Firefree says, oh, that was talking about the alerts on stream. I will fix that as soon as I get a chance. Is this still not working, by the way? The alerts? I guess it's been a sec since someone's joined, so we'll have to take a look after that. Let's see. Gonna scroll down. The OD1 Canody says the Pomodoro method is for losers, by the way. Yeah, dude, I have a bunch of running jokes that I have on my, which no one will ever see. I am Diana the Rose on Spotify, but like I don't advertise it. But every time I make a joke about having a certain Spotify playlist for some highly specific scenario or something like that, it's Gray. Hello, welcome in. Thanks for being a follower. Welcome to the party. I do actually go out and make whatever playlist I was talking about, and then I make it available for people. So like you can find the playlist where I was talking about the Pomodoro method being for losers. I have a playlist of Christmas trap music. I have a playlist of Halloween trap music. I think I've got a playlist that's called like songs I would do absolutely horrendous sinful things to. That's on there somewhere. One that's like music for cleaning, but it's just like Latin music. So yeah, there's a lot there. Main Pious Fool wants me to hydrate. Also, Arcadros, I did see your Taraka deck fortune. I'll get to it in a moment. But yeah, someone said I need a Thanksgiving trap music playlist and an Easter trap music. As soon as they make Easter trap, I am there. Goose says, how does one expand beyond the We Are a Guild premise of West Marches when it is so hard to collaborate with the story? Or is it more for people to just enjoy that little mini story? So there is still like forward progress. So what you can do is you can kind of make it so that they focus on the downtime parts of D&D. So maybe when they're not out adventuring and they're not out making the land safer, you know, maybe if they do enough local quests, the neighboring kingdom starts to reach out and they're like, hey, do you want to become part of our kingdom? Do they say yes? Do they say no? Does the neighboring kingdom then hire the adventurers out to do other things? Oh my gosh, Dawson! Hi! Hell yeah! I can absolutely do that. Thank you so much, Dawson. Oh my gosh. Okay, fuck, I need a new dono goal in it, and I don't know what the other dono goals are. Let me take a look. So for those who have been here for a while, first of all, I'll take the little rose garland off of the wish list for sure. One of the other things that we were gonna get was a like camera mount, because the lovely Dracobane sent over a DSLR that I can use for stream, but I haven't been able to like mount it anywhere because I don't have that sort of mount. There is one available on Amazon, but it'd be like 35 something bucks. So I could set that as the new goal if you like. If you guys have something else that you want me to do, I can do that as well. I'm honestly, like I said, like this is mostly to go back towards stream. So whatever you guys tell me to do, I'm happy to do it. For camera upgrade, I'll say, and then we'll set that to, I believe it's 35. And I should probably turn off my phone if I'm going to stream, because I am, in fact, a professional, sort of. Okay, so yeah, do they try and become their own like sovereign nation, like Yulong says? Do they, do they decide to like start building out the infrastructure of whatever land that they claim? Like, how do they protect it? You can really fuck around with like the massive parts of wealth and spending wealth in D&D when you have a West Marches style campaign. Yeah, let's see. Someone says, I'm curious if a West Marches could work on Start Playing. I can ask Devin. I know the owner of Start Playing. Absolutely fucking amazing dude. So nice. I don't think anyone's tried it, but if someone has, then he would know. Xander Carson over on TikTok says, would you ever play Dragon Age? Seems like something you would love. I have played all three of them. I started playing Inquisition again, but I haven't finished it because it's like, oh, it takes so long and I don't have the time. I'm like working 5 projects right now, 2 of which are my normal job. But yeah. Okay. Flint says, how do you survive in Hama's chat? It's brutal over there. I don't. I usually mute it. No, I'm kidding. I listen in, and I listen for my name mostly, though. Let's see. Let me catch up. I'm back down to a couple of like the older hello type messages. I'm gonna try and skip past those. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of messages here. Okay, I'm trying to get to your questions. I promise I will get to all of them. Dylan says, I've always found the best way to get better at descriptions is to read or listen to audiobooks. Ooh, yeah, so that's a really good one. Goose also says, a shot is a good way to calm the nerves. Oh yeah, absolutely. What's your shot of choice? So usually tequila. Yeah, usually tequila. But I will also like grab whatever's around. Like if I only have a cranberry vodka or some such thing, that tends to work really well. I don't know. It's just whatever I can take a shot of, I guess. For those who are 21 and over, highly recommend trying it at least once. It helps you not be nervous about the fact that you're about to be a DM for like 4 or 5 people who are all, in my case, D&D influencers and all that. Oh my gosh, PJ Romaglia says, I think I just... Romaglia, I keep forgetting the G. I will give you a nickname here in a sec. They say, I think we're gonna need a new goal already. I just bought / ordered the camera mount from Diana's wishlist. Are you serious? PJ, that was it. Okay, PJ, I'm gonna write this down right now. First of all, PJ, here we are. Okay. That's all set up. And also, thank you so much. Holy hell. So, since it's coming off the wish list too, that means that I can Oh my god, that's gonna be here within like a couple days. I might be able to get that set up before PAX. Which, for those who aren't aware, I am going to PAX Unplugged. If you guys are gonna be there, please come say hi. If you see a girl with like blonde and red hair, please, I'd love to talk to you guys. T says, are you on Twitch too? I am, yeah. So I'm currently over on Twitch. For those who are on TikTok, hopping over to Twitch helps me out a lot, actually. So that is far preferred. Beyond that, I don't know what else to put the stream goal at, you guys. Should I just like, I'll just make it some question marks so that way we can get that, we can noodle on that for a sec, as Dev says. Like Somalia, just rat instead of so Romalia. Oh, like Ro, I keep thinking Romalia. Okay, Romalia, got it. Tass says Pax Dianus. Yes, yeah, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be on a panel too with a bunch of different D&D content creators. So if you guys are, especially for you, those of you who are still hanging out on TikTok, Alec the Bard, D&D Imposter, Hamasama-kun, Latino Z and Spooky Shit, and one other person who I'm not super familiar with are all going to be on a panel together talking about how to GM. So it's kind of like a long form, crowdsourced version of answers to your guys' D&D questions. Highly recommend showing up. It's going to be on Saturday at 6 o'clock over in Philadelphia. December 1st through 3rd is the con. Let's see. Oh, Amaloon101, thank you so much for the sub. Oh my gosh. Okay, so yeah, let me get you on here as well. I'm running out of fucking colors, dude. Holy hell. Amaloon, thank you so much. I'm gonna toss your name down here underneath the 1. Amaloon, because it seems to match the 101 that I have there existing. Isaac the Cook says, where do you get inspiration for world building? Do you go into nature or pull from other authors and creators? So sometimes I go into nature. I am also a zoology major, so I used to do this thing where I would take like ancient extinct creatures. So for instance, the hell pig, or old like, I don't know, basically like old extinct megafauna, and I would turn those into D&D inspiration. I also look at Magic the Gathering cards quite often. I look at like art, character art, and things like that. So that's, I don't know, I just kind of like think about, okay, well, what role does this have in an environment? What role would this have in a campaign? Like, what kind of story would make sense for this guy? Tony No Show, hello, welcome in. Also, Mike says to do a food check. Yeah, let me catch up on this real fast, and then I can do a little food check. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Let me catch up. I might have to skip a couple things here. Harper House says, what's your favorite D&D official campaign with more of an RP focus? Strahd? Strahd probably has the best RP focus of any of the published campaigns so far. I think, yeah, probably Strahd. If you're going for like the complete opposite of that, Dungeon the Mad Mage is like not at all like that. However, the one that is closest in RP like level to Strahd, from what I understand, is Icewind Dale. So I do want to read through that at some point. Raven the Milo, hello, welcome in. Let's see. Romalia says, are we asking questions in here? Indeed. And then, someone said to like, comment, and subscribe. Appreciate it. Let's see. Okay, so Arcatros, I got to your Taraka deck question. You said, I've been saving up for this. I have a D&D session coming up. I'm doing a variation of Tyranny of Dragons in my homebrew world as a starter adventure before the homebrew gets wacky, and I take it to epic levels and crazy anime stuffs. Apart from the ramble, how's the campaign gonna go for the next semester? It's my first technically long term. Let's find out. So for those who are new here, I have a Taraka deck. And for those who aren't aware, Taraka decks are like from Curse of Strahd in D&D 5e. It's like this whole thing that the characters use to basically randomly determine the course of the campaign. It shows you where all the MacGuffins go and things like that. And then they can also use it to get fortunes told. So when someone redeems, God, I think it's like 2100 sprouts on my channel, I can go through and give them a little fortune telling of whatever question they have. And the question was to see how the upcoming semester for this person's campaign is going to go. Arcatros, you picked the Trader. Damn, it's actually, you can actually see it. Yeah, nice. All right. I think the lighting's not an upgrade yet, but it's getting there. It at least makes it easier to read the cards. So what I usually do is I go through and I look up I just Googled Trader. I meant Trader from the Taraka deck, not just Trader Joe's. And I Google the meaning of the card and I do a little interpretation. Obviously do not use the Taraka deck fortunes to do any like major financial decisions or life decisions. I cannot be held responsible for that, and please don't make me be responsible. But yeah, let's see. So, Trader. down in the coins section of the deck, it signifies commerce, smuggling and black markets, or fair and equitable trades. That seems like a very middle-of-the-road answer based on your question, not gonna lie. I would say give it a shot, see where it goes, and pray for good fortune. Seems like the way to go. Jeff says, what does the Trader Joe's card mean? It means you'll get some really good orange chicken in your future. Dude, the Trader Joe's orange chicken. Can we... fuck, I can't keep derailing to food. I got so many people here and so many questions to fucking catch up on. I'm gonna speedrun this. Yulong says, when you first started content creation, did you find it easy to keep going even with no followers? Yes, but only because I started making jokes that I didn't see over... I make the type of content I like to see, and so that makes it really easy to do it for myself first, and then, like, not, you know, I don't know. If people liked it, they liked it. If they didn't, you know, they don't. Like, God, the amount of times that I watch my own thirst traps and stuff is absurd, and watch my own videos and whatnot. So that makes it easy to keep going, is because I genuinely like my content, and if other people like it too, then that's relatable and that's fine. And if they don't, then it's still fun to make. Let's see. Skipping back down. Speaking of world building, do you start in and build outwards? Like start with a town and village and slowly build the world around it? Or do you build out and work your way in? I usually start on the most massive level possible, where I look at the level of celestials and the world as a whole, right? So I think about not just the planet, but also who made the planet? Like what's the lore behind world creation? Who made those worlds? Who made the continents? Who made the races? So I think about deities first, and then I think about the world, and then I think about, okay, how did it get there? Like, what's the lore there? How did creation happen in this universe? Then I go into the continent level. I just make outlines of continents, and I showed how I did that once. If I have time, I can show it again. Boston's Law, welcome in. Thanks for following. And I see all these redeems. I'm gonna get to them, I promise. And then I go through and I split the continents into a couple different portions to make different countries. And then I go in and I put down the capitals of countries and then major cities, just like quite literally pins on a map. Like, okay, this is where I'd put a city. I'd put a city at the mouth of this river, you know, right up here. From there, that's where I leave it. I do not fill in the cities until I need them for a specific campaign, in which case I go in and I actually start like basically randomly generating all the stores and things like that, all the basic skeletons of what a society would need to function. And then from there, I just kind of focus on what the party would reasonably need. Like, I'm not going to make every single bakery in a giant town, but I will make like 1 or 2 bakeries, and then if the party's like, oh, okay, I need a bakery, I just kind of ad lib. I'm like, oh, okay, well, you know, roll an investigation check to find it, and then if you find it, it's like, okay, well, it's 3 blocks down and then 2 doors up, and then I will go into my personal map and mark it down and be like, okay, this bakery goes right here from now on. So as long as you remember what you do from then on out. So it's very much like out in sort of thing. I said I was going to speed round these. I did not do that at all. But yeah. Let's see. Johnny Boy says, what do you use for minis for your campaign? I use the proper minis. Oh shit, I don't have any down here right now. They're all on my shelf. I've got a massive shelf full of unpainted miniatures, and I really want more time to paint those, you guys. But I use the proper D&D ones when I play in person. That being said, I don't play in person, like, basically ever. Sorini says, have you ever thought about starting your own D&D podcast? I really love these chats. Oh boy! Oh man, do I have a fucking announcement for you. Yes! And it's coming out soon, and I will make the formal announcement over on TikTok and probably here for like several days, hyping it up at some point. But that's gonna be yes, it's coming, like way quicker than you think. So that is gonna be a thing. And Endeavorance, my lovely podcast co-host, has also asked me to do a Taraka deck fortune, asking how will the podcast launch go? Let's find out, buddy. And by God, I really wish you weren't pinning this on the fucking Taraka deck in the middle of stream. What if I do like the trader card? What if you stab me in the back and just take over the podcast? Necromancer Dev, I hope you're still listening, because I swear to God, if this turns out to be a bad one, I'm gonna be pissed. The Necromancer card signifies, let's see, I gotta go back up to the wands part of stars part of the deck. Unnatural events and unhealthy obsessions, those who follow a destructive path. God fucking damn it, Dev. I'm gonna say unhealthy obsessions, as in you guys are gonna fucking love this podcast and gonna want to listen to it on repeat. Because I'm not at all kidding when I say that when Dev showed me the first couple test episodes for the podcast, I was listening to it and I was like, damn, I really want to go world build now. Because that is all about world building, and I'll get more into it when we have like a formal announcement and we coordinate on how we want to do that. Everyone's talking about orange chicken. Also, Infinitely Texan, welcome in. Same with Vase J. Hi. Oh my gosh. Also, someone asked me to roll a D20 for PJ. Bloodmane Leo redeemed it. The D20 is teensy today. We got a teensy 20. It is tiny. I got this from an ex a long time ago when they were trying to get me to not break up with them. It almost worked. I'm a slut for dice, but this is a teensy little, like, kind of see-through. It's got the same marbling as, like, basically a marble. So we're gonna go ahead and roll that for PJ. Oh my gosh. A 7. Oh god, I need a dice tray. Fuck's sake. PJ, you got a 7. Welcome to the group. Not the best welcome, but still. Okay. Let's see. Dawson says she's making some sort of podcast with someone else, but she's definitely going to cover that more when she gets to it. Yes, the message. Sorry, it's so far behind. But yes, it is a world building podcast. It's basically this, and it also takes a lot of viewer input. So when I announce it, you guys will have a place that you can go, and if I don't get to your questions on stream, or just in general, if you're like, damn, I want someone who's not Diana to have an input on this, there's going to be a place where you can submit your questions and suggest your stuff for us to talk about. But it's basically world building made easy, and you guys are going to love it. Because it's not like one of those complex, fucking boring to listen to world building podcasts. It's just Dev and I riffing, and then also giving really fucking good advice. We'll take examples of what people do amazing in world building. People like, you know, the people who write things for Critical Role and things like that. And we're like, okay, well, let's break this down. Like, how can the average normal human being do this? Like, you know, how to make a good NPC. We break it into steps. How to improv. Oh my God, we give improv tips. Holy shit. It's so much. It's such a good fucking podcast, you guys. I'm so stoked for it. Okay, let's see. Dawson says we need to get Alcito a little sword for war crimes. You guys, okay. I'm gonna do something here real fast, and I'm gonna be very careful about it because TikTok. I'm also live on TikTok, and I know they are gonna hate this out. Give me a sec, because we may or may not have gotten one of our dono goals from fucking forever ago, which I'm not gonna unsheath. But I'm in fact going to set it right here in front of Alcito, and you guys are gonna watch him for a sec. Calebra, watch chat while I go get the food. Admit that I've never had a Yum bowl before or been to Cafe Yum, so I don't really know, like, what the hell is this? They gave me a tinfoil stick. Who's talking about a child left alone with a weapon? Alright, fine, I'm taking the weapon away. Goddamn. I can't keep it out there for much longer anyway, otherwise TikTok's gonna get mad at me. But anyway, thank you so much to whoever sent the food my way. I don't think they ever... Did they ever name who they were? Corn dog? I don't think it's a corn dog. Who tinfoils a stick? That's what I'm wondering. Random said I sent their food? Oh, thank you, Random. I might have missed it. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for the snack. I appreciate that immensely, because as usual, I go straight from work to here, and generally don't have time to eat. And honestly, still, I don't have time to eat, often even after all this. But it's fun. It's good. I can snack in between trying to stave off your guys' nonsense and trying to read chat. Zach over on TikTok says, at what point do you stop world building? At what point do you think it's too much? As soon as you go into like crazy details that your party will never ever ask about. Like if you're planning out every single shop in a town, don't do it. I would just say have like a small list of shops in each possible niche. So like, you know, 1 or 2 ideas for a blacksmith, or 1 or 2 ideas and story ideas for like a, wait, I don't think this sauce is supposed to go in this. Oh well. For like a tailor and things like that. And then just like, I don't know, drop that info as needed. So if they go into like town A and they never run into a tailor, then there's no point in you having put a tailor in town A. Instead, you can like wait until they ask for a tailor and then just pull it out of the list of ready-made tailors you have and then just drop it wherever they happen to be at the time. So if that makes sense. Okay. Whew. Gotta take a break. Goodness, with the talking, with the what are those sword-shaped letter openers for Alcito? Yeah, I think I'm still way behind, but it's not sharp. I will say that it's quite dull. I would sharpen it myself. I think I have a whetstone somewhere, but I will get on that when I feel more confident in my abilities to do so. Shadow Wolf says, Dinah, do you play Magic the Gathering? I do not so much. PJ says, did you get a Discord? No, sorry. I don't have time to moderate it because, again, this is not my full-time job, so I don't know. Okay, I'm up to the camera part. Let's see. Goose says, you know Devin personally. I do. Devin hosts parties for the content creators and stuff, so we often go to those during cons and things. Let's see. Darkman says, I gotta do some after-hours work tonight. Oh, man. I think we're talking about our plans. Calevra's praising the fact that I take a shot of tequila before every game. More talk about plans. Let's see. Darkman says, did the battery get taken care of? It did! We're all set on the battery. So that's all good to go. I just need a place to mount it. Let's see. Dawson says, I wish it was economical to just come to PAX and say hi. I will also be at Gen Con next year and probably TwitchCon if we can get up to Twitch Partner by the time that happens. We're kind of inching our way back up. We're back down below 70 average, which is unfortunate, but you know, I have faith that something will happen to help boost things. Still, having like 68, 70 people coming to a stream is really good for someone who's only been streaming for like 2 or 3 months. Like, that's insane. It's absurd. You guys are so nice. But yeah, anyway, let's see. Oh my gosh, we're also at 12 out of 10 for our sub goal. So let me fix that before I get any further as well. We're gonna up that to 15 because that seems reasonable. It's kind of a slow night, you know. I will also say there's like everyone else also streaming at the exact same time. So people who follow like D&D TikTokers and whatnot probably are kind of have their attention split a little bit. But yeah, if you guys ever see me at any con, absolutely feel free to come say hi. Let's see. Goose says, what exactly is PAX? I'm always hear people talking about it, but I never remember to ask. So it's like a combination. So there's normally a couple different ones across the world that are gaming conventions, right? So PAX East, PAX West, I don't know what the middle one is, and I know there's PAX Australia as well. This one is PAX U, also known as PAX Unplugged, which is stepping away from the fact that it's a video game convention and going into just like a like gaming convention, a tabletop convention. From what I understand, it's like a party con for content creators. A couple of them are more party cons, a couple are more like industry, like networking and things like that cons. So each one is different, but PAX Unplugged is, from what I understand, one of probably the second biggest one outside of Gen Con that most of us go to. Emmeloon says, got a jet to sleep. Oh, that was like half an hour ago too. I'm so sorry. But here for all things D&D in the future. Oh, awesome. Well, thanks for swinging by. Okay, I'm working my way back around. Dawson says, I bet the podcast is going to be amazing with all the work I've heard from her about you guys. Aw. Random says, I think the lighting has made your camera look much better. Yeah, it also looks really fucking ominous when I do the whole, oh god damn it, I don't know where my phone went. I was going to change it to red again because that was all spooky and shit, but I don't know where my phone went. Sorry. Dark _8A, welcome in. Thank you so much for being a follower. Good to have you. Oh, and a subscriber. Damn, right away. Needed 0 convincing. Welcome in. Glad to have you. Thanks for subbing with Prime. I appreciate that a ton. Okay, so Dark, I'm gonna put your name up here. Dark _8A. I have stopped giving a shit about the fact that I draw over my own drawings on these whiteboards. It is what it is. Let's see. A lot of talk about orange chicken a long time ago. Goose says, I think the lighting looks great. I think it also helped the quality of the stream stay consistent because my phone doesn't have to adjust to all the lighting changes. That's valid. There's a lot of talks about thirst traps, orange chicken, of course, in the same sentence, which I always appreciate. Isaac says, how would you cook a D&D inspired dinner party? Ooh, definitely like peasant food, but like obviously with all the solid spices and stuff that the peasants didn't have back then. So things like maybe like a nice hock of ham or like turkey legs or things like that. Some stew, maybe. A nice like fantasy fae themed dessert would be super cool. Fae themed cocktails with like little sparkly like luster dust and things like that in it as well would be super good. I actually have both the Heroes Feast cookbooks as well, so at some point during the stream, once we get the proper camera set up, which thanks to PJ we are going to have the camera mount for, and from there I think I have almost everything. I have the lav mic, I have lighting that's actual like stand-up lighting, I have the mostly sound panels. I don't have sound panels for the kitchen, so that'll be a little bit echoey, unfortunately. I'm gonna have a camera stand, so we're gonna be pretty well on our way to being able to do cooking streams where I can cook from the D&D cookbook, which I found out like immediately after I announced that was a thing that I was going to do. That there is also a actual like D&D adventure network of shows that is doing that. So that's gonna be a whole thing. I guess I'm fucking competing with the actual D&D network. Also, Lana May 01, welcome in. Same with Frya Turkey. Frya Turkey says, I am gonna DM my first game tomorrow. Any advice? Yeah, the main advice I have is that the imposter syndrome never goes away, and I am so sorry for that in advance. Like, you genuinely, no matter what, no matter how great your sessions are, God, it always turns out that you walk away from it and you're like, shit, I could have done that better. I say just accept whatever mistakes happen. There's going to be things that you forget about a creature's stat block. There's going to be issues that come up. There's a lot that can go wrong, and it will go wrong, you know, Murphy's Law and all that. This is literally just a stick of meat. I don't remember putting this on the street stream. I'm going to set that down out of camera view for reasons. But yeah, I'd say just don't be too hard on yourself. It's really easier said than done because, again, the imposter syndrome will be a thing no matter what. Like, I am considered, right, a D&D influencer. I'm considered a good DM, but no one's ever actually seen me DM. Like, outside of my influencer friends. And even them, like, coming up to me and being like, hey, you were a good DM, like, great session. It's like, oh, man, really? Or are you just saying that, you know? But yeah. Clever says you should do a painting stream. That is going to be a thing, for sure. Yeah, so once I get the DSLR set up, and I also need a new miniature painting, like thing. I can't show it on camera, but I have a miniature painting like light that is broken and has been broken for quite a while. But that's something that I plan on doing. I do need to get it. I need to talk to other miniature paint streamers basically, to see how they have their set up. But yeah. All right. Okay, this is still Orange Chicken Talk. Someone saying how podcasts are so fun. Just started one and it's such a good time. Honestly, the goal is to be easy listening to. Not like boring, not like NPR, not like, you know, what's that one that, oh my god, Planet Money, I think, could be kind of boring sometimes. It's not like a news show or anything like that. It's like, I don't know, anything that's scripted. We don't do stuff like that. We're just riffing and talking. And there's a lot of jokes and oh my god, there's so many bloopers and such good moments that come out of that podcast, you guys. Holy hell. But yeah, it's good to listen to on the way on a commute, just like any podcast. But also it's like just good inspiration as well. Like it's like you can, I don't know, even when I was listening to the test episodes, like I said, I was like, shit, this is really solid. Like now I want to go build the thing that we had talked about, which I'm not going to spoil. Tassel said, I love Planet Money. I haven't listened to Planet Money since like I had to for school, so give me a break on that one. It was an assignment, don't hurt me. Let's see. There's more Orange Chicken talk. There's talk about the fact that we got a dagger for Alicito, which is it. I do want to say the dagger has like I believe a bone handle. It matches the sword, which is on the way quite perfectly. I like it a lot. I'm very stoked for the sword. I just don't really know what to do with the dagger. Like it's got a sheath and everything, but it's not like I don't know where to put it. It's just out on my desk. Oh, Mike said he sent the Yum Bowl? Okay, well, whichever one of you it was, thank you so much. That's super nice of you. Love it. Random says, I think we both sent food, although I'm not sure how that's possible, because I thought there was a cooldown. There definitely is. I checked my email for the first time in forever, and Treat Stream was like, hey, I am so sorry about all the double orders and things like that. And I'm like, okay, so sorry that it was a problem for... you guys, because it seems like a really small operation, you know? Okay. But yeah, hopefully you guys are getting refunds. If you aren't, please let me know and I will try and step in on my end and help. I don't think I can, though. I think it's really just like a you guys thing. Alrighty. Let me continue going on. We're talking about packs. People talking about PCs and NPCs. Dark 80A says hello, and they said, I love the TikTok content and got converted to the Twitch gang. Thanks for being here. Honestly, the conversion is fantastic for me. I appreciate it a lot. The war between platforms is always hard to navigate, but people moving over onto Twitch from TikTok helps me out a ton. Let's see. Fen says, I forgot the Book of Many came out today. Oh, shit, yeah. Oh my god, I need to buy that. I've got like a month before I can buy it due to the fact that PayPal holds on to people's funds for a while, but I'll get it eventually, I promise. Fried Turkey says, oh, I read that one already. Let's see. Main Pie's Fool says, don't listen to the imposter syndrome voice. It's so much easier said than done. It is so difficult to just like be like, yeah, I'm good at something, you know? But yeah. Okay. PR says the sound... Why does that say PR? That should say PJ. I am so frazzled today. Here we are. PJ says that the sound panel problem has been fixed. Which problem? Is it not... Does it sound okay? I can also get some sound panels off of my wall. I can just tear them down and put them near my mic if that would help. Let's see. PR says... PJ. Jesus Christ. It says, Alcito has proficiency with simple melee weapons, though. I don't know, buddy. Do you? I don't know. Do familiars have... I classify him as a familiar, if anything. Maybe as, like, a companion at some point. PJ says cough sound panels from the Amazon wishlist. Are you kidding? Did you actually, like, send those my way as well? Jesus Christ, PJ. Oh my god, yeah. Wait, they're gone. They were here 2 seconds ago. I just like refreshed about a different page and like, Jesus, PJ, that's awesome. Oh my god. Okay, wait, where's your name on this? can I like draw? I can't do anything more to like help you. I don't know. Thank you so much. Goodness, I'm gonna circle your name like a bunch of times and just be like MVP of the day. Thank you immensely. I'm also gonna give you VIP status because that is super sweet of you. Let me go ahead and open up. If you'll notice people who have like the little diamond next to their name in chat, and again, this is the Twitch chat for those who are over on TikTok. I have, there we go. I have a little like basically an army at this point of people who are VIPs, and that usually means that they help the stream in some way. So let me see, PJ or Ramalia. Let me get you VIP status. We're at VIP number 32 out of 50, so we're gonna have to do a cleanse at some point, which will suck, but it shouldn't be too hard to get back up there. Sam's MTG Twitch, welcome in. Hello, hello. Okay. B-Ball Austin is also here. They say, "What's up, Diana? How's it going?" Pretty good. I'm doing okay. Just vibing. I should probably munch on something here in a sec. And I also saw a new question come in over on TikTok, so I'll answer that here soon. Fen says, "For me, simulacrum." I could just send them to work for... Oh, I don't know what that conversation is. Whoops. He just says you can do whatever you want. I'm just here for the company. You say you're too new to have VIP? Absolutely not. Like, everyone here, everyone who talked after you has VIP. Except for Tass. But yeah, Kashka says we are many, for we are the thorns. Oh yeah, should we have a special name for people who are like, who are VIPs? I don't know. Random says, was getting snacks. Oh, PJ got sound panels. Yeah, PJ got all the sound panels. Guys, there are like $90 worth of sound panels on there. Like, that's enough to cover my rooms in. That's amazing. Like, that's fucking awesome. And that'll help a lot with, like, I don't know, just the setup for when I have to film outside of this desk as well, because that's enough to cover not just this room, but the living room and the kitchen and stuff. So thank you so much. Okay. I'm caught up on chat, so I think I'm good. Over on TikTok, Chris Ken says, "Are there any tips for cursed Great Axe weapons? I plan on giving it to a player who loves fighting." So the classic weapon, when it comes to like the classic weapon curse, that is that you are unwilling to get rid of it, of course. And then the one that they use on Critical Role and also in a lot of media is one where when you start fighting, you cannot stop. So if it's for someone who likes fighting and you're trying to teach them a lesson about being a murder hobo, like that's a really good one, because then it's like, shit, dude, like you are out of control. Maybe we should teach you a lesson and have you not be so crazy about like just killing everything in sight. So it should give them a bonus for killing people, or like a kill streak, maybe up to maybe like a 4 cap, because I wouldn't put it too high because I can get a little crazy. Something like that would be a good one. You can also make it so that the Great Axe seeks a specific, like, type of humanoid, right? So maybe it used to be wielded by someone who hunted down, I don't know, kobolds. I always pick on kobolds because they're, like, the easiest type of creature to fight. But you can make it so like the person who once wielded that weapon absolutely hated kobolds, and so now whenever a kobold is within a certain distance, like you have no choice except to attack it. You have to make a will saving throw, otherwise you attack it. Of course that gets a little questionable when it comes to like race things, but you could do it with like a certain type of beast or non-humanoid monstrosity, things like that, and see how they mess with it. However, it should also have a withdrawal syndrome. So if you go for long enough without killing something or without choosing, like basically fighting the target, then that becomes a problem. But yeah. PJ says, also I get paid again tomorrow, so let me know what else you think you need in general. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I mean, again, I'm vibing. I work in biotech for my day job, so when it comes to like keeping the stream self-sustaining and things like that, it really is mostly just like whatever you guys want me to have. Lighting tends to help. There's a lot of lights over on the Twitch stream, so like on the Amazon wish list, one of the things I wanted to get, and am I gonna dox myself? Yeah, there's nothing here that I can dox myself with. So over next to my miniature painting, you see that green right there? Like right about here. So that's an arch that I put on my apartment wall, definitely against my landlady's recommendations. And I want to put like a little an arch of like some Govee like rope lights around it to kind of light it up a little bit, because that'll also help with side lighting for the stream. So that's probably top of the list, but other than that, you can also just choose whatever you like. Like, that's honestly really sweet of you. And also don't use your entire paycheck on me, because that would be, I cannot do that. Peaches says biotech. I work for IBM in cybersecurity. Oh yeah, I used to know so when I worked in IBM. I work in biotech in more like the pharma space though, like quality and things like that. I can't go into detail because it's a very small subfield that no one's ever heard of. But yeah. Mike Titan says, hey, so Alec and Chris have their Kickstarter going and they're only like $1,500 off from meeting their goal. Dude, yeah, if you guys haven't also looked at the Heroes of Bastion Kickstarter, I did repost that today. Alec and Chris and D&D, the other Chris, D&D Imposter and Hamasamakun are all friends of mine, and they're trying to do season 2 of the critically acclaimed Heroes of Bastion. So the Kickstarter for that is live. So that's always, if you guys want to go support them, that can also help. Chris says thank you. Thank you, Chris. Thanks for the questions. Let me get back to the other questions here. Fen says it was the answer to my highlighted question. Oh, I think I missed it. Whoops. Cashcal says Bloodthirster. Yeah, I would name it something that's not super like obvious. So you can make it so that it's named something like Bloodthirster, but it's in a different language. So that way it's in like Celestial or Abyssal or something that has to do with the original wielder of the weapon. Because I'm a slut for like ancestral weapons or weapons that have some sort of like, I don't know, like origin story, basically. And maybe it was descended from a saint, but it was a saint of a bad god, because people always consider saints to be like good or, you know, good aligned beings. There could be saints to bad gods just as easily as there can be saints to good gods. So like a saint of Lolth could be a thing. So maybe it's like called Bloodthirster or something like that, but it's called that in Undercommon, and the character who's wielding it might not know that or might not have the intelligence to figure that out. So you can go a lot of different directions with it flavor-wise. So that's a lot of fun. PJ says, have you as a DM ever got one of your PCs with the strangling necklace cursed item? No. Wait, I didn't even know that was a thing. Really? Oh my god. That one sounds kind of mean, not gonna lie. Delren wants me to check my posture. Yeah, absolutely. Goose is back. Hello, Goose. And Gessa over on Twitch says, kobolds are easy to fight. I once downed half a level 4 party with 3 kobolds. It wasn't even made to be a difficult encounter. So they're scrappy as shit. And it also depends on if you're fighting in their territory or not, because kobolds are super well known for like setting traps and things like that. That is like, they're a lot of fun to mess with because it's like they're intelligent, but they're intelligent in a very specific way. They will also self-sacrifice in an instant to protect the rest of the colony. And so you can kind of play with that a little bit, and then also introduce the idea of morality, right? So if you're fighting a bunch of kobolds and you're clearing out a kobold nest, and you start to see these kobolds dying for their own cause, willingly, like throwing their lives on the line, you have to stop and think about like, oh shit, like are we the bad guys? Especially if you have a character who speaks, you know, kobold, whatever they speak. Is it Undercommon? I'm pretty sure it's Undercommon. Fen says, I once gave a cursed cube of force that functioned normally most of the time, but would randomly create the effects every now and then. So last session, I just found out that Gale, and this is mildly, not at all related to cube of force, but a sphere of annihilation is what I was thinking of. Tangentially related, but like, goddamn, I didn't realize that was going to be a thing in this game. That explains so much. So much. Let's see. Mike says, I know that electrical panel. I want to cover it up with like a painting or something, but I'd have to find a painting that I like. Goose says kobolds are supposed to be like a one-hit kill. Yeah, it's like they have like their own sort of weird intelligence about it though. And if you guys already haven't like seen it, there is a whole book about like, oh god, what is it? It's about like monster tactics. Let me see if I can find it. Oh my goodness, here we are. D&D Monster Tactics. I think it's like the monsters know what they're doing. Yeah, there it is. So they've got a series of books that's basically like, and you can Google like the monsters know what they're doing, Medusa, for example. So monsters know what they're doing. And then you can have, like, even without buying the book, just like the individual tactics for different types of monsters. And it's like, okay, well, this type of monster, and obviously if you do this, just make sure that you're playing with players who know what they're doing as well. You know, it says like, okay, well, they have these features, these really good traits. This distance is what they tend to work best at, so they should try and control the battlefield by being this far away from this type of creature. And since they have this much intelligence, you can justify them going after the healer first, or something like that. I highly recommend it. I haven't ever read these books, but I tend to look up these individual pages every now and then when I'm looking at ways to basically stump my veteran players. So I like doing that quite often. Let's see. Dawson says, I wish I could get a job as a cyber analyst. I'm a sysadmin and trying to change rules a bit to the DevOps side. And Cash Cow says, I think it's super fun, but I always feel like I'm messing up. Delren did a posture check. I don't know if I saw that. Also, it's Buckets. Hi, thanks for following. I think I might have missed that. I'm not 100% sure, but thank you so much for the follow if I missed it. Flint says, I was disassociating what I miss. I got a bowl and a meat stick. Which is actually really good. Again, I haven't had Yum Bowl before, or a Cafe Yum, any type of... I haven't had it before, but honestly, it lives up to the hype. I don't know if it's healthy. I don't think it's healthy. But it tastes good. Raiden, over on TikTok, says, dang, your hair looks cool. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I really want to find my phone so I can fuck with these lights. Hold on. Oh. It's just down on the ground with everything else that has been that's all over my desk. Okay. Goose also wants me to hydrate. I don't know if I already did that, but I can do that for sure. Necklace of Strangulation is an old cursed magic item. And then PJ says it's an official D&D item, but it's like a common trope of a cursed item. Oh, I don't know if it's official. Ooh. Taz says, a saint of Shar. Maybe the patron saint of aphasia. So yeah, so if you think about, okay, tell you what, let's do this. Let's do some world building, you guys. So, we look up D&D evil gods. There are a lot of gods. Let's pick one at random. Let's go for Yinogu. Yinogu is, she's intelligent. Oh, sorry. I think I gender bent her to a she, or gender bent him to a girl in my campaign. But that's a spoiler from Baldur's Gate 3. Whoops. First of all, again, looking at the older pictures of these guys, fucking what a cartoon. Look at that. Jesus Christ. That's just fucking, okay, that's actually pretty cool. I do like that one. But you can see like the flail is symbolism here. The teeth are quite crazy. And basically like she's, he is a god of gnolls. So if you think about a patron, like a saint of a god of an abnormally evil creature, you can think about, okay, physically, what would this saint look like? I like to make it in my world so that when someone starts off as a follower of a god, they start off as humanoid, or in this case, a gnoll. And as they get more and more devout, they undergo physical transformations that make them closer and closer to the ideal image of their god, their god's ideal image, basically. So for a gnoll that started following Yinogu and worked its way up the ranks of this demon lord, because not really technically a god, but in my world, the gods are relative. It's like the more followers you have, the more powerful you are as a god. So I would consider them like a lesser god in my world. You can start to have elongated teeth. You start to gain proficiencies with flails that you never had before. You start to have like this cackling laughter if you're humanoid and you don't already have it from being a gnoll. You start to have like these glowing red eyes. You have like the symbol of Yinogu all over, if not your body, like tattooed in and singed in, because of course, like she's a god of, or they are a god of like destruction and ruin and savagery, like you're gonna have these signature teeth mark symbols somewhere on your body. Maybe you undergo crazy rituals where you allow your flesh to get devoured by gnolls, and then you are reborn in your own skeleton, in your own body, as something more akin to Yenogu's ideal image. And like that's part of the cycle of being part of this church. That's just like some brainstorming, right? If you think about like the effects that would have on modern day, the saint would command a pack of gnolls that are special and have bonuses just by proximity to that saint. So any gnolls or any followers of Yenogu would gain some sort of bonus just by being near this saint. You would have it so that gnolls or hyenas, or even certain creatures that are somewhat related to hyenas or who have the same like hunger drive, would be charmed very easily by this saint just by proximity. You would make it so that they have twisted versions of divine powers, so like twisted versions of divine auras. So maybe instead of a aura where a normal cleric of a good god would have a healing aura where you gain bonuses to how much you heal. Instead, you would have like a necrotic aura where you heal, but only if you partake in some sort of cannibalism after killing something, or something crazy like that. Just take the theme and run with it, basically. It's a really good way to build evil saints. I could go on. Also, Void Ent, welcome in, and El Chunkacabra, hello, same with Artist Rodeo. Good to see you guys. Welcome in, welcome in. Edwin says it's a game on Twitch. It's on Twitch and mirrored to TikTok, but if you guys want to see the full thing, come over to TikTok. Zen Grey says, you do exactly what I do, and search the old Faerun lore. Yeah, so when I make my pantheons of gods, I don't make them just out of like 5e gods, because I'm not working in a 5e setting. Like the world I made is completely custom. So I just look up all gods. So the way I build pantheons, right, I'm gonna go back to this, is I basically just get like a list together of different gods that I want to, different spheres that I want to fill. So if I have like, if we start with the easy one, like good and bad, we can do that. And then we can break good into healing, the sun, light, civilization. We can break bad down into poisons, death, undeath, disease, sickness, and kind of like start basically making a list of words and then going in and just Googling, okay, well, I need a D&D god of death. So D&D god of death. And then it's going to give me a bunch of options, right? You could go with Kelmvor, you could go with, I don't know this. You can go with, oh my gosh, I think gods that aren't like 100%, oh god, who was the other one? There's a bunch of other ones. Yeah, Yurgle, I believe, is another one, but it's like a specific part of death. So there's like a bunch of different gods available, and I just choose whichever one I like best to fill that specific sphere. If you look at the death domain, like that one's obviously a little bit easier because you can choose between gods that are somewhat related to death. Like I wouldn't use Shar as a death goddess in my world. I think I used her as a goddess of the underground because I needed an underground sphere to build. And obviously if you look at like D&D, god of underground, that's not a thing. So I usually look up like, oh, there is a thing of the Underdark. Damn, why didn't I use this guy? Weird. Maybe it was, what? Yeah, weird. I would have used this guy if I had known. But in any case, I think I made Shar the goddess of the underground in my world. Oh, yeah. His name and following was usurped by Shar because he's dead. That's why I used Shar. But yeah, I literally just take gods and I kind of wipe out their history and relationships to most other gods. So like in my campaign, Shar and Selune are still like fighting, but like it's not that, I don't know, it's not that prominent. Like they're actively fighting, but who cares? Things like that. So I just like search something related and I find a god related to whatever sphere I want to fill. And then I make it work. But yeah. Peaches says, going back to kobolds using tactics, would the party realize that a bigger bad has trained them? Sometimes. Also, kobolds will do it when they're in the presence of a dragon, so maybe like their entire purpose basically is to like find and worship a dragon of some variety in some way. And so like if they have a dragon nearby, that dragon's influence, I like to make it so that the dragon like kind of helps them develop a further as a society. So that's one. Let's see. Toothless Grin says, I want to do a Ring of Shrinking as a cursed item, but whoever puts it on has to roll for a shrink spell. Or, if the ring shrinks, it cuts off a finger for -1 dex. Oh, that's so mean. Oh my goodness. Main Pie Spool says, I love kobolds and goblins and ogres. Definitely ogres. One of my favorite potential NPCs / enemies to present as a GM. Pretty sure kobolds speak Draconic. That's it. Yes, that's the one. Edwin25 over on TikTok says, how do I get into D&D as someone who's never delved into it? I highly recommend watching Critical Role, the second campaign. I think it helps a lot with learning the rules and learning your way around different classes and seeing what different subclass options are. It does set a really high bar for the role play, but as long as you go into it with the expectation that these are professionals, it's a production level quality level of a, you know, campaign, and there's like whole production teams building out the story, and these are professional role players and professional voice actors who are playing in the game. As long as you set that aside, then it's a really easy way to learn the rules without actually reading the book cover to cover. Let's see. Maya says, how I killed the big bad in my last campaign. Very high athletics, bag holding over the head, and ripping the bag. Yeah, so I think they did that on Dungeons and Daddies, and here's the thing about that. If you do something cheesy like that, I will make sure the enemy does it to you as well. Like, you get to do it exactly once, and then it's gonna become a problem for you. Because that's not fun for anyone, you know? Like, it's clever once, and I will reward them with the fact that it works if they do it once, but beyond that, you're in fucking trouble if you make me bend the rules to make things like that happen. Delrend has subbed with Prime. I can toss your name up here, Delrend. Do you want to be... I'll put you right here. Delrend. Thank you so much for the sub. Welcome in. For those who are subscribers for the first time, by the way, we do have a series of emotes that are absolutely fucking adorable because they are just me. They're just me and you know, some cute little Etsy art that I had commissioned, which was, I don't know, I like it a lot, especially the cozy one. Oh my god, the one that's just like someone. Yeah, everyone's doing the stab one. All right, yep, that one too. Jesus Christ. Dawson says, roll a d20 and find out how likely am I to eat, or should I just say fuck it and not have dinner? Okay, I'm gonna say please eat dinner. Please eat. But I can roll a d20 for you if you want. Again, we're rolling the teeny 20 here. Dawson, are you gonna eat today? Dice say 10. So like, kind of. At the very least, have a snack. If this is like a poverty thing, you know, have a snack, chug some water. Otherwise, you'll have a miserable night. But yeah. Main Pie Spool says, then there's the old story about Tucker's kobolds, little legends who struck fear into the hearts of high-level heroes. I've actually never heard that. Tucker's kobolds? Is that like an evolved form? Let's see. PJ says, is that intended for 5e D&D though? Or would my 4e DM use it as well? For like the monsters know what they're doing, I think it's pretty setting agnostic. Oh my gosh, Random just gifted a sub to Cribbit. Thank you so much, Random. Oh my goodness. Also, Ross, hello. That is the most adorable little frog emote. I fucking love it every time I see it. Random, thank you so much. Random, I'm gonna toss your name, oh my god, right in the O here. Random acid. Does that count? That kind of works, right? We're not gonna question it. Thank you so much, Random. And that actually makes us meet our goal of 15 subs for the day as well. So we can toss that a little bit higher. I'm gonna set it to 20, because again, slow night, I'm kind of vibing. It's a Tuesday, you know? Who the fuck does stuff on a Tuesday? But yeah. Okay, let's see. Main Pie Spool says, give them cover to ambush from, Molotovs, deadfalls, and small tunnel warrants to fall back and flank through from. Yeah, right, so they can have strategy. And I feel like if you are playing against people who are not new to the game and they're like, oh, I've fought a kobold before, I know that they have like 12 hit points. Absolutely employing some strategy or just making it so that they have different weaknesses than an experienced player would expect and things like that can really throw your party for a loop so that way they don't metagame as much. Oh my god, Cash Cow just immediately smashed our goal. Holy hell. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Okay, Cash Cow, that is super sweet of you. I'm gonna toss your name over up in this corner here. Can you see it? Yeah, you can. For the 5 gifted subs, we'll put you up here, right at the top. That's super sweet of you. Cash, what do you want the next? Oh my god, PJ just gifted out 7. Oh my god, PJ, thank you. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, okay. Shit, well, now, Fen says I heard that as Cash Cow. PJ says that's for the 7 on the D20 roll. Aw, thank you. Oh man. Oh my gosh, so PJ, you're already up. First of all, we're very close to to a hype train. Random says, oh snap, what's happening right now? Dude, the last time this happened, we had a fucking sub war, you guys. It brought us up to like 100, 200 subs in a single night because people were like, fuck you, I can give more subs. And that was a whole thing. I will say this, for those who are new here, this little thing is gonna go on for a while. Just to give everybody who received a sub an individual little shout out so you can see your name pop up on stream if you got one. If you got one, also check out the emotes, again, because I really fucking love those emotes. Fanny Bandit says, how old are you and how'd you end up becoming a dungeon master? First of all, welcome in. Thanks for chatting for the first time. And I am 24. I ended up being a dungeon master because I used to be a gamer, and I only say used to be, like I have the gaming computer and everything. I just don't have the time. But Mike says, or Nico says, Mike and I had a mini battle yesterday. Oh, I love that. It's so cute that you guys just like fight each other. Let's see. Yeah, but Fanny Bandit, I was a gamer, and a long time ago, my internet friends who I played Minecraft with all were like, they were like, hey, Diana, do you want to play D&D? And I'm like, I don't know what that is. And they were like, all right, well, watch some Critical Role. Oh my god, Mike has entered the chat. You guys. Oh no. Okay. So Cash Call gifted another sub to Fanny Bandit for asking a question. Thank you so much, Cash. That's really supportive of you. Mike is here. Mike gave out 3 community subs. I need to change this goal quick. Before things go a little too crazy. Christ. So we're at 31 out of 20. 37? I know it's not even, but I want to see what happens. Mutant Lemon is here. Minecraft, I heard Minecraft. Yes, hi Mutant. Hi Lemon. Yeah, so I played Minecraft a long time ago with some Minecraft buddies, and they told me to play D&D, and I played like 3 times with them, and then the campaign fell through due to scheduling, but then I was like, a new personality has been unlocked. And so now it's my whole thing. Now it's like my second career, basically, is being a D&D content creator. But yeah, that's the origin story. There's like there's a little bit more there. Oh, Mike gifted another 2 subs. Thank you, Mike. You're trying to make it even? And also Raiden C, hello, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Good to have you. Okay, I gotta catch up on these questions. PJ says the better it tastes, the less healthy it is. Absolutely. Oh my gosh. And Gessa says it's healthier than not eating food to have a yum bowl. Honestly, I'm down with the texture too. I wasn't expecting that. Zach says we're gonna need a skincare routine. You're glowing. The skincare routine is lots of concealer and then also these Gobi lights. Oh, that's actually a lot better lighting. I should shove this up here. I just don't have the brackets for it. So it's gonna stay down here for now. Let's maybe move it here. Yeah, I don't need to see that part of my screen anyway. Why not? I've got a lot of acne right now because of hormonal nonsense. Being a woman and all that, cis woman is bullshit, I will say. Cornelius, welcome in. Hello, thanks for being a follower. Let's see. Bloodmane Leo says, I gave a player a bow that has to roll a 2d20, and depending on the rolls, it will hit or do friendly fire, because it is a goddess of the hunt and a lady luck bow. Ooh, that's kind of a cool mix. PJ says, is that a null deity? It is. Yes, that was Inogu. I gotta catch up on chat. Goose says, Diana can go off on creativity real quick. It's because I'm actually getting some brain fuel, like 3 bites of actual food, and I'm into it. But this is often how I improv for D&D and stuff, is I just like come up with ideas. I just like look at a picture, and then I riff off of it, you know? My weakness is that I don't have like an encyclopedic knowledge the same way that Cinderblock Sally does of all the monsters and things like that, so I don't entirely know how to build encounters, and I'm not good at homebrew balancing, but like I will say, oh, Mike gets to sub to Raiden. You did just sub, yeah. Be sure to give Mike a thank you. Mike has now gifted 269 subs in this channel. Oh my god, how did I sub? It was a gift, so you're good to go, my friend. My goodness. Okay, but yeah, I just kind of like look at a picture and things like that, and I riff off of it. Jay over on TikTok says, yo, you're the D&D chick, holy moly. Yes, there's several D&D chicks, I promise, but I guess there's not a whole lot that have reached my level of talking about it outside of maybe Ginny D. Oh my goodness, Clever gifted a community sub and started a hype train. Oh my goodness, wait, Clever, you're not on here yet today, are you? Oh, you are, you're way at the top. Okay, I see you. We're set. Holy hell. Thank you so much, Calevra. And we started a hype train, and it's already at level 5? Whoa, how the fuck did that happen? Someone's gotta sit me down and like walk me through the fucking code of these things. But yeah. Okay, let me Skip down. Void Ent says 2E is where it's at. I haven't played 2E. That's another weakness I have as a content creator, is I have no comparison to 1E, 2E, 3.5, 4, 3, or 1. D&D 1 or whatever that new project was called that no one really liked. Tass headed off. Oh, I'm so sorry I missed you, Tass. Have a good night if you're watching the VOD later or something. Fen says, one of the campaigns I'm going to run for my group, set in the Time of Troubles, is set in the Time of Troubles in the Forgotten Realms, where the gods are stuck in mortal form and can be killed. So, here's the thing about the Time of Troubles, right? What is on the stick in the bowl, says Derek over on TikTok. It is a slab of meat that I've just shoved into my yum bowl for the sake of the fact that I got a bunch of teriyaki sauce with this, and I didn't realize that they were supposed to go together because I didn't realize this was meat. It was just like a stick covered in tinfoil when I received it. Oh! Mike just gets another 6 subs! Oh my god. Okay, so we reached level 5. Where are we at? Jonathan here. Jonathan fucking poked in as soon as I talked about slabs of meat. Fuck it. Selective hearing. Good god. But yes, it's a slab of meat. So there's I've dumped all the teriyaki sauce in the bowl, and now in order to regain some sauce for the meat, I stuck the meat in the bowl. There's a lot happening here. Jonathan, also, can y'all give Jonathan an e-hug or maybe a little heart emote for me? Because Jonathan has done wonderful things for me and offered to get me into certain parties at PAX Unplugged that I would not otherwise be able to get into. So Jonathan is my favorite person in the fucking universe right now. Please also go give him a follow. He streams a lot more than I do, honestly. Latinos Against Spooky Shit is his name, over on TikTok as well, so you should follow him on TikTok. It is different content. It's more hilarious Latin spin ghost hunting type vibes. Also, PJ gifted 100 bits or cheered 100 bits. Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah. Fenrir says, gamer girl sticks meat into a bowl. I don't know if that one hits the same, but I'll take it. Okay. So here's the thing about the Time of Troubles, right? I think if you read the rules per the actual Time of Troubles, in order to do proper godly things, in order to use divine powers, you had to be within, maybe 20 feet or maybe it was 20 miles of your god as they were walking the plains. So otherwise, you were just kind of useless as a cleric, I'm pretty sure. Which is fine as a functional campaign, I guess, thing, premise. But I don't know, I'd be a little cautious of it if I were a new player. Jonathan wants me to roll D20 and says, how's our WotC party gonna go? So that's the thing. WotC is hosting a party. They often do at cons for influencers, for content creators, things like that. I wasn't on the invite list, but the lovely Jonathan, Latinos Against Spooky Shit, was, and offered to take me as a +1. So, and everyone else I know is going, or was on the list already. So, that was really fucking cool. I don't know what I did to not get on that list. I need to fix whatever. I don't know if I said something by accident or something at some point. But thank you so much, Jonathan. Your D20 roll, which again is the teeny 20, is here. 11. It's okay, Jonathan. If it sucks, Jonathan, we can just leave. We can just go somewhere. Go get a drink. Team Burlap, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Also, Random gifted a sub as well. Okay, am I missing any names? I think everyone's on the list already. Random is kind of on there. Stretch out over the 1 in D&D 101. Thank you so much. Okay, so holy shit, we're at 43. I am so far behind on this. Also, I feel like I need to change up the music. We've been listening to the same music for a while, haven't we? Why don't we change it? It's at 43. We're gonna change it to 50 because I have a feeling if I do 45, we're gonna destroy that the minute I look away and tab out. Team Burlap says, I'm new. Welcome in. But yeah, Bonky says, is this a one-on-one stash? Has anyone asked how to not be embarrassed yet? Oh man, I take shots to not be embarrassed. Also, Bonky's just gifted 5 community subs. And so did Zach. They gifted out 1 community sub. Holy hell. Zach Alvey, is that your first gifted sub? Bonkies, I know that's not yours. Okay, let me get you both on the list. Senor Bonkies, I'm gonna put you right over the D&D. Senor _ Bonkies. I fucking knew it. I was like, if I set it to 50, fucking 47, it's gonna be a goddamn issue. Zach, it is! Oh, well, amazing! Thank you so much! Change to the Christmas trap playlist? I don't think that's copyright free. Otherwise I would. God, imagine for the Christmas stream, you guys. I just do Christmas trap under at a low level. underneath the entire entire stream. And Zach Albee, oh, that's a yellow pen. I'm not gonna do yellow. Let's do another blue, maybe? I'll do dark blue for you. Zach Albee. Amazing. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we're at 49. Also, Fooked in the Axe 12. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Great to have you. You came in at an exciting time because we're in the middle of a hype train. I think our last level is level 10 is our record. It's gonna be hard to beat that one. But in any case, it helps out a lot still. The new people still get emotes however far we get, so it's nice. Okay. Let's see. Goose says, you got your Pantheon, but what about demons and a warlock's patron? So I usually let my warlocks get they kind of decide what they want their patron to look like. So I would have a warlock of the Great Old One, for instance, come by and be like, I don't know, I would just be like, what do you exactly imagine your god to be? And they can give me as many or as few details as they want, and I will run with it. So for instance, one of them came up and they were like, I want something that is a giant purple slug. And I'm like, okay, well, we can do that. Great Old patrons, by the way, are really fucking hard to world build because their entire nature is that they are unfathomable and their end goals are difficult to like perceive as humanoid beings. Do patrons have to be demons, or can a warlock have a deity as a patron? They can't have a deity as a patron, but they can have celestials as patrons. So generally this will be a high-level angel or soul or something that is kind of like a demigod, perhaps. So when I make it, some person, one of my players came up and they were like, hey, I want a Great Old One thing that is a purple slug. And I'm like, okay, so it appears as a purple slug to you sometimes. Other times it appears as a giant purple slug with scales made of black, like onyx, but like oil slick type sheen substance covering its body, and it looks almost like a snake. It's abnormally long, but it kind of like twists into itself, and it looks like it's been wrapped into a giant long knot. And instead of slithering in order to move, or slugging its way towards you the way a slug would, it just like kind of like floats. And instead of normal slug trail, it leaves almost like a void hole in the universe where you can see like stars and the cosmos behind it. So that's the vibe I gave them. I'm still noodling on it a little bit. I'm still thinking about it. Crimson Agent says, bro, I saw you on the For You page and then immediately got this live. I was summoned. Yes, yeah, that happens a lot. I think when you get viral or something like that, that's like the time to go live. You get a lot more attention that way. Also, Sinful Sin has gifted 2 community subs. Thank you so much, Sin, and you put us over 50, which means immediately I have to change it. I'm gonna up it to just 55. I think the battle of the gifting is over. Jonathan says you gotta get real trippy with it and shit ends up cool. Yeah, right? But it's weird having things that are unfathomable and trying to make that a thing. One of the ways that I do Great Old One gods is by taking animal traits and moving them from one animal to an animal that should not have them. So like the slug slime, for instance, I have it so that when this particular warlock summons a particular bear that they don't know that they have yet, the bear, when it levels up with them, has that same like slug trail following behind it. So something like that, giving snake scales to a slug is another example of that. I just make it so that it's like, you can add eyes, you can remove eyes. Dude, Cthulhu shit, people love eyes. You can quote me on that one. People fucking love eyes. Let's say, Simple Sin, I'm gonna put you over here. Over on our whiteboard for today. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. And Gen Shazam gifted out 4 community subs. Oh my god, okay, great. Thanks, Gen Shazam. Fucking every single time I close this tab. Oh my god. Okay, in that case, thank you. And the hype train is still going. Honestly, that's what gets me the most. I like the hype trains a lot, only because it's not just like you guys gifting subs to me at that rate. You can actually get like little emotes as well. I like seeing those used. Obviously not as much as the ones that I have implemented, because like mine are cute as hell. But we got to level 7. Aw. Thank you. Oh, that's sweet. Okay, so Gen Shazam, do I have you on here? I thought I did. Oh, not today. Okay, in that case, let's put you in... Oh, orange would not be good there. I'm gonna put you in purple, kind of near where Senor Bonkies is. And then toss you down right here. Gen Shazam, there you are. Thank you so much. Okay, let me catch up again. I'm back to the eating part where I told Dawson to eat. And Gessa says, I like having spheres of my gods be somewhat weird. I stole a god of death from somewhere that was a god of thresholds. The threshold between life and death. The threshold between different emotions. Thresholds between genders. So the tests are a bunch of actors who are thinking about death. The priests, not tests, are actors who are thinking about death. I like that a lot. Dawson says, it's just depression, lack of motivation to make food, and yet I haven't bought groceries for some chicken nuggies. At that point, go out and get food. It's okay to let yourself get food at some point. It's as a treat and also to keep yourself alive. But yeah, let's see. Void says, what homebrew stuff are you working on? So my entire world is somewhat homebrew. It's not like strictly homebrew. Also, for anyone who's hanging out over on TikTok, I'm just gonna give a shout out real fast to you guys and also say that you should definitely move over to twitch.tv/DianaTheRose. Same username and everything over on Twitch. There's a lot more happening over here and you can do fun redeems and take part in the hype trains and whatnot. I like it a lot better over here and I can pay attention to chat a lot more easily when it's over on Twitch. But yeah, my entire world is homebrew, so generally building out encounters by changing up old encounters and switching out the monsters for something else, or changing the environment, adding different flavor to things is something that I do quite often, pretty much on a rolling basis. So beyond that, the actual storylines are published, so I'm working on Curse of Strahd as the published module with some modifications. Main Pious Fool says, Tucker's kobolds. Tucker was GM and he set them as little tunnel commandos. Still like 4 HP, but they would ambush in kill zones with prepared defenses, murder hole, heavy crossbows, and so on. Jesus Christ, that sounds fun. Oh my god, if there's a video essay on that, I need someone to send it to me. But yeah. Zach says, hey lovely, hope your evening is going well. I hope yours is too. Thank you so much. Also, Senior Cactus, not Senor Cactus. Senior Cactus, welcome in. Thanks for following. Hello, hello. Beckmeister says, thank you for these streams. Cool to learn while I think about doing my first DM attempt. Oh yeah, dude. If you like the streams, my videos, I have a TikTok playlist full of D&D stuff. It's either jokes about D&D, D&D advice, talking about anything related to tabletops. It's a lot of fun. And honestly, that's the place that I usually direct people to go to. Just binge watch that if you want a bunch of short form content on how to be a better DM. Sheldon Sites, hi. Hello. Thanks for being a follower. Oh my gosh, so many subs indeed. There was a lot going on. Let's see. PJ says I've gotten to gift sub wars myself with other viewers fighting for top gift position. Yeah, so that happened one time here and we got Bloodmane Leo wanted me to check my posture forever ago. I'm so sorry, Bloodmane. But we, I think, reached over 200 subs in a single day because Mike was going to war with a man named Old Grizzly, who I haven't seen since, so I guess he won, Mike, is whatever that means. But yeah, but the current reigning champ of gifting subs of all time is still Mike for sure, with 269, which is just an insane number. Later, Scared Boys, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Good to see you. PJ says a little too crazy. I think we're all well beyond that point. Let's see. Okay, I'm skimming past all the sub war type stuff. Void EMT says, do you have any neat character or monster homebrew concepts? So I usually like to take monsters and then I reskin them. I'm not gonna get the monster manual for this one, but I quite literally make up most of the stuff that I like doing just kind of on the spot. So if I look at Monsters in the Multiverse, for instance, I just look at art and then I'm like, oh, well, what stat block would go well with this creature? If I'm not in D&D. If I am in D&D, then I look at a certain monster and then I just reskin it. A lot of these are humanoids, like Shatter Kai, Sea Elves, and things like that. So like the Frost Salamander, for instance, elementals are really easy and elemental-based creatures are really easy because you can just take that and change it to literally any other element. So for instance, you have Frost Salamanders, you have Basilisks, which are kind of like the same equivalent but for lightning damage. Why not do the same for literally every other element? Fire, you could go the same route as the Memphis like we were talking about earlier and just have like different environments be host to different types of salamanders and make a whole quest surrounding people who are part of this Hunters Guild and go out and try and find, you know, maybe like the heart of each type of salamander and having to keep that intact and bring it to a very well-paying proprietor, perhaps, or a sponsor. You could do that. You could also make it so that there are non-element parts of it. So like a nightmare salamander or a shadow salamander. What kind of environments would those guys be in? You know, maybe in the Shadowfell, or maybe in the Feywild, and if so, why would they be in the Feywild? Like what made them cross over into there, or what in the Feywild got corrupted? It's really just kind of like thinking of a concept, taking a creature, twisting one part of it, and then asking yourself a bunch of questions like, okay, how did this twist happen? What does that change about the creature's environment? What does that change about its attacks? Like what type of damage does it do now that it has this new trait? Things like that. So that's kind of my vibe, I guess. Let's see. PJ says, wait, those freckles are real? Oh god, no. Unfortunately not. The PJ, I know that you asked this fucking forever ago, but the freckles are fake. They are just like, I could lick my finger and rub them off. It's makeup, but I do like adding it quite a bit. The Yellow Hoodie over on TikTok says, absolutely love your content and you make D&D so cool. Oh, thank you. I'm so glad. I will say, I'm so fucking stoked, you guys. The amount of times that I've had other content creators, but like content creators who are way bigger than I will ever be, people with millions of followers who I won't name drop for the sake of like, I didn't ask them if I could, are in my DMs on Instagram and TikTok being like, hey, like, I've seen your content around, like, I'm kind of curious about D&D, but I don't know how to get into it, and I'm like, let me fucking teach you. It is such a good game. And it's cool to be able to, like, influence influencers, I guess. Shadow says another unscheduled stream. No, we always stream on Tuesdays. Tuesdays from 5 to 7 is our D&D variety stream. A lot of advice, also just kind of whatever we want to do, and eventually we're going to do mini painting, and eventually we're going to do cooking streams. Someone also suggested doing a like body doubling D&D prep stream where I could just sit here, you guys can body double with me while I work on my stuff, and if you guys have any questions, almost like an office hours where you're working on your stuff and you're like, damn, Diana, I need help with this particular plot hole, or I need help making this encounter more interesting, or how do I describe this scene? I can help you with that. Because describing scenes, by the way, is like one of my favorite things. The Crimson Ancient, hello, welcome in. Thank you so much for following over on Twitch. And if anyone's still on TikTok, highly recommend following on Twitch as well, twitch.tv/DianaTheRose. That is where I'm paying the most attention to chat, and that's where you guys can ask your questions. Crimson Ancient just came over from TikTok, they say. Oh, awesome. I love that. But yeah, things like that. Okay, let's see. Void says, how do I see what badges are what? So if you hover over your badge in the Twitch chat, that'll show you like how many months you've been subscribed for. Oh, Random gifted a sub to the Crimson Agent immediately. Thank you so much, Random. Oh my gosh, Random says got him. Fucking getting it. My chat has a thing about not letting people sit through ads. I've turned off ads for my channel except for pre-rolls because Twitch will not let you turn off pre-rolls. I would if I could, I promise, because they don't really make that much revenue anyway, and it's so inconvenient to sit through them. So instead I have pre-rolls on, and because I can't turn them off, and my chat is really big about giving subscriptions away so that way people don't have to sit through them. And then you also get access to the emotes because the emotes are really fucking cute. Also, AdamMac95, welcome in, and Nick over on TikTok says, did you ever get your period? Dude, I was talking to Endeavorance today. I was in a chat with him. He's like, Diana, how's it feel making the entire internet think you're pregnant? Which is always a trip. But I will say I am very much sterile, and thankfully I don't have to worry about that. If anything, it gave me more of an opportunity to tell people about my experience getting sterilized and all that. So it's always fun. Let's see. Let me skip back down past the hype train stuff. Zach says, dude, homebrew balancing is tough. I'm a new DM and it has me stressing. So if you guys are thinking about like homebrew balancing and getting your homebrew judged, if you ever want to do that, definitely go follow, and this person is a friend of mine. I'm going to be seeing them over in PAX. Their birthday is soon too. Cinderblock Sally over on TikTok and lately on Twitch. They are, I believe, streaming right now, so you can swing by and say hi and then come back. But he's got way more entertainment value than I ever will, though, so please come back. But he does homebrew, like, you know, judgment. He does phone-in call shows and things like that. But yeah, he's a super fun guy, and he's like a fucking walking encyclopedia about spells and things like that. So I just admire the shit out of him as a creator. Fen says, I always have dreams about winning the lottery and just buy all of my favorite artists' art and showering content creators with gifts. They would love that. Mayo says, 1D&D is just Wizard's response to Pathfinder. Interesting. So I haven't dove into Pathfinder yet, but I don't know. Maybe someday. As far as games go, I got a massive list of games I need to learn to play. Vaesen is on the list. Oh my god, I really want to play Vaesen, you guys. Let's see. I'm past the hype train. I'm past Jonathan calling me out for my meat stick and pulling it out on camera per Lemon's suggestion. So I'll just hold this up for a hot sec while I'm still scrolling through chat. Oh my goodness. Simi is saying hello to everyone. Jeff Capel is here. Hey Jeff, how's it going? Oh my goodness. And then Main Pious Fool says, I don't acknowledge time troubles. It never happened in my Forgotten Realms. To each their own, and that flexibility is part of what makes the game great. Exactly. Like, the fact that you can homebrew quite literally everything is so fucking cool. The game is very flexible. I love it a lot. I mean, I wouldn't be a D&D creator if I didn't love D&D, obviously, but, like, it's such a good outlet, you know? Just gonna move that there. But yeah. Jonathan says, I'm just gonna talk shit to Mercer and Mulligan and then leave at the WotC party. My god. Let's see. Let me skip down. PJ says the only music I've been hearing is Diana's golden voice. Oh shit, I should turn up the music a little bit. You don't want to just hear my voice. Oh my god, there's some lovely chill stuff going in the background a little bit. And then I think I'm getting caught up. Zach says, you're the absolute sweetest and seem genuine. Popping in here is such a joy. Ah, thank you. I'm so glad that you like it in here. I'd like to think that I have a good audience as well. Otherwise, you know, not toxic at least, you know, otherwise I'd be fucking a nightmare hanging out in here. Let's see. Main Pious Fool says Diana is a wealth of knowledge. Aw, thank you. And Void says, Diana, just look through Cthulhu mythos for your great old one gods. I don't know. I just don't have time to read. And also, part of my content is making things easy, and that also includes on myself. It's purely self-serving, by the way. Simi says Diana's also good sleep background noise. I always feel bad that I fall asleep during stream. Dude, the fact that you keep it open and, like, have it while you're sleeping actually still helps out a lot for the view count and whatnot. Fooked in the Axe says, so you can get away with having a Deva as a patron? I believe so. I'm sure there are more examples. If not, you could probably have, like, a... Oh my god, what's that? That fancy horse fella, the D&D Celestial Kai-Threen or something like that? The Kai-Rin, which is like this celestial little horse fella. They're good aligned creatures, but like they're pretty smart. I don't know. It's basically like a unicorn in a different font. But I imagine that I would also allow that as like a patron. Yeah, because they're fucking hard to kill. Anyway, I don't know. You can kind of get fancy with, whoops, that's the gaming stream. You can get fancy with what you consider to be like a patron, honestly. And I usually let my players negotiate. Let's see. A lot of people talking about psionics. PJ says, I, as a player, would try and bottle that with a cosmic slug. Oh, we're talking about the cosmic slug. Yeah, so I'm excited to see where that goes, because that player hasn't seen that god's full form yet either. And so I kind of want to see what they think of it. Mike says, where's the Christmas Trap playlist, Diana? Is it public? It is. My Spotify is Diana of the Rose, if you ever want to look that up. And judge the shit out of me for having certain tastes in music. Don't just freaking give me a break, you know, if you do go through it. Bear in mind, I plead the fifth. Tell you what, I refuse to speak further on the weirdness of my Spotify playlists. Yeah. Let's see, Zach Alvey says, I have a cleric who was hoodwinked into aligning with a deity who's a trickster god. Now I randomly have her roll a con check, and if she fails, she's compelled to play a prank on someone nearby. Oh, that's fun. I would try, like, mix it up a little bit. Maybe not make it constitution, make it more like wisdom every once in a while, just like fuck with them. Because if it is a god, like they have the power to do that. PJ says, is Nickelback on your Spotify? I've actually never listened to Nickelback much, so I'm not a millennial. So I feel like that's more of a millennial thing. I could be wrong though. Senior Cactus says, it was actually supposed to be Senior Cactus, but the place I created the username the first time didn't have the Enye. Oh, wait, so I got it right by accident? Wild. PJ also says 269 gifted subs, challenge accepted. Mike, someone's coming for your crown, dude. I will say, I do kind of want to see what happens if you reach 300 gifted subs, because I want to see if they have like a separate badge for that. Because I didn't know the purple and blue one existed. I've never seen someone gift that many subs. Fucking wild. What's random at? Random's at like... Oh, it doesn't say. Wild. I wonder how much you have to reach in order for it to be like on there. Oh, it's because I don't see it on OBS. Whoops. Alrighty. Blood says I'm making an NPC based on Mike. Mayo says, I once encountered a subwar that went so hard that people who never even saw the stream got gifted. It went so hardcore that every single follower and viewer was subbed, and it started throwing them at random accounts. That's so crazy. I've never seen anything like that. Senior Cactus says, since you improv at some points, have you forgotten a detail that someone kept track of? No, but occasionally when I'm like just riffing, I will reveal too much info by accident and accidentally tell the party like some plot point that they should not know yet. And then I have to be like, okay, look, can you guys just forget I said that? Or something like that. Would a magma basilisk be a fire elemental or an earth elemental? Or would it have been both keywords? So a basilisk, I believe, it would just go off of basilisk. It would go off of whatever the base basilisk is. Basilisk D&D, because I forget they're a real life thing. So it's a reptilian horror. I imagine it's a monstrosity. Yeah, it's a monstrosity. So the basic ones, right, they're lightning, and I believe they have... Oh no, it's not. What am I thinking of? It's not lightning. It's the petrifying one. So whatever I'm thinking of, that shoots lightning out of its mouth. That's what I'm thinking of. Maybe it is a salamander. Is it? Maybe that might just be a beast. I don't know. I'd say play with it. Go with whatever the base one is, and then just like variant off of that. Alrighty. I'm skipping down again. I'm gonna pass by a couple questions. PJ says, I got my daughter into D&D. We're both players in a 4E campaign. Sick. I currently play Kalashtar, Cleric of Amanadar, and she's a Hamadryad witch. Dude, I haven't seen Hamadryads. Oh. Zach says, I would love an office hours stream. World building and plot planning is my favorite time. Yeah, I just feel like, I don't know, I feel like the interaction is what people are here for, and I wouldn't want to drop my viewer count too much, but eh. Goose says, I went and followed y'all on Spotify. Would definitely get a listen when I get a chance. Can I show you guys? So I went to, there's a local bar around here called, and it's all over the Pacific Northwest. It's called McMinimans. And I was at McMinimans the other day, and they had like the fucking most vibey, like have a pint by a fireside playing cards with your friends type. The Behir. Thank you, Bobs. Oh my gosh. And also I can check my posture, yeah. They had the most vibey, like fireside type music, like kind of like dinner, after dinner drinks type music. And I want to get Owlsito in the frame. There we go. And the person I was with went up and asked the like bartender lady what playlist it was, and she handed it over, and it's called Broom Closet Number 2. And apparently she has one's called Broom Closet number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, because there's a speakeasy in the McMinimans. That's literally in a broom closet. Like you open a door, a secret door in a broom closet, and you're in a cocktail bar. It's like a legit speakeasy too, or it would be if they got rid of the fucking hours sign outside. And so I copied it down into my Spotify, and I called it Mop Closet number 9 or something like that. Because I do want to refine it a little bit. Fenrir says, doesn't the McMinimans in Bend have a theater? It does. So it's a hotel, it's got a theater, it's got a cigar bar, which I didn't even know existed still. A speakeasy, a couple of secret rooms, a soaking pool. There's a lot going on. It's also like got the best fucking tots, you guys. If you're ever in the Pacific Northwest and you pass by a McMinimans, get the tots. Holy hell. Let's see. Fen says, pardon my ignorance, but do you still get a period after being sterilized? You do. So the way... Oh, Ekend, hello. What headphones are those? These are the HyperX ones. Let me see if I can find them. Welcome to the tech part of the stream, where I just talk about all the... Because this is like the third time I've talked about my setup. Oh my gosh. Also, Adam Mack, hello, welcome in. And Random immediately gifted a sub to Ekend for asking the question. Thank you so much, Random. What are we at now? 58 out of 60. We're so close. God, that'd be such a huge goal. Like, you guys understand, that is an absurd amount of subs. Okay, what was I saying? HyperX Cloud. And these are, from what I understand, Random, was it you who was talking to last night about, like, what good gaming headsets are? So these are what I have. I have the gold ones though, and I believe they were limited edition. I could be wrong though, and I'm sure I'm gonna scroll down long enough and just see that they weren't limited and that was all just like a sales gimmick. But mine are incredibly old. Like they have, oh yeah, they were limited. Yeah, they're gone now, so I am special. But they have like nail polish and stuff on the side. They're quite old, but they do work very well. They're pretty cozy. They just get a little bit itchy maybe sometimes at worst. Also, Random just gifted a sub to Adam Mac as well. Good God, you guys. Random, you're like number 2 right now. You're coming up on Mike's record. I hope you realize that, and I hope you feel threatened. Oh, Chelsea Hay gifted out 2 subs. Hi, Chelsea. Welcome in. Oh my goodness. Okay, wait, Chelsea, let me toss your name on here as well. Chelsea Hay 93. Chelsea Hay 93. Thanks for being is that your first time gifting subs? They've gifted a total of 4 in this channel, it says. Oh, wonderful. Zach also says, gonna have a brew and play Super Smash Bros. With my friends online. Leaving your stream up though. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. That honestly does help a lot. I appreciate that immensely. Anyway, yeah, so the way periods work, right? Welcome to the sex ed stream, you guys. When you get sterilized, as I have done, so there's like the places where the eggs are, the ovaries, the fallopian tubes, and then the rest of the uterus, which is what we're used to kind of like dealing with. There's a couple ways you can get birth control, right? You can take hormonal birth control, which just stops the hormonal cycles that prepare your uterus for an egg. So you basically just like, you still prepare for an egg, but like it doesn't work the same way. That's how hormonal birth control works. But of course everyone hates that because it has so many side effects and it fucks with your mental health and all that. Zach just gifted a sub as well. Oh my God, and Hunticam just gifted $35. Oh my God, Hunticam, thank you. But except we didn't have a goal for that one yet. Mike says, "Oh no, Hunta is here." Hunta, you came just in time to learn how my sterilization worked. So anyway, when a mother and a father love each other, or when 2 people love each other very much, they elect not to have children by basically taking this part out of the equation. And there's a couple ways that happens. The way that they used to do it is they would take just like a clip, and they would just like clip it off right here. Or they would put like some sort of blockage, right? And then they would like cauterize it and things like that. And that would be like, you know, the egg basically drops down from here once a month, goes down here, gets fertilized, sticks to the side of the wall, and then grows into a child. Or a fetus, technically. Now, this blockage prevents that from happening, so that's one way you can do it. That was the old way of getting yourself sterilized. And then the new way, and the way that I did it, was Nico's like, God, I love this stream. Listen, sit down and shut up, kids. We're gonna learn about how you don't have kids. This is the way I did it, where they took like these scissors. These scissors were so cool. They are heated, and then they're like supersonic. They like vibrate. And so when they clip, they also cauterize at the same time. And so what they did was they stuck a scope in through my belly button, and then they made 2 slices right where the bikini line is. And then they would like go in, and they would just make 2 slices right here with the scissors. This entire thing would come out. So we no longer had a fallopian tube. So this would just get erased. And then, yeah, to this day, I just have like the little scar in my stomach where they entered the scissors in from. Made those cuts, and now the egg can no longer make it out there. This also is way better than the old method of doing like a little clip and the cauterization method where they would just like make a little temporary blockage and things like that, because the fallopian tube is entirely gone. Like, this is way harder to jump the gap for an egg than like just trying to get past the blockages, so it's better as far as like your chances of not getting pregnant are. And then also it reduces your chance of ovarian cancer, and we don't really know how that works, but it lowers it by like 30%. Because yeah, like Shadow says, that it's good that they remove the tubes. They can become untied. That is how my sister was born. Oof, yeah. So what they do is they like, once they take out your tube, they check it for cancer, and then if you don't have it, they throw it away. But apparently you can like ask to keep it. I should have fucking kept my fallopian tubes, you guys. Imagine putting fallopian tubes in a shadow box and just having that in your living room. How fucking cool would that be? I think that'd be awesome. But yeah, so that's what I did. I no longer have fallopian tubes. Is it permanent? It is so wildly permanent. It cannot be undone. However, what you can still do is you can have IVF. So what they can do is they can go in and they can take out your eggs via surgery directly from the source, and then like basically, you know, test tube baby it. Or they can take the eggs out of your body, impregnate the eggs basically, and then shove the egg back over directly into the uterus and have it attached to the uterine wall. Because again, and the whole reason that I was talking about this is because the reason you still have your period is because the uterine wall, everything downstream of the fallopian tube is still intact. So you still go through your hormonal cycles. They're a little weird for the first couple months, so you might get more periods or heavier periods for a while, but like the lining still grows and it still gets shed every month, and then it grows again. You still have cramps, you still have all the same side effects, things like that. So that still happens in a cycle, which still means you can get pregnant, but you have to do it very intentionally. You have to spend money on IVF, where they take the eggs and intentionally shove it up there because the eggs can't float there on their own without the fallopian tube. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be here all night to answer follow-up questions. Also, it was free. I will say that much. It was free, you guys. Oh my god. I highly recommend it. It was such a short, it was so good. But yeah. Anyway, Ben says there's a guy who ate his own foot after it was amputated because he got to bring it home. Yeah, apparently it's not illegal to eat your own self. I also saw a post the other day that Dawson says it was free. Yes, so it's free with insurance. So the hard part isn't the insurance part. So it's free for women, I should say that, or people who have uteruses, because it's legally required to be covered by insurance under the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare. Yeah, it's free. You guys, if you want to get sterilized, it's free for women. The unfortunate, or people who have a uterus. The unfortunate thing is, if you are a penis haver, it is not free. So vasectomies are not, but they're cheap. It's maybe like $200-300, and the recovery time is a lot shorter. There's a lot less chance of things going wrong. Not that the chance of there going wrong, anything wrong, is high with this surgery. Like, I was fine, no side effects at all. I think you have to wait 3 weeks before you can have sex, but that's about it. I think with men, if you get the vasectomy, you have to wait like 2 or 3 months before you can do it unprotected. But yeah, like it was free. Even the medicine was free, like everything. I don't think I paid for a single thing. There was like a $200 deposit to rent the surgery room from the hospital, and then they paid that back immediately. So that was all good. Mayo says 2 or 3 months of no sex, no unprotected sex. So you can still do it, but like you still have, if you get a vasectomy, right, you still have ammo in the chamber basically for the next like couple of months. So you have to cycle that out before the sterilized part of your reproductive juices kicks in. I don't know how to say this without getting like banned off of TikTok at this point. But anyway, if you're on TikTok, be sure to hop over to Twitch. I promise we don't talk about this normally. It's a D&D stream. Or it was. God. Cash Cow says, only $300 for a vasectomy? Take my sperm. Exactly. Yeah, the only thing is, I don't think you can donate sperm again after that, but I can still donate my eggs. It's just like, yeah. So, still a few live rounds, says Mike. Yeah, exactly. Let me catch up on chat a little bit. I'm very behind. PJ says, if I ever won the Mega Millions, I'd be mass gifting 100 subs to a bunch of Twitch streamers. Dude, I will also say, like, content creation does not pay as much as people think. There's a reason I don't do it full time. I think it's like a very small majority, maybe like the top 1% of people who are in, like, content creation can actually make enough to survive based off that alone. If they do, it's because if they're not in that top 1%, it's because they have a partner or roommates or things like that, or other income. Usually in OnlyFans. Let's see. Talking about Pathfinder, WotC, and the politics surrounding the, what I assume is the OGL crisis. PJ says, just become the next Markiplier. Yeah, guys, just fucking do it. But yeah, Mitch over on TikTok says, my step was 5 days, 2 weeks of protection, but I did it because my wife had 3 kids and it was easier for me. I didn't want her to have another surgery. Yeah, so the surgery part is obviously a lot more involved. Like, you have to go under, but it is kind of cool because they put you under, and the anesthesia is free, and anesthesia is like one of the more expensive parts of surgery, so the fact that this is all free still blows my mind. But it's required to be free under the Affordable Care Act. If your insurance denies you, fucking fight them on it, because that's not legal. They have to cover it. But yeah, when you get the surgery, they put you on a table, and then they rotate the table, so that way, I think you're rotated so your head is facing the ground, and then that way, if this is your abdomen and this is your head, it like shifts your organs out of the way, away from your uterus, so they can slice into it easier. And they also pump your torso full of gas, so that way everything kind of like spreads out, has more room between the organs, you don't accidentally nick something that you shouldn't. Crimson Agent says, I would love your opinion on this thing that I did with one of my players. He made a Kenku Great Old One Warlock, and he worshipped an idea we workshopped an idea where he copied the voice of the Great Old One. It did psychic damage. We really enjoyed the RP and combat opportunities it brought to his character. I love that. I think anything to do with Kenkus and having to like reskin things to be more of like mimicry, so like spell components that are verbal instead of them using their own voice, they use, you know, the voice of someone they know who has said the spell in the past, if they happen to be a wizard or something like that. Toying with mimicry is so fucking cool. Crimson Ancient also says, what is your favorite D&D class and or subclass? Oh gosh. I love Druid, and I really like Circle of the Moon, but that's the only one I know. I haven't played with the newer Druids yet, so I kind of want to explore them more. But also, I'm always a DM, and I kind of like being a DM, so I haven't really gotten a chance to explore. But either that or Rogue, which I'm playing a little bit, but not much. Goose says, maybe I'll start running it and start playing. Make it a cheap pay, because I'll be learning with the players. Oh, are we still talking about oh god, what was it called? West Marches campaign? Mitch says, have you seen Matthew Lillard is doing a D&D show? Dude, I wish Matthew Lillard would follow me back. He seems like a nice guy. He started his own whiskey company too, didn't he? And it's like based on nerd shit. I haven't looked at it, and I'm not a whiskey gal. I've heard mixed reviews, but like he was at Gen Con last year. He's doing a D&D show. Like I'm stoked. I think he's a cool guy from what I can tell. And he's managed to stay relevant, which is so fucking hard. Where the hell is my phone? Oh my goodness. Hey, can one of you guys call me? I found it. Random says, Diana's audience is like the least toxic, most friendly group of degenerates on Twitch. You guys are so nice, and I'm honestly blown away that I haven't found anyone awful yet. I think it's because I have that don't be a dick rule in chat, and I enforce the shit out of it. If someone gives me a weird vibe at all, I just ban them. I'm not too picky about that, because I'd rather keep it a nice environment and not have to entertain people for the sake of just like the numbers. And that's always how it's been. Same with my TikToks. You know, I always make whatever content I like to make, and I foster the environment that I like to see. So I'm glad that you guys like it. All right. Mutant Lemon says, it's been nice popping into these streams after the chaos of what Krista's streams are. In addition to how stressful my week has already been. It's nice and relaxing. Dude, Lemon, I'm so glad to have you. And it's also nice to be able to like talk to you as a person, instead of just like a fellow mod on Chris's chaotic channel. I'm gonna give you a nickname in OBS though. And if any of you guys want nicknames, by the way, and I don't already have one for you, so Dara JG has Goose. Shadow has Goose. Shadow does not have Goose. Shadow has Shadow. Fenrir Starker has Fen. That way I can call you something a little shorter over on my OBS channel. It will not show up to everyone on Twitch, but it'll show up on OBS to me, so when I call it out, that way you can see it. Hunta Cam says, what's the new goal? I don't know, Hunta. I couldn't think of one. So we've got, so far, we're getting a garland for the board. We have some sound panels on the way, thank you to PJ. We also have a camera stand, so I can get the DSLR fully set up for future streams. So hopefully I'll be able, I think I'm only one thing away from being able to do a mobile stream. So that's good. I'm trying to look at my Amazon wishlist real fast. I'm gonna go ahead and set one for $12. And that way, because the only thing I can think of, there we go. That we haven't gotten yet, that I know you guys mentioned in the past, is a collar for the boy. So maybe we can get him a little something, because I feel like that'd be cute. Okay. Let's see. Back to when we were talking about my playlists. I'm probably gonna skip past all the playlist talk. But yeah, I saw Bob's wanted me to check my posture. Mayo says basilisks are real. I meant more that like basilisks were like a real, which is a fucking hard term to say. They were like real lore, I guess, that got converted. Crimson says, I've definitely had to do some backpedaling after oversharing info to the players. Valid. Aww. I will absolutely get the boy something nice. I was thinking about getting him like a little pale collar that matches like my hair color. I guess with 15, after the fees from PayPal, I might be able to get him like a little tag that says that as well. In that case, I need another fucking tip goal. Let me look at my Amazon and see what else is there. Goose says, we did away with the tip goal list. We did. We have been getting less tips as a result, but that's also like, I guess that's fine. I can, it's less obnoxious, I'll say that. Because then I can use this for demonstrations such as, you know, random sex ed streams. And then I can, everything else that like had to do with the stream is currently on my Amazon wish list. Except for, I think, like 1 or 2 things, which is like a monitor. Because I desperately need new monitors. Because again, they are incredibly old and also like office monitors. I can toss more D&D stuff on there. So like the monster cards, I have the ones for Volos, but I don't have the other one, like the basic ones for the actual monster manual. So there's levels 6 through 16 for what I assume would be about $18 after PayPal fees. So I can set that. The rest of the stuff we have is pretty low. And again, if you guys have ideas, I am happy to take them. But yeah. Shadow says Artemis is walking better. Oh, good. That's awesome. But yeah. Let's see. Fen says the hardest part for me is not naming the creature during combat if they don't know what the creature is. Yeah, so I try and go really hard on not metagaming, which always means that my I always try and like have the oh fuck what was I saying? I was like halfway through a sentence. Wow, what was I saying? Anyway, forget that sentence, I guess. Fuck that train of thought. We don't need it. Let's see. I'm back on talking about McMinimans, mop closet number 5, someone talking about a cigar bar, the headphones. Adam Max says, I'm playing with the idea of a multi-class sorcerer or bard mixed with monk. The idea of a bard just throwing hands after running out of spell slots make me laugh every time. Can it be done? It's a spread of... I mean, I guess it depends on if you're rolling for stats. If you're rolling for stats, anything can be done. Easy. Also, Stoned Pirates, hello! Welcome in! Thanks for being a follower. Yeah. PJ says, I have the Logitech G935 headset. I think I used to have a Logitech headset, but it like started breaking apart. It wasn't super, it didn't hold up very well, I guess. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, and Random just gifted a sub to Stoned Pirates. Thank you. Immediately on the heels of that, Cody the Bali Boy, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Stone Pirate says, I was even listening and also forget that sentence. I just have that effect on people. Random says, welcome. Random, I love that you're like the bouncer here. So fucking sweet of you. Oh my god. If I could give you like a thing that wasn't VIP, you and Mike both, and Hunticam as well, and all the others, PJ, oh my goodness. Something that wasn't just VIP, I would do that if I had like 1 level above. Maybe that's a partner thing. Maybe I can set like something that's not quite mod, but not quite VIP. Random, holy hell. Gives it a 1-month sub to Cody the Bali Boy. Ah, thank you. Jesus Christ, Random. So we're at 64 out of 60. I'm gonna up that to 70 real fast. Keeping the crawl upward. Goodness, Random. Okay. Let's see. It's kind of reading through all the fallopian tube bits and the reproductive system. Goose says, I didn't know I would learn so much about reproduction from a D&D stream. That's what I'm here for, guys. I'm the ambassador to the normal world, I guess, for the D&D community. PJ says lightsaber sonic scissors. Actually, kind of, yeah. Like, legit. Slice and then immediately cauterize. It was cool technology. And apparently it was relatively new. So I guess I came in at, like, the cutting edge of sterilization technology or whatever. Zach Alvey says, thoughts on Game of Thrones. Are you a fan? I am not, actually. I have never seen Game of Thrones, and I don't know, I kind of gave up after people hated the ending so much. I heard I can watch up to season 6 and be fine though, right? I don't know. I also haven't read the books though. Main Pious Fool says, congrats on getting the procedure successfully completed, Diana. Thank you. And Dawson says, so does your belly button look different now, or just the marks from the scissors? So the belly button, it like, they kind of like stretched it out, I guess, and then made the slice. And so when it unstretched and they put everything back, the scar like folds right in with the folds of the belly button, if that makes sense. So it's basically invisible. Like, I don't think I could even find it. I have also had several other surgeries. J-Tag over on TikTok says, yeah, I do watch up to season 6. Okay, I can do that. I can probably find it somewhere, right? It's probably gotta be free at this point. But yeah. PJ says, what happens when an egg tries to go down the now non-existent tube? I assume it just gets reabsorbed or something. I don't entirely know. The eggs are also like a cell wide. Like they're big cells, but they are like a single cell. So they're pretty small. But yeah. Alrighty. I answered if it was permanent already. Answer is absolutely yes. Asking about scars. The guy who ate his own amputated foot. People talking about the fact that it's free. It is in fact free. Let's see. And Guessa says, you said you wanted to have brought the tubes home to have on a shelf, but do fallopian tubes look interesting? Aren't they just tubes? Yeah, they're just really tiny tubes. It's not that interesting. It'd be more, I wouldn't actually have it out because it clashes with the room, if I'm being honest. But I would probably have it somewhere just for the sake of like, I don't know, a conversation piece. Mitch says, make the sub goal 80, shoot for the stars. I couldn't do that. Why not? You guys are in charge. I just live here. I just work here. I just live here and work here. I live at this desk, honestly. Dawson says, I've debated getting a vasectomy, but not sure if I want kids or not yet kind of thing. Plus, I don't have sex, so who cares? That's disappointing, but also fair. I will say, if you are the type of person, and I could do a whole separate stream on kids and the ethics around having them and when you should and shouldn't have them. If you do, JTag says, do you prefer if we watch stream on TikTok or Twitch? Absolutely Twitch. Twitch helps me a lot more. I am also quickly approaching the ability to get to partner, and so every little bit helps when it comes to followers on that front. And you don't have to deal with ads very much, partially because Random is out here being an absolute champion of the people and gifting subs a ton, but also because I turned off ads, so that's always nice. Highly recommend being over on Twitch instead. It's just a way better experience. You can see a lot more, you can hang out, you can do redeems for my little redemptions for channel points, things like that. But if when it comes to kids, right, if it's not a hell yes, it's a hell no. You do not want to sacrifice 18 years of your life. I was just talking to Indifference about this like earlier today. Why the hell would you want to sacrifice 18 years of your life and I think over $250,000? JTag, welcome in from TikTok. Thanks for making the jump over. Oh my goodness. I appreciate that a ton. It's like too much, you know? If you don't know for sure that you want to give up all your free time, all your personal space, the cleanliness of your home, all that money, all your, again, time, your hobbies, anything like that, maybe don't even consider it, you know? Lemon says, what's this thing you called sex? I've never had such things. Goodness. Also, Crimson Agent says, do you have Netflix? If so, have you watched Blue Eye Samurai? It's super cool. I have not. Someone asked how this came up. Oh, we were talking about sterilization because someone asked about my period, because my most recent viral video is me talking about the fact that Oh, JTag just subscribed. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate that. JTag, let me get you on the board. Let me toss this. Oh my gosh, Apathetic Panda also jumped in from TikTok. Thank you. And Brick McWheatley, hi, welcome in. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for hopping over. I know it's a pain in the ass to switch to switch platforms, but now we're at enough viewers that it's actually pushing me towards partner, which I appreciate immensely. Also, Mike Titan just gifted a sub to Apathetic Panda, which they've been in here before. That's not their first chat ever. So that's wonderful. Okay, so hold on, JTag. Let me get you right about here. JTag 007. There you are. New goal, gotta work for it. Valid. And then Mike Titan gifted the sub to Apathetic Panda. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Anyway, yeah, it's a lot to sacrifice for oh, maybe I'll like kids, or like oh, I might want kids someday sort of thing, or like, oh, maybe I won't regret it. Like, if you feel like you have to have kids for the sake of, I don't know, continuing the fucking population, which I think people are doing well enough on their own, you don't need to worry about that. Or like, you know, oh, my parents did it, so I should do it too. Or, oh, what other choice is there? It's just what people do. It's such outdated thinking. I would rather, you know, enjoy life, perhaps. Delren says, does my cat count as my child? Yes. Absolutely. Spoil the shit out of your cat. And that's the fun part too. If you don't have kids, you can spoil your pets, because your pets are going to be way better behaved anyway. Also, Dawson just gifted a sub to Brick McWheatley, and Seth and Ghostly 000 all just hopped over from, I assume, TikTok as well. Thank you so much for being followers, you guys. I appreciate that a ton. Has No Jeans over on TikTok says, I haven't played D&D in so long, I want to get back into it. You should. It's so much fun. Oh my goodness, it's so much fun. But yeah. Okay. Let's see. Chelsea says, I have a fun idea. A God Killer TTRPG adventure that's set in the Percy Jackson universe and it can be called Camp Half-Blood's Out. Dude, I would love a full-on, God of War style, kill the gods, absorb their powers and their legendary artifacts and things like that type campaign. Can someone please, for the love of God, make that? Oh my god. That would be so much fun. But yeah. Let's see. He also owns Beatles and Grimm. Wait, Matthew Lillard owns Beatles and Grimm? Seriously? Oh shit. Alright, I didn't know that. Also, the Pizza Man 85, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Hello. Welcome to the party. You guys were at 83 viewers. Oh my god, this is so fucking exciting. Holy hell. Things have been a little slow lately, so this helps a ton. I will say. Okay. Cashgal says, I'm planning on getting some of Matthew Lillard's whiskey. Okay, gotcha. I just never drink it. I feel like it'd be good in a cocktail. A lot of things are better in cocktails, though. You know? I don't know. Okay. Let's see. Oh, the Debassa says, I would play the hell out of a God of War campaign. Yeah, right? It'd be so cool. And, like, I don't know how that would work as far as, like, levels and stuffs go. I mean, I would assume it would have to be a different system than D&D, because D&D really does not want you to kill gods. You guys, I don't know what they have against, like, killing gods, but anything that you fight. So, for instance, if we go to fucking Baldur's Gate and to descend into Avernus, they have a stat block for Tiamat in the back of the book. It's massive. It's like a huge fucking stat block. But it's like, it's for an aspect of Tiamat. And they're like, yeah, like you can fight Tiamat and you can, in theory, win if you're really fucking lucky. But if you try and do that, just bear in mind, it's not actually Tiamat. Like, you can kill her, but it's just her aspect. You can't do it. You can't do it permanently. It's not a thing. Like, they will not let you. But her stat block, if I remember correctly, oh, it's not here. I thought it was here. They have Yinogu in here, though. Speak of the devil, the demon lord, him/herself. It's a she in my campaigns. Yeah, anyway, even when you do have a stat block for a god, they're like, fuck you. Like, you can kill it, but you can't actually kill it. Which I don't like. I feel like you can kill gods' avatars and then go up to the god's home plane and then kill the god themselves as well, and then you absorb their power. You gotta weaken the god first, but if you kill a god, you kill a god. They're killable. I think that should be doable. People who actually reach level 20, like, that's so fucking hard. So yeah. Oh my gosh, and Dawson just gifted a sub to Pizza Man, who hopped over, and Soggy Shrub is here. Thank you so much for the follow. Same with Figgy Monkey. Hello. Figgy Monkey says it's Mitch from TikTok. Oh, Mitch, thanks for hopping over. I appreciate your chatter. Alrighty. I gotta catch up a lot. Oh my god. Mayo says you already have one for me. I don't remember. I can't remember what you were talking about, Mayo. I'm so sorry. And Gessa says, liberal use of the ban/block button is a great way to keep the community healthy. Yeah, I don't have so much attachment to, like, singular people in my community that I'm willing to sacrifice the entire community's well-being and, like, comfort here for him, you know? Like, I'm okay banning someone who comes into chat and speaks once. I'm not gonna get that. I don't need a second chance if they're objectively a dick. Parsifal, hello! Thanks for hopping over. Thanks for being a follower. Okay. I'm trying to catch up on nicknames, too. Nico says armor cosplay should be a goal. I have to do more research on the armor once I have more time. I'm thinking after the holidays, or maybe before the holidays, I can do that. Figgy Monkey says my Prime is available on the 17th. I will be subbing then. Oh, that's sweet of you, Figgy. I appreciate that a ton. Yeah, the subs get a lot of emotes and whatnot. I like that a ton. Okay. Let's see. Nico says, also the Inca Cola will be there on Friday. Awesome. I will save it for Monday. I will not drink it until Monday, Nico. For those who aren't aware, Nico, Salison Zero over on Twitch, we fucking talked about food for the longest time the other day, and then they were like, hey, have you tried Inca Cola? And I was like, I've never even fucking heard of Inca Cola. Y'all want to see what Inca Cola is? It's fucking highlighter yellow soda. It's from Peru, I guess. Look at this fucking color, you guys. They've got the color right here. It's insane. That should not be... It's like the Baja Blast of Peruvian sodas. And apparently it tastes like a mix between bubblegum and... Fuck, what was it? It wasn't pineapple. It wasn't anything yellow. It wasn't anything that you'd fucking expect. But apparently it tastes like bubblegum. Anyway, I was like, this is an abomination. And Nico was like, yeah, bet. And then he sent it to me. So we're going to be trying that live on Monday for those who want to tune in. It'll be stream at 4:30 or 4 o'clock Pacific time as opposed to 5 o'clock like today was. So we'll be starting a little bit earlier on Mondays and Wednesdays, but that'll be a thing. So swing by to see me either suffer or have a new obsession. Cream soda. Bubblegum and cream soda. That was it. Yeah. Let's see. Just put something over on TikTok says, I want to help my DM manage my craziness during campaigns. Is there any way to not have to change DMs? Oh, depends on what you mean by your craziness. That could be a series of problems that have different root causes than the DM. Also, Blacktastic LFC says, favorite Thanksgiving dessert? We talked about this, right? What was the winner of the poll, chat? We had like apple pie, pumpkin pie, pecan pie up on a roster. Peach pie should have been on there. Yeah, I want to say apple pie. But it has to be like a mood, you know? I can't have too much apple pie, I can't have too much pumpkin. I will switch between the two. I dated a guy once who had this amazing cream, like, fuck it, can we make a tier list? We can make a tier list. Y'all want to do that next week? I kind of dedicated a different stream to that. But yeah. Oh, Just Gonna says, some Flint guy told me to come say hi, so hello. Hi, welcome in. And Random gifted a sub to Figgy Monkey. So Figgy, you don't have to wait till you can use your Prime somewhere else. Super sweet of you. Oh my gosh. Okay. PJ says one thing missing for a mobile stream. So we have the mount, right? For the DSLR, that is a table mount, so it like clips onto my table. It's like a clamp. What I don't have is a tripod, so I can't bring the camera into my kitchen yet. So that'd be the last thing I need. I haven't put it on my wish list yet because I haven't researched like the heights and things necessary, because it'd have to be really tall to go over basically the bar in my kitchen, because there's no other place that would go comfortably to have like a good view of my kitchen. Also, Flint just gifted a sub to Ope Just Gonna. Thanks, Flint. Oh my god, bringing someone over and gifting them a sub? Damn, Flint. All right, are you on the list already? You're not. Flint, how could you not be on this list? Hold on, Flint Masters. Here we are. I'm gonna try not to write over Amaloon's name. Whoops. PJ says, DM me somehow once you add it to your wish list. Oh, well that's sweet of you. That's really nice of you. I will try and remember. I can't guarantee it, but I'll hunt one down. You got it, fam. Alex Elko over on TikTok says, I don't know why I never realized this, but I just noticed you talk really fast. So when I'm explaining stuff on TikTok and I do my videos talking about like D&D tips and giving information, I tend to talk a lot slower, and I don't know why that is, but when I'm just blasting through questions and like having a fun time and just chatting with you guys, it gets a lot faster, and apparently people like that. They say that it itches their ADHD brains in a certain way. But a lot of it is also the fact that I'm Latina, or at least I attribute it to that, and I can't tell if that's even a joke anymore. Like, every time I start talking fast, too, like, I end up getting, and this is directly proportional to the fact that you guys sent me food, too, because now I have the energy to talk fast, because I could not do it earlier. Dreaming Nicole, welcome in. Thanks for being a follower. Welcome to the party. The party of almost 80 people. Good God, you guys. Yeah, every time I talk fast, like, we get more and more viewers, so I really should be doing that more often, I guess, because people use it as, like, body doubling, they use it as background noise. It's got a lot of uses, I guess, and in general, people just tend to enjoy it. I get to their questions a lot faster, too, which is really sweet. Oh my god, someone also sent me more food, and I did not realize. Holy hell. Okay, so that should be arriving soon. Good fucking timing. I usually leave my phone on Do Not Disturb, so I am so sorry if I ever miss food and whatnot, but who sent that? Oh my goodness. Lana May says, I have ADHD and I do the same thing. When I'm explaining something, I talk slower, but if I'm just chatting, I talk fast. Yeah, I don't know if it's insulting to, like, talk slower when I'm trying to explain something, but I also don't want to make it overwhelming. And on TikTok, it's a different thing in particular, because the TikTok is really pushing minute or more videos. And so if I talk really fast, I don't make the 1 minute mark with the thoughts that I have. Or unless it's like a really big subject matter. So anytime I talk about in D&D, for instance, horror things, I could go on for fucking forever. That's why these streams exist. It's for me to talk about D&D and not have to worry about, like, you know, fitting into a certain time frame. I could go on forever about that. So that I could talk quick on. Blood Main Leo, this one's for you. Alrighty. Genshazam says, another streamer just shortened my name to Gensha, and it suck if that's easier for you. I can do Gensha. I might not remember that it's you, though. Gensha. So if I forget, please remind me. Or if I'm like, hey, welcome in. Yeah, also remind me. Can we get Alcito a wand in place of a knife? I don't know, possibly. We can get Alcito a wand. He's got a collar now. We can get him a little wand and a wizard's hat. The little boy could be a little wizard. Oh my goodness. Goose says, maybe just have your Amazon list open on one of your tabs for a quick add to your goal. I should have that. Crimson Asia says, you mentioned a West Marches campaign. I've mentioned this before, so if you see the previous message first, then sorry. Oh! First of all, Delrend wanted me to check my posture, and also the Pizza Man 85 just gifted out 5 community subs. Thank you, Pizza Man! Oh, also Alex Elko is heading out. Have a good night, Alex. Also, for any of you left on TikTok, hop over to Twitch. There's a lot happening here, such as free gifted subs for the community. Pizza Man, that's super cool of you. Do I have you on here? I have you, don't I? I thought I recognized your name. Oh my god, I don't. Okay, well, let's shove you over. This is orange, so it's not gonna look very good down here. I'm gonna do Pizza Man. What's the number? 85. Sweet. I'm gonna need some new pens if I keep writing over my old writing. That's super sweet of you, Pizza Man. Oh my god, we're at 75? Okay, we're 5 away. That's a lofty goal. My goodness. Okay, so yes, a West Marches campaign is how I'm currently running my Curse of Strahd campaign. And I'm also a player in a West Marches campaign. Basically, the way it works is it's like basically anyone can join. You just set a time slot every week, and whoever shows up gets to play in a single, basically like a series of one-shots, where the premise is that you are discovering the world around a central hub or a central town. The town is always safe. The town will never get raided, and it acts like a guild hall. And then you go out by day, over the course of one session, you complete some quest out in the world, you explore, you cover some ground, you come back, and then the session ends. Next session, a new group of people joins and does the same thing. They do a little self-contained quest. So it's a really good way to avoid scheduling issues, basically. And I'm going to do a video on it soon because it seems to be a relatively new concept that not everyone knows about. Pizza Man says, my pleasure. I love your content and I'm learning so much. Thank you so much. Also, Chelsea says, I'm going to go now too. It's getting late for me and I need to sleep. Bye and take care. You have a good night. Thank you so much for popping in. I hope to see you again next time. Alrighty, let's see. Cash Cow says you have incoming packages on Saturday. I do? Cash Cow, what's the package? Oh man, I can't really look. When someone buys me something off my wish list and they don't explicitly tell me, it's really hard for me to tell. But I can keep an eye out. I also can't check my P.O. Box on Saturdays though. Not if it's big. I don't know. Shadow says, I have a D&D question for you, Diana. How do you handle a serious min-maxer? I don't. If they're a serious min-maxer, I just kind of let them have fun. Honestly, I try and convince the person that it's not the point of the game to win. But if they intend on doing it, I'm not going to ruin their fun. If that's how they have fun with the game, then it's totally fine and I'll work around them. Like, it's not a big deal. However, Brick McWheatley is a big deal because they just gifted a community sub. Thank you so much, Brick. Let me add you onto the list. Brick McWheatley. That's a very satisfying name to say. Oh, wait, there's an underscore there. We'll pretend there's an underscore there. But yeah, I try not to, like, fuck around too much with, like, trying to undercut whatever people's intent is for the game. So if they want, like, and I always ask my players this, I'm like, are you a min-maxer? Like, what do you want to play? What's your class loadout that you want to do? Like, do you want, like, a roleplay heavy campaign? Do you want just, like, a straight-up dungeon crawl? And chances are your min-maxers just want a dungeon crawl, and you can give them that. PJ says, I've had LASIK done through the military back in 2007. I've been glasses free ever since. Dude, imagine not having to pay a subscription to see. I have the worst fucking prescription for my contacts. I've got like a -5 point some shit in one eye, and then it's weird in the other eye, it's like different. And so, oh my god, it's so expensive. It's just existing. Sucks. Mike says I found Genuine's Pony on a playlist. Listen, Mike, I told you not to fucking judge me, Mike. It's on I have a playlist that's called Oh Boy, There Goes My Ego Again, and it's literally just my Get Hyped, Get Ready playlist. It's not refined, it's not very long, but it's like a mix of Latin music and then also, you know, songs like Pony, and I will not hear you guys talking shit about it. Fucking meanies. Okay, let's see. Elvin Master says, hey Diana, how's it going? Hello! And also, Huntercam says, want to try my glasses? I am blind. Huntercam, do you know your prescription? Figgy Monkey says, I was 87, glad to be part of the old person's club. Also, PJ says, Diana sees reality in one eye and the astral realm in the other eye. I don't see shit. Guys, I swear, if I ever have to, and I think I did this once. I had a scare where I dropped or lost my contact lenses, or like, I think I went to someone's house drunk and put them away somewhere where they didn't have fluid, so they dried out, and driving home from there while without contacts, I didn't have any spares, I didn't have my glasses. Oh god, I should keep spare contacts in my car. Hold on. I'm gonna make this a to-do because otherwise I will genuinely get stuck somewhere and be unable to drive because I can't see shit. Contacts. Put in car. Because if I don't have a spare set, I'm genuinely gonna strand myself somewhere. PJ says Diana's a real life example of rolling disadvantage with her eyesight. Yeah, my perception is shit. Although I will say I have really good hearing. Mike says, do you have an astigmatism? Yeah, and then I've got a cluster of nerve cells in the shape of a crescent moon in, I believe it's my left eye. One of the two, and apparently that fucks with it as well. And then there's also a hole in my retina in one of my other eyes. Dude, I was gonna make a TikTok about this, but I'll tell you guys this story. Fucking get your eyes checked. Okay, because there's some scary shit that can happen that you have no idea what happened. So I went into the doctor's office, the optometrist's office a little while ago, and they did a routine check. They did it so fast, it took like maybe 20 minutes. And then when I came back, they gave me my prescription, I walked out, I was fine. I go back a year later to a different office, right? They also take my insurance. I think we changed insurance, which is the reason that I switched over. The new guys did way more thorough testing. They did a bunch of tests that the speedy 20-minute office didn't do. And during those tests, the doctor like stared at my eye for a really uncomfortably long amount of time. And he kept like doing the shiny thing, and he's like, okay, we're gonna dilute your eyes real fast and then look at this. And I'm like, fucking look at what? And he's like, don't worry about it. And then he like dropped some things in my eye. Greedy, hello. Greedy128 just followed and said, I legit just got my eyes checked yesterday for the first time in 3.5 years. Please do it, because when my doctor checked my eyesight, he found a hole in my retina. And you wouldn't think that would be a big deal, right? You would think, oh, hole in retina? Who cares? You don't see through your retina, technically. It's just like this film, right, in your eye, in the back of it. And he was like, well, it's a small hole. It's like a pinprick size hole. But if it bursts, you will go blind in that eye over the course of less than an hour. And I'm like, fuck do you mean if it bursts? And he's like, well, the way it works is that your retina is holding back a layer of liquid, and it's got like a certain pressure around it. And right now the hole isn't a problem because it's not disrupting that pressure. However, if the hole ever bursts, or if your eyesight continues to get worse and the strain on your eyes causes it to burst, or like the shape of your eye, like basically the worse vision you have, the more chance you have of this happening to you, the hole will get bigger and your eye will deflate and you will go blind. And if that happens, he was like, you can't call 911, you can't go to a hospital, they won't be able to help you. And I'm like, what the fuck? Okay. He's like, you have to go to this specific specialist. I'm like, do I call you? And he's like, no, don't even call us, we can't help you either. You have to go to like a specialist where they will take a laser and like melt the bits of your eye together and like seal the hole that way. And I'm like, what happened? Why don't I just seal the hole now? Like, why don't I just prevent it? And he's like, there's a chance that sealing the hole could do something even worse for your vision. And I'm like, fuck's sake. So there's no winning. And he's like, yeah, if you ever get any weird floaties, go call the emergency eye doctor, call the emergency surgeon immediately. Yeah, like PJ said, do not pass go, do not collect $200. It's like you'll go blind in one eye. Spontaneously. And this hole in my retina, right, there is no sign that it existed until they just looked at it with a scope and dilated my eyes and did a bunch of very specific tests with some very specific lighting conditions. So trust your eye doctor, and also go to your eye doctor, because there was no warning sign that would be a thing that I would have to watch out for. So if I woke up one of these days and I just saw a bunch of random floaters, I would have just been like, damn, maybe I should drink more water or something, and I wouldn't notice until I went blind. And then even then I'm a dumbass, so it'd probably take another hour for me to notice that my eye collapsed. So please go to your doctor. Welcome back to the health and wellness stream, you guys. Oh my goodness. Okay, I am quite behind on chat. Once again, I'm still back at the part where we're talking about my fallopian tube, so we're really like full circle, I guess. Anyway, PJ wants me to hydrate after all that. Thanks, PJ. Huntcamp says, so I could give you the numbers per eye, but I have double vision and double astigmatism with depth perception problems. Aren't you a driver? Wait, does that work when you're a driver, Hunta? It's wild. Dawson, I just got settled in. Give me a break. I'm gonna have slightly less strip posture here. Hunter says, don't tell anyone. Okay, valid. Fair. I ain't no snitch. Senpai over on TikTok says, how to get into D&D. I have a video on that, but I recommend watching Critical Role and then having that be like your guiding force for learning the rules. And then after that, you can kind of just jump into it. I really don't recommend reading the player's handbook, just the sections that are relevant to whatever your class is. Okay, so back to where we were talking about kids in chat. Oh, Epic Panda says, thanks for the sub. I'd love Diana and try and get in here as much as possible. That's really sweet, Panda. Oh, thank you. Okay, we're talking about kids, talking about cats counting as kids. talking about Arkansas for some reason. I don't know when that happened. We are a lukewarm to Arkansas chat around here. I don't know what we think about them. Dev at some point chatted and said something about furious scribbling. I can't remember what the fuck that was on about. Let's see. The God of War campaigns. Cats yelling if they don't get fed. People talking about God. Because I guess that would just be God Killer. I was gonna say someone should make an RPG like system based off of that, but like that's just God Killer, isn't it? Either that or has a terrible name. Abrathil says you should sell homebrewed campaigns, especially for beginners. Here's the thing. I don't really make anything, like, genuinely... Fucking Flint. God damn it. Check my posture. Fine. I don't make any brand new stuff. I only reflavor things, so I could do supplements, but I couldn't really do... It would be very heavily modified plot lines stolen from other things, because all the best DMs plagiarize, you know? And I would... Even if I did that, I feel bad about charging for it. So, I don't know. I like to give my advice for free. Let's see. Which is why, when the podcast comes out, it will be free to listen to. And you can choose to subscribe to get bonus content, like bloopers, because oh my fucking god, you guys, there are so many fucking funny bloopers. Dude, Dev and I are I love our team. We're so good at what we do, even though we've only been doing it for like a month. But yeah. Let's see. Main Pious Fool says killing gods creates a power vacuum and even greater chaos results. Yeah. Okay, let's see. I have a question here from Apathetic Panda. I don't know if Apathetic Panda is still in chat. But they say, so, Diana, I'm in a campaign as a player, and my DM just launched a tournament arc for us, and we had to spin a wheel to select our challenges for the day. We played Battle Chest and Obstacle Course, as well as jousting other teams. Have you ever run or played in a tournament? I love that idea, because you can basically take any skill check, and you can think backwards, right? And you can be like, okay, what if we take, like, the concept of animal handling? Like, how would we turn that into a tournament? And it's like, okay, first one to break a wild horse first. Wins, or like a horse wrangling tournament. That would work. That would be a cool thing. You can work backwards. Athletics, like those fucking stone lifting competitions, things like that. I would just say, like, go skill by skill and think of ways that people test that skill in real life and then make that into a tournament. I've never done it, but tournaments are a lot of fun. Anything that allows for like PvP. My dream session, you guys, is to have like a spontaneous PvP, and this will, oh my god, this will only ever happen if we get like more than 10 people in my like West Marches campaign at once. If they all happen to log in and I'm like, shit, I can't do an actual encounter right now, fuck it, we're doing a dream sequence where they all fight each other in a tournament. That'd be fun. I want to do that. That's a good idea. I should write that down. Where's my pen? Curse of Strahd. What is it called? An arena with 10 plus people. In case, for some ungodly reason, everyone in my fucking place decides that they are free at one specific Friday or something. Okay. Let's see. I'm still super far behind. Someone said, why is Yenogu female in your campaign? I think I just like gender bending certain gods. So in my campaign, Helm is also gender neutral. Just because there's no reason that anyone should think that he's a he if he's never revealed his face. Things like that. Just for funsies. But yeah. Okay, Flint says, roll a D100 and say, how is my Wednesday going to be? For those who are new here, the D100 is a relatively new addition, thanks to Mayo and Huntcam. We have two of these bad boys. This one's gold, and then there's another like oil slick iridescent one that I have. It is hollow too, so you kind of see the hollowness there. There is a redeem to roll a D100 and determine something about your fate, about your life. Let's see. Flint, you got a 93. Your Wednesday's gonna be fucking awesome, my dude. Congratulations. Let's see. Chris says, hi, Diana. I'm the Pizza Man 85 on Twitch. I found you here on TikTok. Love your content. Hey, I saw you, Pizza Man. Thanks for popping in. Stay Toasted said, I had a vampire that hosted a tournament and the party had to fight a bunch of enemies and monsters. It was ages ago, so it was bad. That still sounds so fun. Also, Greedy128 and Dreaming Nicole. I don't know if I said hi to you guys when you popped in here, but thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Bloodmain Leo says my nickname could be Leon. I could do that. But I'm also going to say Blood main Leo in parentheses, so that way I can still like tell who you are if I need to for emergency purposes on OBS. Let's see. I'm gonna skip a couple things. I'm gonna try not to skip any direct D&D questions, but I'm gonna skip past some of my other bits while you guys continue talking about eyesight, I guess, in chat. We were talking about the Pine Soul looking drink. And let's see. It looks like mellow yellow in the clear bottle. Honestly, valid. Cody, the Bally Boy, says, I'm getting back into D&D, and I'm actually playing a one-shot on Sunday, which will be my first time playing since high school. Then after that, I'm starting a campaign in December that's based on the Waterdeep, and I'm so hyped. I bought 2 Acererax treasure mystery dice sets at my local game store, and I also bought the Vaxodon Critical Role dice set in anticipation to play again. How were the mystery sets? Because I saw those, and I don't know, I'm too anxious about getting a set that I don't like, and I'd be worried about it just being like a little resin plain green or blue or something. Well, green would be cool, but like some random white set of dice or something. Well, white would be cool too. Damn, maybe I should buy one. I don't know. I'd be worried about getting something that I don't like. Nico says, can we make a food tier list? Oh, right. I read that earlier. Yeah, I can add that. Fucking, all right, fine. Yeah, food tier list. But I would have to... Food tier list. We'll do that as a random stream next week. Why not? Let's see. Oh my god, I think also someone probably delivered me food fucking forever ago, and I think I might have missed it. Oh yeah, it's been outside for 17 minutes. Tell you what, Fen, entertain chat for like, oh my god, for like 2 seconds. I do really like this brewery. So I don't, y'all, it's like it's a brewery around here, pretty local. It's called 10 Barrel. Absolutely lovely stuff. And they have like, for some reason, the best fucking Caesar salads. I don't know what it is. I think it's something to do with the way that they do the there's something about the croutons, man. I also love how as soon as I stepped away, my viewer count went up by like 5 or 6. Whatever you did, Fen, good work, I guess. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna continue reading while you guys talk about drinking gas and smashing flagstones in my chat. Nico wants me to roll a D100 and see if you will get a promotion. Yeah, I can check that. Random says you have orange chicken on the way. Do I really? Oh my god, do I really? You guys, this is so much food. Oh my god, yeah. Oh, I hope that works. I don't know if it sent through. If it did, fucking stoked. But yeah. Okay, a lot of people talking about tripods. I am gonna drink a little bit of water, so partially so that I can, and then I'll do the D100, so I can read chat too. Dreaming Nicole says, what's your go-to map maker for D&D? I absolutely love Incarnate, only because it's free for the most part, and then you don't really need a whole lot of detail when it comes to like, I use it for continent and like country levels. I don't use it for city levels. For city levels, I have a random map maker. Let me see if I can find it. It's very commonly used. It's quite literally just like generates a town, and you can decide whether or not it has like walls, whether or not it's near a river, things like that. I believe it's the Medieval Fantasy City Generator. So let me plug this into Firefox and show you guys what I'm talking about. First of all, we're gonna get rid of the piss drink, and then we're gonna do this. So this is what I use. This is all randomly generated. I can go through here and open up the menus and start a new city and generate a new one. You can also go through and you can kind of, well, change the color scheme first of all. So I don't mess with these too much. There are a couple presets, so you could do like vivid, natural, apply all those. Fuck with the colors a little bit, so you can do a different one for each country that your town is in, and then kind of have them color coordinated that way. And then there are 3 menus for the generation, the settlement, and the style. So the generation one Right now it's all set to random, but you can generate whether or not it has a citadel, which is this giant thing right here. An inner castle, which is right here. This is a citadel. You can turn on an inner castle, you can turn off walls on the river. You can say whether or not it's on a coast, talk about whether it's got a temple, a plaza, a shanty town, farms, and then you can kind of like rebuild based off those parameters. And you can see like all of this is shown up now. So you can do that. You can fuck with the roads and change how many roads there are, the road density and things like that. You can name it. You can kind of like re-roll just the names if you decide you don't want to come up with them yourself. And it also names districts and things like that. I need a link to all of this stuff. This one is called I just Googled Medieval Fantasy City Generator. Let me see if I can plug it into chat here. There you go. And you can kind of change the style of everything, like the style of the blocks of the different buildings and things like that. So this is what I use, and then I will take this and plug it into PowerPoint, and then I will, in PowerPoint, just make little like basically markers that say like, okay, building number 1, and this is going to be a warehouse. Building number 2, this is going to be the church to Kellamfor. Building number 3, this is going to be the bakery. Things like that. And so I export it and then kind of like put that into a Word doc, because again, I am terrible about actually keeping notes, and so everything is in a Word doc. I swear to God, as soon as Endeavorance makes that fucking video about how to use Obsidian, I'm gonna be all over it. I need help. But yeah. Okay. I am, oh God. Half of my stream is me saying how far behind on stream I am. Let's see. People are going to bed. PJ says, I sent you an Instagram DM for the time being. Just want to give you a heads up. Okay, solid. I'll keep an eye out for it. If I forget about it, I am so sorry in advance because it's going to be a while until I see it. But yeah, Cash Cow says, I sent you the Dongwon collar and the Hacks Tech Rainbow D&D dice set. Oh, thank you, Cash Cow. That's super sweet of you. Holy hell. And those are coming. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for them. I'll try and check my the things. But yeah. Let's see. Okay, we're back to talking about eyesight. Someone said I should share the playlist. Absolutely not. Do you have astigmatism? I think I answered that one already. Dawson says, I've driven without contacts before at night, but thank God for lane keep assistant. It was an interstate, so pretty easy. I don't know if I trust someone without their contacts on the interstate. Goodness. Danger Zone over on TikTok says, I just joined. Was that a map creator? It was, yeah. It's what I use for D&D maps, but basically on a city level, on a country and like continent scale, I still use Incarnate, but what I will do is I will go to Fantasy Name Generator and have them randomly generate like the continent outlines for me, and then I import that into something else, I think into Incarnate, and then I trace it out, or I print it and then trace it, or something like that, like straight up on my monitor. It was tedious as shit. I'm never doing that again. I am living in this world for the rest of my life. But yeah. Let's see. Dick No Grayson says, I'm going to take my driving test tomorrow. Oh, awesome. Congratulations in advance, because I know you're going to fucking crush it. Cash Cow's heading off. Have a good night, Cash Cow. They say I'm heading to bed, but I'm going to leave my computer on and have my account lurk for the view. I appreciate that. Also, Nike's Bra followed and Panda Vapor followed. Also, Salson Zero, let's see. Will you get a promotion? That wasn't really a roll. Hold on. I'm going to roll again. Oh my God, if I can get it to not roll off the table. Is that a 100? Nico, that's a 100. You're getting a promotion, my guy. Congratulations in advance. Figgy says you should be wearing blue light glasses. Okay, so here's the thing about blue light glasses. They are not proven yet, but I probably should still be wearing, so doctors are like, the science isn't there. Like, the science doesn't say that blue light is bad for you outside of the keeping you awake for melatonin reasons sort of thing, but they don't think it's explicitly bad for your eyes. That being said, they've been selling them for so long at this point, and it really doesn't cost extra to make your glasses blue light glasses anyway, that they kind of just say, yeah, you may as well. Like, we don't think it hurts you to be exposed to blue light so much, but better safe than sorry, I guess is the vibe. W Young 978, welcome in. Hello. Random says 100-sided dice must roll so easily because it has to be super broad. It's functionally a ball. Yeah, it does not stop. It's also really hard to read, but oh well. Okay, I'm gonna take a bite here real fast. Let's see. Mike says new fear unlocked with the retina hole. Yeah, it's wild. Mayo says, my colors are going to be all sorts of fucked since my next pair of glasses are going to be media, blue light blocking, and transitions. I mean, at least you got an all-in-one. Also, Professor Everything, hello. Thanks for following over on Twitch. Hi, welcome in. I can drink more water too. I don't think that there's been a recent redeem, but oh well. Professor Everything says, can I ask a question? Go for it. It'll take me a sec to get to it, but I can answer it when I get a chance. Also, Johnny Boy wanted me to hydrate. I can do that. Professor Everything says, what is your opinion on the generational hit fighting game Primal Rage? An icon of its time, it impacted millions of young kids' lives with its stop-motion animation and its expansive roster, including Blizzard, Talon, and Sauron. Fight, Kill, Rage. I have never heard of it. So unfortunately, I cannot have an opinion. However, sounds fun. Is it like an arcade game? Apparently, Just Gunna has heard of it. Thanks, Johnny Boy, for the water. Let's see. Cade says, how would you structure an undead encounter to ramp up over time? I'm making the players dig a grave for the Burgomeister under fire for squad. For squad. So, I would make it, if it's in the graveyard, I would maybe make it so that the more time that they spend, or the later in the day it gets, so have it go by daytime. So in Barovia, you can't really see the sunset because it's always cloudy, but they can still see like the sunset through the clouds on the horizon. And so make it so that the further the sun sets, that acts as their timer. So they have a visual of like how long it's going to be until the final wave comes. So that'll be their visual timer, right? As soon as it dips down below the horizon, that's when the final boss appears. You can also make it so that more undead show up from not the graves necessarily. You can do the graves if you want, but that would spawn them really close to where they're digging. However, you can also have them come up from the ground or from the nearby houses. So in my Curse of Strahd campaign, I have a sickness, I don't know if Endeavorance is still listening, I hope not, a sickness like side story quest where they have to uncover the source of some horrible illness that has been plaguing town and turning people into zombies. So zombies breaking out of houses, because up until that point, in my version of Barovia, the townspeople were just locking these zombies in their own houses after they turned and fell to the sickness, because they weren't equipped to deal with that. And so, yeah. I don't know. Zombies coming out of the nearby areas and then also using the sun as a timer. That's what I would do. Let's see. Let me continue reading. And Guessa says I recommend Dimension 20 before Critical Role because it's not as long. That's valid. I've gotten that complaint a lot about Critical Role. Every time I recommend it, or people are like, oh yeah, I'm really behind because it's just too long. Like I can't sit through that long of a session. Totally valid. Yeah. There's not a whole lot that can be done about that either, because that is just how long D&D sessions are, and they do it by the books. Let's see. Cody says, I had to reload Twitch, so I don't know if you saw my comment, but ChatGPT had a mini campaign called The Lost Relic of Eldoria, and then they proceeded to describe their campaign, which sounds super fucking cool. Also, people talking about... Oh, Dick No Grayson says, favorite non-D&D system? As of right now, Dread. Dread is so much fun because you don't really have to teach people how to play. It's not like in-depth character creation. The only thing you have to do is you have to pull Jenga blocks. If you haven't watched it, please, for the love of God, go watch a playthrough of Dread, and then like maybe just like go, I don't know. My playthrough isn't up yet. It was hilarious, dude. Dread is so easy. Look up how to play. It's basically, instead of doing skill checks, you pull blocks from the Jenga tower, and the harder the skill check is to accomplish, the harder the thing you're trying to accomplish is, the more blocks you pull. And if the tower falls, you die. It is a permadeath one-shot type game, and it is so much fun. You don't have to do any numbers, so you can teach it to anyone. I love it. I want to run a Dread campaign so bad. But yeah. Let's see. Back to where we were talking about eyesight. Crimson Agent says, I have a question about West Marches. How do you balance levels? Usually it's experience based. So you try and make it so that people who are different levels, I don't know. characters can have, like, people can have multiple characters in a West Marches campaign. So one player can have like 5 or 6 different people, and they can just pull out whichever character happens to fit the level that is recommended by the DM before the session. But I always make it so that the entire guild levels up at the same time. So that way everyone is kind of on the same page and they progress through the story at the same time. But that's also because mine actually has a story and most of them don't. It's really like a West Marches hybrid of a normal campaign. But yeah. I'm still reading through people talking about how blind Huntacam is. Bra3ma says, have you been streaming for like 5 hours? I respect it. I started at 5 Pacific time. It's now 8:30ish. I might honestly go till 9 because our numbers are doing really well, and I don't want to deprive you guys of me answering your questions because I like it a lot, and also I haven't even finished dinner. But 9 is probably where I'll cut it from there, because then I usually spend until about 1 or 2 in the morning working on stuff. It's weird, and this is going to be a rare moment of you guys seeing what my life is like outside of these streams and things like that, but I have my day job, which is back there. My normal day job desk is right there. And so that's my day job laptop and everything like that. So I do that from 8 in the morning to 5 o'clock, sometimes 4 o'clock if I decide to stream starting at 4, right? Then from 4 to basically the end of the night, like at least 9 o'clock every single day, I stream. And so Hunta says the blasphemy coming from Diana. First of all, you mean hypocrisy, you blind bitch. And I am the exact same way, so I get it. I know. We both suck. Teamwork. Neither of us can see. Anyway, yeah, so I stream 3 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, basically until the end of the night, and then I have, after stream work. So that's when I do content creation for TikTok. I prep for Twitch streams, so I usually do special things for Twitch whenever I can. I answer emails because I do have like business emails and things like that to get to. I am currently starting a charity. I am currently starting the podcast with a friend, and then I'm preparing for a series of actual plays that I'm going to be in next year, in addition to random little projects that people bring to my attention that they need help with, because I can't say no to anyone, and I love helping out this community. And so there's a lot going on. So basically, this is my very long-winded way of saying that every time you guys donate to get me Monster Energy drinks, I appreciate it immensely because it's the only thing keeping me alive right now. There is a lot happening. It's functionally like 2 jobs, except if you consider every individual content creation thing like a job, then it'd be more like 5 jobs in addition to my day job. So, things get crazy, but that's, what is the charity you're starting? I will have to talk about that when I actually get it off the ground, but everything is prepped. I'm doing a lot, it's exciting. There's a lot happening on that front. I will talk to you guys about that probably closer to next year. I believe the launch is set for May. We might also launch before that. I'm still figuring it out, because it started as an idea, and then everyone else is like, oh shit, this is an awesome idea, like how do I get in on this? And I'm like, I don't fucking know. Let me figure it out and get back to you. So I'm still in the figuring it out stage. Professor Everything says, what are some methods you use to relieve stress? Talking fast and drinking. I'm kidding. I don't drink. I mean, I do drink, but I don't rely on it in that way. Medina Guy, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Great timing. Also, Francis Nunn? Hi. Steve over on TikTok says, are you okay? That's a lot to juggle. I haven't crashed and burned yet, and I also have OCPD, so getting things done helps me out a lot. It just makes me feel better. Also, Seth wants me to hydrate. Oh god. Yeah, let me get some water and show off the... Hello, welcome in, Francis Nunn. Hi. The vase, as people keep saying it. It's a wine decanter. I just like using it for water because I like taking cheap things and making them look really bougie. So, yeah. Posture check for Brick McWheatley. Yeah, I can do that. Someone said I should also add taking a breath as a redeem. I can do that's actually a good idea. I am looking for more redeems, so if you guys have ideas, please send them my way. Also, for everyone hanging out over on TikTok, highly recommend popping over on Twitch. Twitch.tv/DianaTheRose. TikTok Live does not do super well. I really only use it to notify people that I'm live on Twitch, and the Twitch Live helps me out a lot more, just on literally every level. So absolutely feel free to hop over there. You'll be able to see a lot more. You'll be able to do redeems. You'll be able to interact better. Yeah, I like it a lot better. Okay. This is us talking about dice. This is me when I stepped away to go get the other food. Let's see. Flint says to breathe. I just hate dead air. I don't know. I feel like every time I stop talking, my viewership drops, and I know it's unhealthy to even look at the viewership numbers that closely, but like, I don't know. It's nice to know, because when there's a bunch of you here and a bunch of you guys are asking questions and stuff, then I know that I should stay on and like, because I want to answer your guys' questions. I pride myself on being a very open and accessible content creator. So yeah. Alrighty. Oh my gosh, we're talking about food again. We talked about the map maker. I'm gonna skip past all of the talk about food real fast. Fen says, have you checked out Azar's world generator? I have not. I've never even heard of it, actually. But also, I'm at the point now where I'm kind of playing more than I'm actually like generating worlds and doing the world building, and so it's been a sec since I've had to generate something. Also, inappropriate_1, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Hello. I also just realized I never actually drank the water. Whoops. Johnny Boy says, because of you, I'm now into Halloween trap music, which has been sheltered from me for so long. I am so sorry. Inappropriate one says, came from TikTok. I appreciate that. I know it sucks to switch platforms, but like this helps a lot. Also, Mayo says, I think you should have 2 different D100 regimes. One for the regular and then another labeled Die of Destiny for the gorgeous D100. I should do that. Draco wants me to drink again. Jesus Christ. Okay. Mr. Degree says Halloween trap sounds like a banger. So there's not a whole lot of good Halloween music. Even just like normal non-trap vanilla Halloween music is not fantastic. But it's basically like trap remixes of horror movie like theme songs and things like that. So like the Halloween theme song, the Addams Family theme song has a trap remix. Spooky Scary Skeletons has a remix. The Siren Head theme, which I'm pretty sure is just a siren, like a tsunami warning, but remixed into a trap song. Look, I'm not claiming it's good, but it's funny. I do it for the bit. And then also unironically, because I've listened to it for like 4 years in a row now, and when you start doing something ironically, you can no longer do it ironically more than like a couple months, and so now I'm trapped and I cannot escape this fucking trap hellhole. Pun intended. Mayo wants me to hydrate. Thanks, Mayo. Alrighty. This is back. Oh, Samurai was here. Oh, Samurai, did I miss you? Are you still here? Hey, Samurai. Also, Crimson Agent says, would you ever be interested in running a campaign for the community or playing amongst us in a West Marches or other campaign? I don't have the time. I wish I could play more. When I do, it's generally with other D&D TikTokers, so Endo DMs is my current DM. Absolutely amazing DM, too. Holy shit. He's running a West Marches campaign that I could never run myself. Full on, like, rumors abound and, like, you know, boards that have different jobs to do every single week and things like that. It's all real time as well. It's crazy. That dude puts in so much work. But yeah. Anyway, I don't often play. I just don't have the time. Mike says, did anyone know that D&D/Hasbro is creating a D&D channel? So I was actually, they had a screening for it in LA, I believe last night, and I was invited, but I only got the invitation 2 hours like into the morning of yesterday, and so I couldn't fly out there in time. Otherwise I would have gone, because they are actually doing what I'm doing, which is like a live, or not a live, but like a pre-recorded rendition of Heroes Feast, where they cook the Heroes Feast things, you know, oh my god, what is it called? Recipes. And one of my friends, Omega Jones, if you don't follow Critical Bard on literally everything already, you absolutely should. They're a friend, super awesome person, and they're friends with all of my friends, a friend of content creators, basically, and they're actually on that show, as is Chef Mike, who's a super cool, like, ex-McDonald's head chef and then content creator as well, who is really into D&D, and I didn't know that. They were back on, like, the old Rooster Teeth days, before Rooster Teeth went under. Well, they didn't go under, but they're not doing well, you know. Alright. Thanks, Brick. That one's for you. I need to get, like, accessories for Alcito. I emailed the people who made Alcito back, and I was like, hey, because they offered for me to do a sponsored video for them. They were like, we can give you, like, between $250 and $500 to do a video, and I was like, listen, I love this little man. I will do it for free. And then they never got back to me, which is wild. I just wanted confirmation, but I don't know. Maybe I'll still do it. At the very least, I want him to have some appearance on my TikTok. Fen, can you all chill? Digno Grayson says, any good YouTube campaigns? I know a couple of smaller ones. So Venture Forth D&D, the Rule of Cool podcast is one. Foes and Fables is, I believe, a podcast, but they might also be on YouTube. There's a lot on there. Tales of Novum is really good, so I'm friends with the person who runs that, which I'm very proud to be their friend. Draco wants me to check my posture. Yeah, so those are the smaller ones, which are like within the D&D community. So if you were to go to Gen Con, you would run into all the stars of those campaigns. Thanks, Fen. And then, as for the big ones, Critical Role and Dimension 20 are really big. Mayo says, speaking of Tales of Novum, Kickstarter. Yes, so Tales of Novum is currently getting Season 2, which may or may not have some familiar faces. And, well, part of it is to have a live production of Heroes of Bastion Season 2, which is their most popular production. Really good, and it's a really fucking good campaign. Alec is an amazing DM. So go check out the Heroes of Bastion Season 2 Kickstarter, or just Alec the Bard's TikTok channel, as he has all the info for that over there. Fight for Light 111, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Hello. Okay. Someone said opinion on Magic the Gathering. I go to Magic the Gathering for art, and I usually like use that art as inspo for D&D stuff. So like I think the Graveyard Worm is like a card in D&D that I really want to like implement in hello, Fight for Light, rather. Hi. That's something I want to implement in D&D, and by reskinning a purple worm or something like that, you know. I think it'd be super fun. Dawson says, is your job full remote? Just curious, because I wish mine was full remote. It is, thank fucking God. If it wasn't full remote, I would not be a content creator. There's no way I could survive doing, like, the 5 billion things that I have on my to-do list every day, and then also not having the remote flexibility to, like, you know, work through lunch so I can end my workday early. Boneyard Worm. That might be it. Massacre Worm? That sounds even cooler. Draco wants me to hydrate. But yeah, thank God. Otherwise I'd never be able to get like my chores and daily maintenance, just being alive type things done very much. Vienna Tam, hi! Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You guys, we've reached 3.4 thousand followers on here. That's a fuck ton for someone who just started streaming. That's insane. Oh my God. Okay, let's see. Trying to catch up. I never actually answered the question about what I do to relieve stress, but yeah, getting things done is my big thing when it comes to stress relief. Dickno Grayson says, I want to make a blind fighter as a GM. How would you handle it? So, characters that have disabilities are very weirdly common. I would basically make it so that early on in the campaign, they have some sort of charm or something that gives them tremor sense, something like tough, or some other item or magical ability bestowed on them by a god, or as a like part of a quest, or that they find on another dead adventurer, or they have to fight to get from another dead adventurer. So introducing a moral question to it, like, do I want to kill to see? You know, something like that. Something that kind of negates it, but doesn't make it entirely OP, because you still want it to be. Yeah, blind fighting is also a feat, but that relies on a feat. It depends on if they're patient enough to wait till level 4 to get that. Is it 4? I want to say it's 4. But yeah. Okay, let me continue reading on. Lemon says, I know this was a while ago, but if you need a tripod suggestion, I recommend the Magnus VT4000. It's expensive, but it's really nice and works really well. I can copy that down. I don't want to, like, is it expensive? How much is it? $159 for a tripod. Holy hell. The only thing is I don't want to, like, accidentally, I don't know. PJ's been super nice so far. I don't want to, like, go crazy on them. But I will keep it in mind, or maybe make it a future, like, goal or some such thing, because I could also, I'm sure I could make do. Let's see. Mike says, I watch Chef Mike stuff when he has roast people making special sauce. Goodness. Okay, I think I'm almost caught up. Good God. Wasteland Ranger's here. Wasteland, you always pop in so late. Oh my goodness. Also, Vienna Tam is here, and Tranched Devi, welcome in. Hello. Random says 97 viewers. Oh yeah, I had this thing where if I could consistently stay above 100, I would change it to a teddy bear onesie, but I might also just do a dedicated stream. Johnny, I can see you in my other tab. Mayo says you fallen behind a couple hydrates? Oh shit. Alright, fine. Dick No Grayson says, I wish I could find a Vampire the Masquerade table. Oh boy, do I have the website for you, my friend. I highly recommend Start Playing, and I always go off about fucking startplaying.games, but there's a reason for it, because you can find any game on here. So if I wanted to search like Vampire the Masquerade, I'll just search Vampire. Yeah, Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition. London by Night. Ooh, oh shit, fun. Bordeaux by Night, yeah, Brussels by Night. There's a lot happening here when it comes to Vampire the Masquerade. So basically you can find like any sort of game. This one's only $7.50 and it's just starting. Other ones are kind of probably in the middle of their campaign. I check out for these reviews though. The reviews are honestly the best part of this because I would not want to have a DM who is not experienced in running these sorts of games or this type of game system. So try and keep an eye out for ones that are cheap but also have good reviews. Generally, people who have really good reviews or put a lot of work into their campaigns will have higher price points. This is per session. And of course, you know, if you sign up for a session and you're like, damn, I really don't like this, you can drop out. You don't have to stick through the entire campaign. Or conversely, if you pay for a session and you're like, oh shit, I actually can't show up, and it's like within reason, you know, a couple days ahead of time, you can just get a refund, you know. But yeah, there's a lot happening here. It does play online, but honestly, nowadays, that's pretty much the only way to play. It's so hard to get in-person groups to do things. Let's see. Figgy Monkey has to head to bed. Have a good night, Figgy, if you're still here. Main Pious Cool says you're kicking ass, compelling, super informative, an excellent voice and cadence. Keep it up. You're doing great, Diana. Thank you. I appreciate that. Also, Mr. Dewey Moist is here. Hello. Fantastic name. And then also, I think I need one more hydrate. Another fucking hydrate. Thanks, Brick. Digno Grayson says, I'm just getting into TTRPGs. I still don't know all the places to find games. Yeah, so Start Playing has every game. It's really beginner friendly too, and you can keep, like, people will tag their game as beginner friendly. So if you're like, oh yeah, I'm brand new to this game, like I'm still learning, you can like kind of just, I don't know, hop into there, and it's generally going to have a GM that's really down with that and very okay with it. If it's beginner friendly, it also tends to be cheaper and things like that. The buy-in cost really is partially to pay the DM for their time, because people do that as their full-time job, and they make fucking bank being professional DMs, by the way, because you do what you love, and then you just like, yeah, I don't know, it's cool. I like it a lot. And then also the payment also makes it so that you can like, yeah, you know, if you're paying for a game, basically, how do I put this? If you're paying for a game, you're less likely to bail on it, if that makes sense. Huntcam also wants me to hydrate. I'm gonna fucking end stream if you guys keep making me do this. Alrighty. PJ says, don't worry about price. Go ahead and add it. Are you sure, PJ? Because let's see, like, I haven't done any research at all. So if you're cool with it, I can. PJ says teddy bear onesie, let me make a bunch of alt accounts. I'll probably do a dedicated stream sometime in the next couple weeks. You're sure? Okay, hold on. I can... The VT 4000. I'll add it. Add to list. If you're 100% sure. It looks like it's 20% off right now too, so that will help. Yeah, it should be compatible. I don't know a whole lot about camera equipment. That's the only downside to being like a brand new or relatively new streamer is that like, I mean, add if you're okay with that model. I think so. It should be okay. I also trust Mayo implicitly. So yeah, like I don't know a whole lot about add whatever you want in general. Don't worry about price. That's sweet of you. But yeah. Oh, Brick wants me to hydrate and Dawson wants me to check my posture. Okay. Mayo says, wait, I'm trusted. I trust you on tech stuff, Mayo. Because again, I don't know shit about like how to be an actual streamer when it comes to anything, especially lighting and things like that. Like the most I can do with my, like, I don't have backlighting right now that's very strong. I just have Gobi lights that are like way hung up over there. So you can kind of see the red on my arm when I stick my arm back here. That's because they're currently set to red, but in order to have like lighting properly work for this desk setup, I don't have softboxes or anything. So I just have like the main light coming on back there. So that way I don't look super washed out. I will say though, it is fun being able to do this. And then like change it to different colors as I wish to reflect the vibe, reflect the mood. I could also go with like rainbow and things like that. Flynn says, I am not to be trusted. Huntcamp says same. good to know. Okay. Solid. I will not then. Johnny Boy says red lights equals dirge playthrough. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, next time I go, I do like a little dirge choice where it's like, hey, do you want to do this good thing or do you want to do this blatantly evil thing? I could just stare at the camera and then set it to, hold on. I can just like, chat, you know what we have to do. I just can't keep a straight face for that sort of stuff is my only thing. Draco wants me to hydrate again. PJ says, I love paying it forward to streamers I like, and I have like 7 Amazon wish lists I have saved, including yours. Oh, PJ, that's really sweet of you. That's really nice. Who are the other streamers? And also, what the hell do you do for a living? That is wild. Okay, I gotta catch up on chat again. Fen says, I feel like the teddy bear onesie would be a good Christmas time stream. That's a good point! But I could also do a different onesie that's more like Christmassy themed, like red and white, like the candy cane type vibe. I could find that somewhere and then buy it. Or put it on the wish list, maybe. I don't know. I also, if you guys buy things off the wish list, and this goes for you, PJ, be sure you prioritize what you want me to have. Like, it's 100%. Again, I don't need to survive or anything. Not yet. Not until my job fires me for leaving and doing content creation during my day. But yeah. Just make sure you approve. I don't know. Lemon says, I know Magnus has some cheaper ones that are also good, but that's the one I use for film class. Oh, shit. Okay. And Wasteland Ranger says, I'm usually at work or getting ready for work when you start streaming. Oh, got it. Gotcha. Also, Tranch Devi, welcome in. I don't remember if I said hi, and Orsak is here and just gifted out a community sub. Hey, Orsak, how's it going? Dick says, I love this community, why no Discord? Respectfully, I don't have the time. I just have too much to do and I wouldn't be able to moderate a Discord. The only people who I trust so far to like implicitly where I could walk away and leave my community with them are other TTRPG content creators, and they all have their own Discords and communities to deal with because they are full-time. And so I don't want to put that on them. I don't really have like anyone who I trust to be a mod outside of that because I have a very particular moderation style, which is very hands-off until someone does anything wrong and then it's like ban. But until then, like I free with most things, so it's a very particular style, and I would like to be present in the Discord. I wouldn't want it to be a Discord where I just like exist and everyone talks about me while I'm, you know, and a lot of content creators do this, and I hate to call them out for it. They go invisible all the time because they don't want people to, in their own Discord, to notice that they're on and then start harassing them or trying to get their attention. And I feel like when you get a Discord that is like it kind of like opens people up to talk to you on a more regular basis, and you start to lose some control over that boundary between you and your audience. And I could go on about the ethics of content creation for forever, so I'll probably get one eventually, but it probably won't be until I become a full-time content creator, and I feel like I want to make sure my community is coalesced and I rely more on my community for existing than I do now. PJ says, what about the Alec mod in here? I don't trust Alec for shit. No, I'm kidding. Alec is like an amazing human being. We're friends, but he's another content creator. But again, he has his own community, and he's buried under work right now for the Tales of Novum Season 2, and especially Heroes of Bastion Season 2 Kickstarter. So I would never give him extra work because the poor guy is stressed as shit already. We both are. Let's see. I think I'm caught up. Everyone's been talking about how much they are trusted. I do trust you guys, more or less. Don't fucking push it, though. Mayo says, I'm terrible with lighting, but it's good to have a backlight, a white front light, and a color-changing front light for different vibes. Yeah, so I'm trying to look at the 3-point method, right? Because I have these 2 Govee lights. Like, these are my lights right now. They are not meant to be, like, just facing me, but I also don't have like softer lights that would work for that purpose, so I figure I would just like have these, and then once I get a proper camera, the white balance can sort itself out, so I can have them actually shining directly on me a little bit more. So the proper camera, of course, pending the tripod or the stand that PJ sent me. So it should just be a couple days actually, and then we'll get some massive upgrades to like the camera quality and shit, which I'm so excited for because Dracobane has been working really hard to get me some proper camera equipment and the like. So it's very exciting. Okay. Nico said, I came back to Reddit and thought we were doing a live thirst trap. You fucking wish. I love making thirst traps. I would never do one live. I like the transition and I like it for myself. But yeah. Dawson says, catch lights are key too. Having a slight shadow on one side of your face adds depth and makes it appealing to watch. What is that? How, like, at what angle, though? I don't know. What's weird about the D&D content creator community is we have so many people who have so many different talents, right? We all come from different walks of life. I'm in biotech. I used to study zoology, so I can teach you how to train your animal better than anyone. I have minors in psychology, sales, chemistry. I work in biotech. I've got like a billion different hobbies. I live in a really naturey type town, so I have that covered too. And I know a bunch of random stuff about like random little things, a bit of a jack of all trades. But there are people in this community who are like security experts. There are content creators who are professional world-class dancers. There are people in this community who are film students who know everything about lighting and camera equipment and things like that. It's full on, like, if I don't know something, I know someone who knows something about that field, which is so fucking cool. It's such a nice network to have. Johnny Boy says, what's a random domestic cat fact? Don't fucking declaw your cat. Do not. If you declaw your cat, I will come for you personally. That is a threat. Listen, I've done a whole video on this. Declawing a cat is, it is an amputation. So you have your finger, right? You got 3 knuckles on it. Your cat does 2. Now, the claw is irrevocably attached to the last knuckle, and you can't just slide out the claw. Just the same way you couldn't... Oh, thank you so much, Peter. Well, wait, who's Peter? Who was that? Oh my god, it doesn't show me a username, so I don't know who that is. Whoever that is, though, thank you so much. That's super cool of you. I don't know if we still needed the collar. I was totally forgot about that. Did someone already purchase the collar? I thought Cam said they might have. Yeah, Cam bought the collar. Okay, if you're Peter, can you tell me what else to put it towards? I could add something else to, oh my god. I could get a cozy blanket for winter. Or I could, PJ, it's you. Hi. Yeah, sorry, PJ. Apparently Hunticam got the collar already off the wish list, like directly, and so that dono goal is outdated. I believe. And so I could put it towards towards something else. Second collar. We can get him a little chain, or I could put it towards the like a little. Roll a D100 and pick something. Oh man. I can do that. Let me catch up on chat too. Mayo says I'm good with tech hardware options, just not good with software. Random says I use Govee monitor lights that are set up behind the monitor. They match whatever colors are on your screen, but when I'm chatting, I set them to whatever looks best on camera. So I would do that, except for the fact that so like if I were to shine my lights and they were behind my monitor, they would be shining at the wall and bouncing off the white wall back at me, right? Problem is that doesn't work because my wall, at least part of it, and I'm still working on it, is covered in sound panels. And so like the felt sound panels will dampen the light, and so it doesn't quite bounce off the same way. I would have to do a whole rework of my office if I were to do that. But I do have the Govee lights for like the color changing and things like that. So I'm hoping it'll get better when I get a better camera, and then it can I don't know, balance itself out. Fen says, heading to bed. Have a good night, everyone. Good night, Fen. Okay, let's see. Kind of gonna try and catch up. Johnny Boy says, if your job was to ever fire you, it's their loss and they are dummies. Honestly, though, I am actually really fucking good at my job. Because my job, I can't go over it because I don't want to dox myself. But I'm really good at it. Like, they could not fire me if they wanted to. Which is very nice because I can kind of fuck around and, like, occasionally dip into motion to periods of appearing to do, like, I'm doing a lot of work. But in reality, I'm maybe doing 2 hours of work a day and then doing content creation for the rest. Which helps you guys out a lot, too. So thank God I have that flexibility. But it's all a virtue of the fact that I'm really good at my job. And I know I'm bragging right now, but I would not say it if it wasn't true. And objectively, it's more like other people have told me this for the years that I've been there. Dawson says, I'm going to lay down in bed, but no promises if I stay awake, but I will be here. All right, well, have a good night, Dawson. I hope you're not too asleep right now. Also, Orsak says, Kurt ran a bunch of one-shots in our system. Ran a one-shot in our system, with a bunch of creators that went great. Fucking amped. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's wonderful. I'm so glad it went well, especially with creators, too. That's a good way to show off the new system. I'm stoked about it. Mayo says, that's my moderation style. Just got to find people who have a similar style and make it clear what you want. Clever says, can't be trusted alone. The second Diana leaves the desk to bring out the knives and fire. Exactly. Leon says, I'm sorry. Not sorry for what I'm making to send your way. Oh boy. Okay. Oh man. PJ says, what angle? Maybe 52.74 degrees. I'll bring out my protractor that I haven't had since forever. Okay, so random cat fact, by the way. Yes, so the claw. You cannot remove it from the nail bed. Just like you can't remove your nail from your nail bed and have that be like a permanent thing, like it would grow back. Same with cats. So when you're declawing a cat, you're not just removing the nail. That's a myth. Instead, you're amputating the entire last segment of their paws, basically. And there's a bunch of problems with this. First of all, when you walk on an amputated, it'd be like trying to pick things up with the entire last part of all of your fingers gone, right? You would have to relearn how to pick things up. And for cats, they have to relearn how to walk. It's also very common that since you're removing a bone and a whole knuckle, that little bits of bone shards are left behind. So not only are they relearning how to walk, but it's very common that when they do walk, they have bits of bone stabbing into their healing paws. And that's painful as shit. What else? There's a lot of other problems. It causes depression in cats. The surgery itself is inhumane. There's a lot of veterinarians who just straight up won't do it anymore for that reason. So yeah, also you should only have an indoor cat. Yes, that's true. Because they decimate local wildlife populations. They are, I believe single-handedly responsible for more local bird extinctions or population decimations than any other domestic creature or any other creature, I believe. Genshazam says I learned so much random info. Jack of all trades, you know. Thank you so much, Gensha. Appreciate the bits. But yeah, Trace Browning over on TikTok says, I have a similar security at my job and it's awesome. Also, Jesse Forbes says, can I get a shout out? I love your stuff. Yeah, sure. I appreciate the gifts too. That's awesome. And Brick wants me to hydrate again. Goodness. Alrighty. So that's your cat fact of the day. I do have random facts for most animals. Not a ton, but like, if I don't have one, I can find one really easy. That's also the fun part about like being in science. Thanks, Dawson. Is that I know how to read literature. So I usually know the best way to do things purely because of science and knowing how to read recent science publications on things like, you know, when it comes to the podcast. I did genuine research on what the best way to publish that podcast is. So like how to run ads, what types of ways to write description text, because there's certain ways to do it that are more effective than others. Things like that. And you wouldn't think it would be helpful in like every aspect of life, but it's pretty helpful in a lot of ways. Mayo says, pick for the Discord, take a leap of faith, pick a couple people to be the admin and about 5 more to be mods, make it clear to all involved that's how you want them to moderate things. I don't want to give anyone else power over my community just yet. It would be a long ways away, but I am thinking about it pretty much every day because you guys keep reminding me. But I've been talking to other creators and a lot of them don't feel great about their Discords. And it's hard to think about like how to fix the problems that they're having. And it's a lot more than just these people are got drunk on power, or like, oh, these people, I thought I trusted them, but then they got weird about it and they, you know, started breaking the parasocial relationship norms and things like that. Fen is heading to bed. Let's see. Johnny Boy says, would you consider the wall light tiles? Potentially, but I don't think that would make good stream lighting. I like them as an idea, but I don't know where I would put them in here because they would interfere with the sound panels. PJ says Diana can play solitaire at work. I play like D&D and stuff at work. But yeah. Okay, I'm gonna roll this D100. Oh, Dickno Grayson wants a wolf fact. Oh my gosh. There was a point where wolves were basically just like, didn't wolves domesticate themselves or some shit? That was definitely a thing. And then there was also like some island where the wolf population got either really crazy or it yo-yoed back down into a population crash. And I could go on about population dynamics. I don't know a whole lot about wolves in particular though, because they're functionally dogs. Like it's the same as a dog fact. Wasteland Ranger says I was in a huge D&D TikTok RP Discord and it got real weird sometimes. Oof. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Alrighty. I'm gonna roll this D100 real fast. Oh my gosh, my bot. Captain Nova says, I'm new around here and been lurking. Definitely a chill and enjoyable stream. I'm so glad you like it. I do still want to change up the music though. I want to get some fresh vibes in here. Mayo says wolves domesticated themselves by sticking near human campsites to get food. Yeah, but it's not like determined exactly when they did it. Like people are still at odds. Scientists don't entirely know when that happened, and that like changes the course of dog evolution trees. So we're still like, that's a very big missing piece of the puzzle that we're trying to figure out. And I say we as if I'm still in the field. It's been a while. Genshazam says, at my work, people are surprised how good I am at research. It's weird because I feel like I don't feel like I'm unusually great. Oh oh my gosh. But I also did debate in high school and learned how to write research papers, which helped in college. Didn't realize that was an uncommon skill for a while. Yeah, people don't know how to do basic things like read sometimes. But it is also high-level technical reading, but there's ways around like the high-levelness of it. Bearded Badger, welcome in. Thank you for following. Also, Fight for Light wants me to hydrate. I can do that. And change my posture. I can do that. PJ says the 100 bits badge is really cool. Yeah, there's ones for different different levels, I guess. I don't know a whole lot about TikTok. I'm still pretty new here. But yeah, there's different badges for the tiers of subscriber and then tiers of badges, and they're both relatively like close in vibe, which I really like. They kind of match each other. Ranger says, it's just a thing that happens once a large number of people gathers. Also, Rockhead says, hi, I'm new to stream. I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3 also. Oh, hey, welcome to stream. Yeah, so we're going to be playing that tomorrow. We're going to be playing it Mondays. I'm doing a Dark Urge run, so if you don't want spoilers for that, stay away. But other than that, it's totally blind for me. I'm very new to it, so I don't know what happens, which has been very exciting to have my live reactions on stream. Crimson Agent says, what's your opinion on pay-to-play DMing? I have thought about getting into it a lot, but I'm hesitant because of the issues for it. So it's becoming more common and it's becoming more accepted. And the reason is because being a DM takes an absurd amount of time, right? And people want to be able to turn their hobbies into their jobs, but not have it so that they're sacrificing their livelihood in order to do so. Really, it's one step towards the ideal society, I feel like, or at least that's the way I see it. And these DMs who generally, of course, the pay scales to how good they are, their reviews, how many years experience they have, whether they really like one particular module, and that goes for game masters in general. I think it's fantastic. I think it's a really good system. I have a bunch of friends who are, again, D&D TikTokers, D&D influencers, people with multiple millions of followers on TikTok, multiple millions of followers who DM on Start Playing for people. And they are like paying their bills that way. And they get to do what they love, and they get to give people amazing experiences, and the people who sit at their table get to enjoy the hobby that they wouldn't normally be able to play, because it's really hard to get scheduling and all that. Mayo says, do you even have any Twitch mods? I do. I have like 7 of them. All of them are content creators who I've worked on projects with. Other than that, I tend to moderate it myself because I've never had an issue at all, like ever, actually, which is nice. Knock on wood. PJ says, do you have Twitch integration enabled for Baldur's Gate 3? Viewers can vote for dialogue choices. I do, yeah. That's like the only integration I have, which is really nice. But yeah, anyway, I support it. I understand that it's controversial, and I feel like as long as people police themselves and also leave honest reviews about their DMs to make sure that the pay is proportional, then, if someone's going out there and they're like, yeah, you have to pay $45 to sit at my table, and then they end up being a shitty DM, then like, no, obviously not. But that goes with the same with pretty much any service. So it really is people trying to turn something that they love into something that they can live off of, and they are getting paid for their time and paid for their expertise. And then on the flip side, people get to play their favorite games. So I like it. I don't do it yet. If I ever do, I will be over on Start Playing, and I will give so many announcements about that. But I'll be a full-time content creator by that point, so it'll be to survive. But yeah. PJ says Dark Urge run. Oh, so that's like a full-on evil run where I think the premise is that you don't know who you are. You start off with like amnesia, and then you just have these random dark urges to commit murderous acts, and then you have to figure out who you are. Mayo says, aren't seagulls on the verge of self-domestication? Probably at this point. I know pigeons were domesticated, and they're the easiest animal to domesticate, so you can just grab a pigeon off the street and within a week have it domestic. Brandon says, I don't know a whole lot about TikTok, says the girl with 1,000 subscribers. Oh, sorry, I meant Twitch. But yeah. Mayo says, maybe every once in a while do a pay-to-play one-shot for the community. I would feel bad about that. I don't have time for that. Yeah, I don't know. So far, my community does not exactly have a first-hand experience of what I'm like DMing, and they won't have it until probably about January, because I just did a podcast interview where for How Not to DM, which is a podcast, that is, they actually had me like roll this D100 specifically and randomly generate a bunch of scenarios to DM for the host of the podcast on the fly. And so I did for the first time ever televised or, shown off somewhere, I actually DM'd recorded. So that'll come out and then you guys can judge. Ask me again later after that. Random says she's like a cat with a ball. I'm getting Nancy. I'll probably end stream here in a sec. Dirge also has a whole different dialogue, says Johnny, compared with the main campaign. I haven't finished the main story myself, but a Dirge sounds very interesting. It's a lot of fun. So I'm doing my first ever run as a Dirge run. Totally blind, like I said. Oh my god, Captain Nova 22 just gifted 10 community subs. Holy hell, right at the end. Captain Nova, hello. Have I Have I seen you before? Are you new here? Well, first of all, since it's the end of stream, I'm just going to toss you up on the board of names, uteri, and random reminders to put my contacts in my car. Thank you so much. Holy hell. Oh, and Dick No Grayson got one. Thank you. Oh, that's really sweet of you. Okay, Captain Nova 22. I can't remember if you're on here already. Let's do this. Captain Nova 22 sneaking in right at the end of stream there. Oh my gosh, that's so exciting. Thank you so much. Captain Nova says 22. Yes, I'm new. Captain Nova 22 says, yes, I'm new and I like to support streamers. That's really kind of you. I appreciate that. I like the gifted something because then no one has to sit through ads, and I fucking hate ads. So I appreciate that immensely. Crimson Agent says, I'm gonna head out, see you next stream. All right, bye, Crimson. And PJ says, stream's reporting about 23.1 hours playtime so far. Oh, Steam. Sorry. I made a custom human cleric for Baldur's Gate 3 and got as far as like 20 minutes after the non-Aloy crashes. It's a hefty game. You got a long ways to go. Nico says, good night, everyone. I am also gonna bid you all good night. I'm gonna go ahead and pop over to the offline channel and then kind of give you guys a little preview of my little pixel desk. I'd never used this. I never remember to use this. Big ups on the sub goal. Oh, absolutely it is. For those who are watching over on TikTok, Diana the Rose is my username over on Twitch. It definitely helps drop a follow so you can figure out when the next stream is. And regardless, I am happy that you guys all hung out and you know, just vibed with me for a little while. We actually made up the hours that I missed last stream by playing Apex with the rest of my team. So super sweet of you all to hang out. Thank you so much for the gifts. Thank you so much for the subs. Thank you so much for the donations. And I will be back tomorrow at 4 o'clock Pacific time to talk to you guys for about an hour and a half before we jump into Baldur's Girlies, where we have some chaotic Barbie themed Baldur's Gate 3 with some of your other favorite TTRPG content creators. So I will see you all then.